Chapter 28. Ugh. Can I escape the clichés? Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. I don't understand. What is strength exactly? Is it to keep quiet and get hit so that others don't get hurt? Is it to hurt other people to protect you and your family? Or is it to not even turn to face your family that says they want to be by your side, so that you can go off fighting alone? Kamui, from Gintama. Before going back home, I go around the neighborhood of my house to install micro-hidden cameras. I've made these cameras before, just enough to look around my house without leaving any blind spots. Only 900 cameras should do for now. In the future I will place more cameras at points of importance like Hell's Kitchen, Oscorp, Midtown High, Stark Tower, and SHIELD New York headquarters. This last one I have to check if it's similar to the movies. Here in my neighborhood, I will put it in several places, which almost cross the line of privacy of my neighbors. At least I didn't put it inside their house, just to watch the public space. I'll investigate my neighbors later. Who knows what kind of people they might be, right? Using D4C I appear in my room. Removing my cloak I start walking down the stairs to the living room. I told you not to wait up for me. I tell Isabella, who is sitting on the couch reading a book while the TV is on. I was learning about the world. Isabella said, getting up from the couch. I see I've already arrived. As you can see, I will go to my room. Tomorrow I will go to school. I will only return in the afternoon. I will send you to buy certain things. So get some rest. I say, going upstairs. Good night, Isabella. Good night, Master Hector. Well, I'm not going to sleep. I barely sleep 2 hours. First I will see if all installed cameras are operating as expected. And then I'll do my daily meditation session, practice the magic I gained from Loki's card, increase my mental defenses even more. Mental defenses are never strong enough. In the future I think I will be able to replace the need for sleep with meditation. Heck, I think I can go months without sleep. But being sleep deprived is not something I want to experience. Increases the chances of making mistakes. So I have the habit of sleeping daily when I can. In the world of BNHA I had a record of 17 days without sleep. I didn't feel affected too much, but when I rested for like 3 hours, I felt much better. Then I saw the difference that lack of sleep can make. I think my mind is still human. Next morning, coming back from a little jog, I enter the house and smell a delicious breakfast prepared by Isabella. In fact, I don't need to run. I don't get much out of it. But it became a habit. And it's good to think. Running and bathing. Very good to have ideas. On the plus side, it's nice that people see me leading a healthy lifestyle, because of my physical changes. Breakfast is ready, Master Hector. Isabella talks while she finishes setting the table. Thank you, Isabella. I'm just going to take a shower first. I say, going upstairs. 15 minutes later I'm already sitting at the table, eating and watching TV, looking for any news about heroes and villains. But it doesn't look like anything interesting is happening. No one is talking about any weird happenings from last night either. That's good. The breakfast is delicious too, Isabella, I say, thanking her. Like my father said, there is no harm in being polite. Thank you. You had said earlier that I was going to have to go out and buy something, she says. Yes, I've made a list of everything I want and places to get it. There are instructions to follow as well. It's on paper and has already a photo on your smartphone. The credit card with the password is here too. I say, handing a handbag to her. Buy something to you too, like clothes or whatever. And one last thing. I know you're not doing anything dangerous, but you never know. If the situation calls for it, just teleport away. Don't mind the consequences. I will figure something later. Your life is more important. Your power can turn your body into mist, so just run away. I say. I may be exaggerating, but you never know. All right, I will be careful, she says with a small smile. After that I go back to my room to finish getting ready and getting my stuff for school. Taking a look in the full-length mirror, I notice. Damn, I'm hot. Even trying to disguise it with baggy clothes, a jacket, and glasses, and leaving my hair messy. There's no denying the difference. I'm a lot taller and I'm more muscular. I thought about using some powers to make myself look smaller and thinner. But I gave up. Honestly, I want to look good too. Sue me. And my changes will happen anyway. Better now. I can blame everything on puberty. I will try to be inconspicuous, but I don't think will work for long. Ha, I'm suffering from success, I say narcissistically. After my little joke, I left my room. Walking down the stairs, I see Isabella looking at her smartphone. There's my number in it. And the number of everything you might need. You don't have to leave now. It's early yet. I'm off. Bye bye. I say, grabbing a helmet and heading to the garage. Very well. Have a good day, Master Hector, she says, bowing a little. Riding on my newly painted Triumph bike, I take it off. I will finally see more people of interest. Let's see how the day go. Midtown High School. Midtown High School is a public school located in the Forest Hills neighborhood of Queens. I'm the first to arrive. Of the students, of course. I want to take a walk around the school while it's still deserted. Know the layout of the school, routes, everything. In the outside, I'm just a student walking around the school, because I arrived very early and wants to kill time. There's a little problem with this school, which is why I'll have to be careful. The problem is, Peter Parker is Spider-Man. And no way in 9 hells that SHIELD don't know about it. The guy has never been the most careful. He literally walks out of his bedroom window dressed as Spider-Man. I think that's how Mary Jane discovered his secret identity in the comics. Honestly, I can't blame Peter. He doesn't even know that a spy organization is monitoring the entire world 24/7. And by the time a superpowered vigilante showed up, they must have focused on him pretty quickly. Maybe they've already approached him, or realized he's just a teenager and are probing him. So far he hasn't done anything bad after all. He is a potential asset. So maybe there are agents at this school. Maybe the teachers, janitors, maybe even the students. At least there are cameras. I've already located some, which are certainly not for the safety of the students. I can say, who would put a camera behind the bathroom mirror? Or in the trophy cabinet? Heck, there are 30 more in my classroom, and I bet that's because Peter is there too. TCH. It limits my movements a bit, but okay. I just need to be careful not to show strength or reflexes above human level. Returning to my classroom, I grab a chair in the back and try to be inconspicuous. Over time, more and more people arrive. Gwen Stacy, Liz Allen, Michelle Jones, Mary Jane, Sally Avril of the Girls, Flash Thompson and his followers, Brian McKeever, Jason Iannello, and Seymour. I remember them because they sometimes implicated with me, but I usually just avoided trouble. Betty Brant and Ned Leeds is in my class too, and also Harry Osborn. Looking at their appearance, I can see that they're not exactly like the actors. No Emma Stone, no Kristen Dunst. But MJ too looks a little like Zendaya. They are similar, I can't deny it. But it seems that this world is actually more comic. Judging by the events of Iron Man, Fantastic Four and Hulk, I would say the timeline is similar to the movies, but with all the characters from the comics. And judging by the fact that Luke Cage seemed to have a strength between 70 and 100 tons, I'd say the power levels are comic-based too. Well, even though I'm on hard mode, my power is very broken too. With time and luck I'll be the strongest. I just can't falter. Now looking at appearances, I notice. Is everyone pretty here? At least the relevant ones. Mainly women, with special focus on Mary Jane and Gwen Stacy. Everyone has the comic book pretty perk? And Mary Jane. Damn. I think she is one of the most beautiful women I have ever seen. And I literally meet anime girls. No wonder she is Spider-Man's main love interest. Well, it's not like I'm going to make a move on them. I made a rule not to start anything with normal women. Never ends well. Too many bad examples. Could I make them super too? Yes. But it's not worth the effort. Better not force anything. I will focus on myself. Women can't be my focus now, maybe a consequence. But is no good going out of my way to seek pussy. After the teacher arrives, I notice that the classroom star hasn't arrived yet. But when I'm thinking about it, a panting Peter Parker comes through the door quickly. Difficult to reconcile the double life Peter? I notice some bruises in his knuckles, a slightly broke lip, and he probably has more wounds hidden by his jacket. Peter Parker. Peter Parker. If he didn't have spider sense he would have died so fast. He just threw himself head-on into the world of heroes. Did his web shoulders and suit, and bam! Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. No wonder so many things go wrong for him. Well, I'm not his nanny. If I cross paths with him, and I know will happen, I can lend a hand. But I won't interfere too much. Peter still has some score with the teachers, so Mr. Myers lets him in without a problem. No Tom Holland, huh? If I had to pick one of the actors, I'd say he looks more like Andrew Garfield. But also not exactly. He takes a seat diagonally across from me, next to Ned. This Ned seems to be the CEO of Sex Jacob Batalon, so I don't think he's going to become a villain, like the Hobgoblin. Or maybe he will. Who knows? I will keep an eye on him too. The Ned leads from the comics is a blondie and quite different from the movies. He impersonates the Hobgoblin for a while, I think. Although the characters don't look like the actors, you can still imagine them that way. They're similar, they're just not carbon copy. Peter and Gwen are exchanging certain glances, and my powers accuse the intention of the two. Ugh. Get a room you two, or a web. Someone is me looking. Turning my face slightly, I see Michelle Jones looking at me with narrowed eyes. When she notices that I notice, she turns forward. Damn. I think she was the only one who noticed my changes. I remember she was thoughtful and insightful in the movies. But whatever. Using my observation hacky, I look at her, to see her emotions, to find out if she's suspicious and, she has a crush in me? And she must not have developed today. Has she had a crush on me since last year? So tots, why did she look at me more closely today? What a heck. The few times she talked to me, she offended me in some way, in that condescending way of hers. Weird way of trying to get noticed, I might say. Well, I don't see any romantic development happening anyway, sorry. But I'll be careful, now that I know she's looking at me more closely. While multitasking and listening to the teacher talking about what the future class schedule will be like, I think about more important things. Marvel has too many characters. Holy fuck. I mustn't remember 20% of everything. I was a casual fan that got more delved into because of the MCU. Because of that, I can't hold on to this preconception that everything is going to be the same as in the movies. Thor being Donald Blake is the biggest sign, and all these people who are across between the comics and the MCU. I need to know more. I need to have some contact with people of interest. Confirm my assumptions. But with whom? The best option would be the X-Men. I still don't know what version of the X-Men exists in this world. I don't even know if they were ever created. Are the founding members just students? Or are they already teachers? I need to expose myself a little. Going to find the X-Men in Bayville will also allow me to complete other objectives. Most important is my personal growth in power. And the best method would be to copy powers, apart from Gatcha obviously. But Gatcha depends on luck. But copying powers is not that simple, because of one simple fact. No one wants to have their powers copied. It's only natural that people want to keep their uniqueness. I wouldn't like either. Well, the exception would be people who don't like their own powers. But most would not like to see someone else copying their skills. It's a natural reaction. So in the world of BNHA I did this. If I was nice and went around asking if I can copy people's powers, most would deny it. For obvious reasons. Hell, I doubt I could copy New Order. That power is practically a national asset to the USA of that world. Politics would only complicate matters. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission, but that tactic cannot be used now. In Marvel, I need Eidolon to have a good image in the supers community. So I can't go attacking the X-Men for no reason. Could I create another persona? Yes, but I don't think it would stay a secret for long. Eventually it would backfire. Whatever. It's not like I want to copy everyone's powers. My focus is just one person. Jean Grey. For many reasons. I need a real telepathy, not this nerfed version I have. Other telepaths are unavailable. Xavier, Emma Frost, Moondragon, Cassandra Nova, and I don't even know if Quentin Quire was born yet. Jean Grey has the strongest power, and is probably the most inexperienced. I also need to check if she is a flaming ticking time bomb. So I guess I'll look for her and see if I can talk to her alone. Let's try to be reasonable. We can talk to each other, right? Let's exhaust the options before moving on to more drastic measures. Honestly, if it proves that she will become Dark Phoenix, and nothing can stop it, I won't hesitate to take Wolverine's place and kill her. I won't feel too guilty if I have no other choice. Who knows? Maybe she'll even come back. Another problem. People resurrecting. I really hope dead people stay dead, like in the Ultimate Universe. But thinking about dead people reminds me. My parents. I know it's possible to resurrect them, but I didn't want to think about it right now, or rather, I don't dare think about it right now. Resurrecting someone usually comes with a price, especially here in Marvel that I know there are gods of death. Even Lady Death herself. And Lady Death of Marvel is a fucking cunt. Those who read the comics know. I don't know anything about souls, underworld, hell, heaven. But I have Gatcha. And in fiction there are several ways to resurrect someone, but then I would depend on my luck. It's not something I control. So there's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. I incinerate my parents, apart from being able to do the double funeral, for mainly two reasons. The first is that I wanted to protect the genetic material of my closest relatives. If someone were to discover my identity, I can already imagine someone digging up my parents' graves to try to make another of me, like Mr. Sinister or High Evolutionary. Obviously, I have my parents' hair saved in case I need it. But the main reason incinerate my parents is more of a deterrent to myself. Sound silly, and is a little logic flawed, but if I don't have a method to resuscitate my parents, without needing their bodies, it means that this method is not that strong. So it won't be worth the risk. I need to be strong enough to fight demons or whatever, like Doomslayer. So it's no use thinking about resurrecting my parents. In Marvel there is no safe method, which will not bring attention and perhaps unimaginable consequences. And for Gatcha, I don't control what I earn. The only thing I can do now is get stronger, to be prepared for whatever comes. I will advance some plans later this week. Time waits for no one. The rest of the class is completely uneventful. I just used the time to observe the people of interest and see how they are doing. No surprises. Peter is Ned's friend. Gwen sometimes talks to both of them. MJ too, Michelle Jones, too. But Gwen and MJ too are more loners too. Although Gwen also talks to the popular group. The popular kids, Flash Thompson little group. I wasn't surprised that MJ1 is more with that group. My surprise was more that Harry was more a part of that group too. I swore he bonded more with Peter, even defended him against Flash, or something in the media, right? But here, Harry sticks more to the popular ones. He exchanged a few words with Peter, but they seem more acquaintances than friends. And there's me. No one comes to talk to me. It's ideal. I didn't go talk to anyone anyway. I'd be happy to spend this semester unnoticed until I can graduate and go to college. Sigh, but it doesn't seem possible. I feel a basketball approaching my head. I'm just getting some stuff out of my locker before I go home. With my luck, my locker is one of the lower ones. The basketball hits my head. Obviously I am not dodging. It didn't even hurt. Oh, headshot? Nice one. Seymour, one of Flash's cronies, speaks. I sigh in my mind. Why this cliché development? Sorry heinous Hector, I just thought I could fix your face. But I was not able. I recommend a plastic surgeon. Or be born again. Haha, he talks and laughs with his friends. I don't show any change in expression, and just keep pulling out my stuff. But like a dog, bullies don't like to be ignored. He starts to be more aggressive with the offenses. Nothing very original. My appearance, nationality, and others. I wonder if I should beat him. Taking a quick look around, I see that a small crowd has already gathered. Flash has grabbed my hair, and seems to be trying to get my head closer to his crotch. Obviously I don't bulge, he's trying hard, but outwardly he tries to look like he's not. Trying to look nonchalant, So we're in an awkward situation. I see people gathered together and judge their reactions. Most don't care, others laugh, some feel sorry for me. Now the more or less important people. Peter seems conflicted, whether he should interfere or not. Ned seems to hold him. And Gwen. MJ1 looks uncomfortable with the whole situation, but she doesn't seem that will say anything in my defense. Liz Allen is the same. Worried about their social standing, I think. MJ2 is frowning, and looking around to see if she doesn't find any teachers around. Harry Osborn seems to have fun with the Flash's group. I sigh in my mind. Those kids. Honestly, I thought I'd be angrier to be manhandled like that. But Flash is so small. I'm not talking about height. It's just that in the grand scheme of things, in this world, in the multiverse and the omniverse, how small we are. And how much of a menacing is Flash Thompson? In my past life I was always annoyed when super-powered people like Superman and Peter don't came to stand up and beat the bullies. I've always liked a Good face slapping of the protagonist in the annoying antagonist. Who doesn't? But I think now I understand a little. It's not worth. It reminds me of one of my favorite scenes from One Piece. The bar scene with Bellamy. That Luffy and Zoro don't fight back when Bellamy laughs and hits them. They can go ahead and laugh at us. When you aim high, you sometimes come across fights not worth fighting. Marshall D. Teach, Blackbeard. I think I finally understand why Shanks only laughs when that mountain bandit drops liquor in his head. But I don't need to take all this crap in silence, right? Even though I know I won't complete this year, I want the next few months not to be filled with Flash nagging me. Flash, stop it. I say calmly, not even looking at him. He's still got his hand in my hair. To everyone else it looks like he's just holding it. But he's really trying to move me. But he'll never make it. Or what? What will you do? A few months and you've forgotten how things work? Do I need to remind you? He says, acting tough, raising his fist. Ha kids. Let's make a little show. I get up abruptly while I grab his wrist, removing it from my head. I need to talk. I'm taller than Flash now, even more if I hold his wrist with my hand, forcing him to bend over a little. My quick rise and the realization that I'm pretty big brought gasp from the crowd and then silence. I choose this moment to speak. Do it. I spoke very low. I said do it. Take your shot. And make it count. Because after this, everything I'm going to do to you will be attributed to self-defense. I say, growling a little. I invade his personal space, square my shoulders, puff up a little my chest, everything to make myself look bigger. I spoke quietly to force people to be silent to hear me. These are all tactics Batman uses for intimidation. Batman commands respect and fear with his mere presence, because he dominates wherever he is. In nature, having more territory and being bigger is a sign of superiority. In this way, only passively I already put myself in a superior position to Flash. I also use the larger answer, which is basically mirroring my opponent's action more drastically, to secure my position. Flash grabbed my hair and couldn't move. Now I'm holding his wrist and he can't let go. I look straight into his eyes. No blinking. He gulps almost loudly. Flash is just a teenager. If I go too rough with him, he's probably going to piss his pants. I let the silence and the tension in the air linger. Another Batman tactic. Nobody reacts. No one even dares to breathe too loudly. Everyone looks at me with varying degrees of shock. But I don't want to beat him and get attention. I let go of his wrist that I've been holding in a steely grip. And bam, I close the locker. Strongly and loudly. Flash and everyone flinches. And I start to walk out of the place. People paving the way for me, while I still keep eye contact with Flash and his goons, rooting them in place. After I've taken a few steps, I look forward and start walking normally. My more relaxed body language seems to break the spell everyone was under, and they start moving and talking fast, scattering. This much shouldn't be a problem. I didn't use any power. My change in attitude can be attributed to the recent death of my parents. Nobody will find it strange. Sucks to use their deaths like this, but is life. Only some months, Hector. I allow a mental smile after everything. I diffused the situation without resorting to violence. Maybe I'm becoming cool, like my fictional heroes. I read a book once, Becoming Batman by Paul Zier. So I know a little about Batman mannerisms and actions. And psychology, bang it. I like this scene because I can use this almost useless knowledge. There is some reasons that Batman is the card that affects the MC the most. Hector is in truth a little similar with Batman, without all bullshit of course. Is his first card and his foundation. And because I know Batman a little better. Author power. Peter Parker POV. Damn. That's. Ned starts talking next to me with an expression of astonishment. Speaking what I was thinking. Intense. Gwen completes with a similar expression. No. Cool as hell. Damn it. Hector almost fought, and the crazy thing is, I have a feeling he would mop the floor with Flash. Ned speaks sounding astonished. I have to agree, and I believe no one would argue against it. And Hector. Wow. Puberty hit him like the Hulk. Do you guys think is something with his Brazilian heritage? I'm Latino too. Do you think I'll be like him too? Ned starts talking excitedly. Half joking and half serious. I don't think it's a trait of his race, Ned. Gwen speaks. How do you know? Brazilians are the most mixed race in the world. They must be like the apex of humanity. Ned argues. I can't help but laugh at his exaggeration. This is not your D&D table, Ned. There is no racial perk to people. Genetics don't work like that. Gwen rolls her eyes. Isn't it great that she knows enough to reference D&D? She notices me looking and looks away a little embarrassed. Oblivious Ned of our exchanges continues to speak. And how do you explain him? The guy in 3 months grew almost a foot, and I've never seen Hector be this aggressive. He always seemed like the chillest guy in school. Ned speaks. And Asians are smartest, right? And African have bigger d-dude. I interject. He looks embarrassed. Sorry, sometimes I forgot taught you are a girl. He says to Gwen. Haha, I will take this a compliment. She only laughs it off. Although the basis of his argument is ridiculous, the facts cannot be denied. Well, I don't know about his growth spurt, but I know a little about his attitude. Gwen speaks a little hesitantly. And? I ask, a little curious. Gwen hesitates again, biting her lips. After a little nudge of Ned, she finally relents. You guys know that my father is the captain of New York Police Department, right? She asks. We nod. Well, I think a month ago, he came to tell me about an occurrence where a couple died in a car accident. He recognized the last name because I had it with from my colleagues. Hector's parents were the couple who died. Damn, that's awful, Ned says, losing any playfulness of his face. Yeah, I can relate. Uncle Ben death is still very fresh in my mind. But I still have Aunt May. Hector, on the other hand, is all alone. Do you guys think we should go talk to him? Like, give our condolences or something? Help a little. Ned speaks uncertainly. I think getting condolences from strangers like us shouldn't help much. The support of people who are already close to him will help more. I say this from my own experience. The two notice my mood and give me sympathetic looks. Ned puts his hand on my shoulder. No words are needed for me to know what the two are trying to convey. I give them a smile to calm them down. I am alright, guys. I'm going now. I have to help Aunt May. I say, saying goodbye. After a bro handshake with Ned and a smile for Gwen, I leave the school to find an alley and put on my suit. After that, I'm a few streets away. I look around abruptly. My spider sense just flared. Has some villain discovered my identity? But I don't find anything out of the ordinary around me. I decide to take a bus home. And don't put my suit on until then. Hector POV spider sense is really bullshit. It has nothing to do with how spiders sense the movement of wind in their fur. Spider sense looks more like low-level cosmic awareness with focus in danger. I conclude this after having threatened Peter a little with my intention to hurt him. I didn't even mean to hurt him, but my only intention was enough to warn him. I'm really like an anime character right now. I have bloodlust. Good to know. And damn it, Peter. Would you really change near the school like that? Ugh. Well, I hope this wake-up call will make you more cautious. Let's go home. Starting my bike, I start cutting New York traffic. Arriving home, I feel relieved to find Isabella safe and sound. I know the stakes of something happening are really low, but you never know in this crazy world. Hey Isabella. I suppose everything went well. I say as I cross the living room. Welcome home, Master. Hector. Yes. Everything went well. She responds after getting up from the couch and bows. She continues. The only problem was due to the large amount of food you ordered to buy from that distributor. As you instructed, I said it would be for charity. They will deliver in 2 days. Excellent, I say as I sit on the couch and start petting Thulhu, who has come to climb onto my lap. He is now wearing a leash. Food is one of the few things I can't produce with creation. I have a plan for this food, but now that I've decided to go to Bayville, the plan will wait. So it's okay for them to take a long time to deliver. Something more? I'll be out in minutes and I don't know when I'll be back. I ask Mr. Darrow and Mr. Foggy called. They are awaiting you to call back. She says tucking my chin between my fingers. I wonder if I should call back now or not. Okay, let's settle this. My legal issues are a priority too. I call Mr. Darrow first. Because by the time I call Matt and Foggy, I'll be able to inform them of anything Mr. Darrow to inform me. But he just wanted to make an appointment to resolve important matters. I said he could come tomorrow. After school. I'll confront this guy soon. If Matt and Foggy give me bad news, I'll reschedule to a later date. Dialing their office number, I wait for them to answer. Good evening. Nelson and Murdoch, attorneys at law. How can I help you? A woman voice responds. Searching my mind, I guess that's Karen Page. I can be wrong though. Good evening. This is Hector Carvalho. I would like to speak with Mr. Murdoch or Mr. Nelson, please. I say. One moment, I will pass to one of them. It's the answer I hear. After waiting a few seconds. They are probably not very busy. Hey, Mr. Hector? How are you? I have good news. I hear Foggy Nelson's cheery voice. Hey Mr. Nelson. You can just call me Hector. I already told you that and I like good news. Okay Hector. We only need your grandparents' signature to achieve your emancipation. Do you have it? Can you send? We can finish by Thursday if all goes well. He says, obviously pleased. Great. I have the signature. Yes, I asked for them while visiting. I'll have someone deliver later today. Okay. I answer. Matt and Foggy had given me a standard authorization document, which I'd already asked my grandparents to sign. They didn't hesitate in sign. They just offered me the option to live with them. I declined obviously. I need to stay in New York. Great. I will be waiting. We close at 6 p.m., but we usually stay here a little longer to sort things out. You can talk to whoever you send, to just knock at the door, even if everything seems closed. He says. Okay, it won't be long. I say and say goodbye. Getting my emancipation will make me breathe easier. I think I can advance some plans. 2. I got some ideas while I was in the world of BNHA learning. I dial my grandparents' number. Hello. I hear my grandmother's voice on the other side. Grandma, it's me Hector. How are you? Oh Hector. I'm good. And you? Today was your first day of school, right? How was it? Did you make friends? She asks. Well, I made an impression. I say hesitantly. Oh, that's good. That is the first step. Hee. To drive everyone away? But I don't say that. And girls? Do you talk to any? She asks. Grandma really thinks I need realty with people. It's just natural. Well, there is a girl who has a crush on me. I say a little just to please her. A crush? What's this? Is this bad? She asks confused. A crush is like liking me a little but not enough to love. I explain quickly. That's good. Are you going to ask her out? She asks hopefully. No, I don't like her very much. But you can give her a chance, right? Who knows what could happen? May your guys are compatible, you can try. Oh, I forgot that grandma teach me to be a player. Don't worry grandma, I will have many girlfriends to please you. I will not waste your teachings. I say cheekily. Hector. You know I didn't mean that. She speaks slowly. Oh no. Speak slow is a sign that I'm in trouble. Relax grandma. None of my girlfriends are going to find out about each other. You're teach me well. I say in a voice full of respect. Hector, when I see you, grandma, I need to talk to my grandfather about something. He is there. I say interrupting, I just wanted to change the subject of my love life. He's here. I will call. My grandmother allow the subject to be dropped too. After a few minutes I'm on the phone with my grandfather. Oh Ito, how are you? Do you need something? I hear my grandfather on the phone. I am good grandpa. And yes I need. Sorry to dump work on you. I say apologetically. He laughs. Haha. A grandpa is for these things. You can speak. Well, I'll get my emancipation sooner than expected. And I realized that I have money to spare. Ho. He laughs too. So instead of leaving money lying around, I was thinking of investing a little there. Buying a farm. You told me once that you're not afraid of this business going wrong, right? Oh haha. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. But you know that everything I have is yours anyway, right? He says. Yeah, and honestly I feel a little bad. Because even if I give the money, I know you'll be the one taking care of it grandpa, but I think I need to start on my own. Somehow. Until I have someone with good administrative skills, there is no one else I will trust to take care of this farm I want to have. Only my family. And the reason? Obviously I hide out. Outside of USA. I will abuse of my double nationality. I have some big plans and I need a land for myself. Wanting to do things by yourself, huh? Well, it won't be bad. I think I have some acquaintances who are selling some land nearby. I will ask for you. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll find someone to take care of. I don't want to overwhelm you. You should rest more Grandpa. I already have Plans to retire at 30. I say joking. Haha. I can't stop even if I tried. Work is my life, Hector. And remember this, work keeps a man honest. Nothing better than doing something productive with your own hands. He shares some wisdom with me. Hehe. I couldn't agree more, Grandpa. It's really satisfying, that feeling of accomplishment. Well, I have to go see the lawyer now. I call you later. I lie out of necessity. All right. Bye. Tell my grandma that the next time I visit I'll bring a couple of girlfriends she wants to see so much. I'll take more than she expects since she asks so many times, I say playfully. My grandpa guffawed. Ha ha ha. It's in the family blood. Then I will give you some tips. You have to enjoy your youth. I'll tell you my stories. I've had 5. Simultaneously at one time. And none knew about the other end. And what? I hear my grandmother's voice in the background. Gulp. Pfft, bye Grandpa. Kisses to Grandma. I say and quickly hang up. Joining my hands I say a little prayer. Stanley, protect my grandfather. Excelsior. I think I can go to Bayville now. Isabella, sorry to make you go out again. But can you take these documents to that address? I say after having used D4C to get the folder the documents are in. I don't want to see Matt Murdock right now. My body has changed a lot in a short period of time. He have super senses, by the way. Speak only what is necessary. I say to Isabella. I prefer to avoid contact with Daredevil for now. No problem. I will go immediately. She says, taking the folder. You're a lifesaver. Thanks. I will leave now. I don't know when I'll be back. But will not take long. Bye. I say quickly as I disappear. Time to meet some interesting people. I can't help and get a little excited. Catherine Kitty Pride, aka Shadowcat POV UG. I hate Mondays. After a not so good vacation, doing X-Men stuff like training and the likes, I have to go back to school. And now do more X-Men stuff. Serious, Brotherhood? I already have a pile of homework and I have to train too, and you had to ambush us? Phasing to dodge Toad Tongue. Yikes. I begin to go in the direction of the most problematic but I can't take easily. Blob. Me, Jean, Rogue, Scott and Evan, speak, were ambushed on our way back to the Institute. Unfortunately, Kurt, Bob, Jubilee and others had already returned early. So we can't use our numerical advantage against these guys. They seem confident with the new guy, Pyro, or something. Now is 5v5, and Avalanche, Blob, Toad and Quicksilver don't care too much about property damage, so it took us a while to lure them to this forest far from the city. But that would give them a bit of an edge. Forest, you know, against a frog and fire and guy that can do earthquakes. Sigh. Well, Logan says that you can always do something with what you have on hand. So let's find a way. Fwosh, damn. That guy is a pyromaniac. This way the whole forest will turn to ash. Has Jean managed to contact the professor yet? And is over? The Brotherhood was defeated and now there's a guy in a black hood talking to Jean. I know in my life it's normal for crazy things to happen, but I just want to go home. Hector POV. What mess. Looking from above at the 5v5 metahuman fight below, the only word that can sum it up is chaotic. Like, I expected the X-Men, who have formal training at Danger Room and others, to be a little better than the Fantastic Four and Spider-Man acts I've seen on TV. But I disappointed. The BNHA World Pro Heroes are leagues above these guys in seriousness. They may be inherently weaker, but they are better heroes professionally. I think I will change that. I will make a mental note about this situation. I remember Civil War started because of that, right? The amount of damage to the location is atrocious. Point to the X-Men for guiding the fight to a place away from people. But they could have chosen better, couldn't they? How many years have you lived here? Don't know any open spaces? So Cyclops and Jean can use their powers effectively? Toad and Quicksilver is toying with them. And I won't even mention Pyromaniac. And shouldn't Jean be stronger than that? Like just shut down the brain of these guys or something. Theoretically she could win 1v5. Well, with that I confirm that the X-Men are in my age group. Although I'm not seeing everyone apparently. Now I have to make a decision. Jean and Rogue are my main goals in coming here today. I just wanted to observe, but this is a good opportunity. Should I blitz and take the two? Nah, it would be the easiest way. But considering the long term, it's not ideal. It's okay to use this tactic in a world where I have a limited time, but it's not right to do it here. I've seen how bad my image can get with it. Let's try to talk with them first. Focus on Jean today. But first, let's try to make a good first impression by saving the day, or something like that. Using whirlwind I put out most of the fire, and then I freeze the rest. Slowly descending in front of the stunned combatants, I just raise my hand and clench my fist. The 5 of the Brotherhood are yanked to make a ball of people. Everyone except Blob is knocked unconscious. When I touch the ground, the earth moves and swallows the bastards, burying them, leaving only the head out. Ms. Jean Grey, I suppose. Can I have 10 minutes of your time for a little chat? Alone, I say. I look to the side to convey a message to the observer of this whole situation. Mystique. Raven Darkholm aka Mystique Dangerous. I've lived a long life, longer than the vast majority, so my 6th sense is very good at warning me of dangerous situations. And from enemies I know I have no chance to face. Magneto is one of those. And that person in a black robe is another. Looks like today's tests are a failure. I gave the new suits to the Brotherhood to test. I even used my identity as principal of the school to make Theses 5 stay longer, and separate them from their X-Men fellows. All for nothing. A man showed up and ended the tests. Let's retreat for today. Charles's soft heart won't allow anything to happen to the boys, and he doesn't want mutants to be arrested either. It will further worsen our public image. I almost snored out loud. He looked in my direction. He knows I'm here. A warning, huh? Okay, I'm going away. Talk secretly whatever you want. Hector POV. For a moment I thought about capturing Mystique, maybe read her mind, interrogate, bug her. But let's get her off the hook for today. Not because I'm nice, but I've already watched her with Search, so I can find her whenever I want. Let's make her think she escaped, then I can find her base. And now even if she changes her appearance, I'll know it's her instantly. Giving a false sense of security to potential enemies is always good. And I also want to know what the Magneto of this world is like. Looking ahead again, I see that the 5 X-Men have already gathered and are staring at me. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, Speak, I think, and Scott. They just look at me silently. Talking telepathically? Maybe. So what do you do with them? I say, pointing to the fallen Brotherhood. Just Blob trying to escape, but he doesn't have leverage to exert force. There's no reason to do anything. If we turn them over to the police, it will only cause more problems. Scott is the only one who answers, staring at me. Sounds like a very shitty reason, if I could say. Half measures will change nothing. I say. This cycle of defeating the enemy and him coming back always bothers me. And what do you want us to do? Kill them, he practically barks back. Don't like a little criticism? Well, there are a lot of better ways, but you already have your minds made up. There's nothing I can say that will convince you anyway. I shrug. I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long. There's no reason for them to deny it, right? Catherine Kitty Pride, aka Shadowcat POV. Tall, dark, smooth voice. I don't know this hero, but heroes are popping up like mushrooms after a rain, so it's just normal, I guess. And how do I know he's a hero? Well, clothing is a good indicator. And the fact that he didn't start attacking us while looking down from a above position. This hints, you know. I'm here to have a little chat with Jean Grey. It won't be long, he says. Oh, Scott, Mr. Loveboy will not allow any man who can tarnish his precious Jean. I think sarcastically. I don't think this meeting will end well if this hooded guy presses this issue. Jean isn't going anywhere with you. And there we go. I would like to hear it from her own mouth. What, you are her boyfriend? No, he is not. We don't know nothing about you. You came out of nowhere and just tell her to follow you alone. Obviously we won't trust you. Scott says. Meanwhile telepathically we are having a little conversation. Jean. Who is this guy? Can you check? Scott communicates on the telepathic channel. No, I can't read his mind. I have never seen a mind like that. Jean replies with a slight frown. Is he a telepath too? Evan asks. No, I don't know. But his defenses don't resemble a telepath. In fact, I didn't even feel him until he announced himself. And if he weren't in front of me I would almost not believe he exists. But focusing I can feel his mind. Like high-density metal. Concentrated in one spot, no weakness. Simply impenetrable. Jean in her telepathic analogies, to try to explain these sensations to us. You know, it's not cool to go probing someone's mind. The hooded guy talks. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, and I'll consider that you just don't control your powers. Don't repeat it, he concludes. I gulp. But he looks nice. I mean, it shouldn't be a problem to listen to what he has to say, right? But the final decision is Jean's. Sorry. I'm just curious and cautious. Jean says apologetically. You can call me Eidolon. That's all I can say until you agree to have a little talk with me. The hooded guy, I mean Eidolon, says. And isn't that a cool name? I still like Shadow Cabitor, it even matches my nickname Kitty. You seem to know a lot about us. And you just give us a false name, obviously we won't trust you. Scott interjects again. Eidolon seems to sigh. First of all, it's not a false name. Is my identity as a meta, or at least it will be in the future. And second, the fact that I know about you and you don't know about me comes to my own merit and advantage. I won't give you my real name or show my face, just to make you feel better, putting me at a disadvantage. Next time try not to fight with civilian clothes in public space. Eidolon says. Fair. I can't argue with that. And it appears that Scott doesn't have an answer either. By the way he clenches his fists. Anyway, I want to hear from Jean Grey. Do you want to talk 10 minutes with me? It could be right here, just far enough for no one to hear. After the conversation, it will be your choice if you tell anyone what we talked about. Eidolon speaks. Honestly, it's reasonable. Jean can call us telepathically at any second. It's not like he's kidnapping her. Like I said, we don't want to hear anything from you. Scott continues. I almost sigh out loud. I'm afraid that I need to force a little the subject until I receive an answer from someone with at least 2 brain cells. And what do you think you're doing answering for her? I think she can make her own choices. You don't have to treat her like a glass sculpture. Don't you realize you're just objectifying her? Don't speak, don't listen. Just look pretty. You are very machist, Mr. White Knight. Eidolon speaks and my mouth drops. Damn. I almost laugh. Oh no. Oh God. I will laugh. Someone do something. Scott removes his glasses and attacks Eidolon with his power. Oh no. When I told someone to do something, it wasn't you. And not this. Eidolon is thrown about 20 meters, destroying several trees in the process until he comes to an abrupt stop. Unharmed. Scott didn't hold back in that attack, and I've seen Scott destroy a building that was falling. Damn, he is tough. I don't want to fight him. But when your friends make a mess, you throw yourself in the middle first and ask questions later. I see. Even if your attack doesn't hurt me, I can be thrown because of the force. After all, I weigh less than 100 kilograms. I need to always make a conscious effort to stay in place. Eidolon speaks as he walks calmly towards us. Maybe he won't take this attack seriously, right? To don't escalate the situation. It's no wonder that in those fighting in anime, the fighters are thrown for several kilometers, even though they don't take damage. As thanks, let me teach you the same lesson. Eidolon disappears and when he reappears he is already in front of Scott. Damn, he is fast too. And does he watch anime? I want to talk to him more now. He punches Scott, throwing him a few meters until he hits a tree. After that he stops in place and takes a paper from somewhere, and scratches something with a pen. -1, he says. Weird. Well, now the conversation's been thrown out the window. By the way, you all are in combat stance. Now I'll have to be a little more forceful and rough with your guys. Sorry, but we'll talk later. Eidolon says. I can't resist and talk. Forceful is with Rogue. Yay, I had see your porn history. Kinky. She looks bright red now. Kitty. A friend, I have the moral obligation of always embarrass her. From the hand of Eidolon, black whip-like things begin to stretch. But tentacles are up to you, Kitty. I know you watch that Japanese shit. Now is my turn to blush. Damn. Nice. Come back. Touché, Rogue, touché. Haha. You two are funny. No hard feelings after this, right? We could even hang out in the future. Eidolon says, and I'd agree, but all I can think when dozens of those things he's holding out come my way is, fuck you, Scott. Hello boys and girls. Long chapter, hope you all enjoyed it. Stay with me now just a little longer and I'll answer some questions, okay? I thought about answering directly, but I think it will give more visibility here. Well, first about the MC alignment. I've answered in the past, but it fits more with chaotic good. Overall he wants to do good things, but he won't hesitate to do bad things for his goal. I have already shown this in several instances. The BNHA arc is a good way to see the MC moral compass. He knows that in order to accomplish certain things, it is necessary to get his hands dirty. He can't be a good guy like Superman. Little spoiler, a long-term plan for Hector is to replace the criminal underworld oppression with his own group. Dominate all organized crime. He feels that it is impossible to stop crime, so the best option would be to control crime and replace the activities, so as not to affect the lives of ordinary people. No more protection feed, threats, blackmail, harmful drugs. Like old school mafia. Obviously it will be a summon that will take care of that. He won't want to publicly associate himself. See the importance of summons now? About my schedule release is in general at the weekend, but sometimes I can't post. Too much to do. Now about Kana and the child. I have several ideas, but I haven't decided yet. And I won't bring the two into the story for now. I feel like it's not the time for Hector to have that emotional baggage. Let's the man be free a little. The child was conceived a few hours before Hector left, which is the main reason Hector didn't notice. If he stayed a few more days, maybe he made a mistake. But if even Batman can have Damian Wayne with Talia al Ghul, and not know for 10 years, we can forgive our MC. Now I'm going to answer some specific questions from a reader. Deist Iitokv. I liked the questions. Constructive criticism is always appreciated. One solitary pinnacle. Hector has a lot of charisma. But will he make any real friends if he keeps this up? Luke Cage reconsidered his mistake, but the protagonist has no plans to give second chances. Hector is being as paranoid as Batman. What good is he to have power or money? No friends, no family. Summons are just puppets based on how Gatcha Essence treats it. They cannot fill that void. Answer: Hector doesn't know that Luke Cage has reconsidered the mistake. When someone gives you a bad first impression, it's hard to overlook, right? But Hector didn't take it to heart. In the future they will get along well. I like Luke Cage. And Hector has a preconception of the comics, movies, cartoons he's seen. So he doesn't really trust people in the Marvel world that much. Because almost all of them screw up badly at some point. That's why he's leaving them all an arm's length. And I think this is normal. Over time he will live and open up more. And relax, he'll have people to trust besides summons. It's just hard for him at the moment. Trust in my character development. Too brainwashed by essence. This option should be optional. Summons are sentient beings. In Marvel it is very dangerous to play with love, affection, and will. Love and will are the authority of the one above all. Also the BNHA arc showed that Hector has a moral compass. Essence is too overbearing and looks more and more like an evil product. Answer: Essence does not have a concept of good and evil. Essence only acts with the best interests of the host in mind. The power, when not flawed, will not harm the host. And bringing people in is a high risk. Now it will be up to MC on how he will treat summons. A more amoral guy, or a perverted. Well, you can imagine what they would do. 3 loyalty levels. It seems that Hector doesn't appreciate what comes easily. Obtaining loyalty must have its own difficulty. I recommend dividing it into stages: 1 to 3 low, 4 to 6 medium, 7 to 9 high. 3-6-9 would work as control points for a geometric increase, while 10 would become a quest in the original world of the summon. Answer: but it's exactly like that, haha. But Hector doesn't have a guide to know that. At first it will be easy, but reaching the maximum level is really difficult. But without the quest part, a lot of work goes into doing a quest for one person. But Hector can help with regrets and ambitions of a person and level up things to the future. 4 balanced as it should be. Thanos was right. The gender of the invocation must be balanced, or this novel will become a generic ecchi. Readers who were looking for something different will disappear in ashes. It is my prophecy. If Gok Essence engraves love towards Hector, what will happen to the male or other summons? He will create embarrassing situations or flaws in your logic about Essence. It is better to replace love with fanaticism or respect. Answer: first, there will be male summons. They will come in the next Gatcha. I just picked the women at first, to appeal to the audience. I know most are men, and we all like badass woman. And love is very broad. Brothers love, mother, father, friend, subordinate, fan, pets. I think fanaticism would be too much. Fanatism becomes obsession. And obsession is dangerous. Yanderes and stalkers. As I've already said, Essence has Hector's best interests in mind, not that it's sentient. So love is very strong. No yaoi, sorry. Unless he summons someone gay, who might like Hector. But he will not reciprocate. 5. The hidden problem of longevity. Wolverine, Loki, Zeus, Apollo. Do you know what they have in common? They are pansexual. Many authors forget this point. Time is merciless and people change their tastes. Hector is straight, but will he give up the entire forest for a few trees? In the Omniverse there is a diversity of admirable characters that can attract Hector by the light of him. Answer: I'm not a part of the LGBT community, so I don't feel comfortable trying to write about it. It's hard enough to write about women p.o.v.s and what I think it's about longevity. There are many instances where people don't change that much. Superman remained loyal to Lois, even for 1,000,000 years after her death. In cultivation novels, people live a long time, but strong feelings remain. It's a difficult subject, the human mind adapts really easily, but I don't think this story will show Hector as 15,000 years old or something like that. So I'm not too worried. But that's why harem is a thing in this story, sorry. Hector has all the Omniverse at his fingertips. Is hard for a man, don't make a harem. Realism. That's all. Sorry for being long. Be well and until next time. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. The Sith Code. Sorry for the delay, but I have 3 written exams last week and 2 essays. I made the chapter, but I don't like very much, so I don't post it last week, because of dialogue, the bane of my existence. As a non-American person, dialogue is very hard for me, and I work hard to not make it stiff and unnatural. Anyway, enjoy. New York, third-person POV. Walking through the halls of SHIELD, New York headquarters, Nick Fury is delighted to see all the employees and agents running out of his way. It took him a long time to get to the position he is in today, decades in fact. And he had to do it twice. In the 1980s, the newly promoted director of SHIELD suffers in the hands of a certain criminal that tricked and captured him, and using old Hydra technology, developed by the madman Arnim Zola, switches bodies with him, assuming Nicholas Fury's position and identity. It took years to prove the truth and regain the trust of the high UPS. Understandable. After all, how they would know that it's truly him? Luckily, Peggy Carter vouched for him, and with the help of an acquaintance of hers, Charles Xavier, he proves his innocence and that he was in fact the real Nick Fury. Unfortunately, making a hard choice when faced with the criminal in his former body, he killed the guy together with his old identity. And because of this, now he is a bald black man. Well, on the bright side, he becomes 30 years younger, and with his own version of super soldier serum, he still looks 30 years old. Well, he can't compare to Natasha Romanoff and Wolverine, who like him have been active since World War II but have incredibly youthful appearances. One for being a mutant and the other for being injected with her own version of the super soldier serum as well, of the Black Widow program, with a focus on increasing lifespan. It looks like costs a lot of money to make one Black Widow, so she has to be active for decades to make up for it. Too bad for her old employers. She had morals and now works for SHIELD. The only thing that intrigues Fury is the fact that he lost the same eye twice. In World War II, fragments of a grenade hit him, and later with his new body, when he was on a mission with Captain Marvel and Ms. Marvel, a certain alien monstrosity took advantage of a moment of distraction and injured the same fucking eye again. After that, Fury believes that the universe really wanted his left eye, so he'll let the universe have this little win. Just this one. That will be the last time that he will admit defeat to fate. After this, he will be in control. And Fury worked hard for this. With his work throughout the years, he already knew the multitude of dangerous enemies lurking in the shadows. People with powers beyond what normal humans can achieve. But his encounter with the Marvel couple made him see how small humanity is in the great scheme of things. How weak and fragile. And how ignorant we are of our own precarious situation. Humanity needs to be better if it wants to have a chance against what is out there, in space. Move up into the universe food chain, but we don't have time. The best option will be a group of extraordinary individuals holding out until the rest of the world could catch up. And like that, the Avengers Initiative was born. His own brainchild. Too bad it was never implemented. Lack of permission of the superiors and people to be part of the Avengers. But now, there is a chance. And Nick Fury is now going to meet with this chance. In fact, the greatest asset possible, and the one who will be able to lead the Avengers. The legendary Captain Steve Rogers himself. Freshly awakened from the ice, the war hero Captain America. That's huge. The birth, or perhaps the creation, of Captain America was a game-changer moment for the world arms race. The focus went from manufacturing weapons to who would make the best soldiers. After all, even if you have such weapons of mass destruction, what will you gain from turning your enemies into a wasteland? People can do all kinds of jobs, subtle jobs, that a BVR missile could not do. Even with the death of Dr. Erskine, the man who made the original super soldier serum formula, the world has never stopped trying to recreate his success, and every country wants its own super soldiers, many with different variations. The Hulk is the biggest example, and Fury suspects that the Green Goblin and Spider-Man are also the results of those researches. After all, he already confirmed with Charles Xavier that the duo of hero and villain are not mutants. That's why Fury is already preparing a mission with his best agents to investigate the company that is the main suspect in these experiments, Oscorp. The big problem was political. Norman Osborn simply has too many friends in the upper echelons. So many were trying to stop this investigation. No doubt because they wanted any benefit for themselves first rather than letting it fall into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. Sometimes Fury just wants to bomb some politicians' cars. It's this kind of thing that makes people like Trask and Ross still be able to jump around, even after fucking up really bad sometimes. Money and benefits are all that matter to these people. Even the World Security Council is not beyond this situation. Fury is snapped out of his pessimistic thoughts by a loud sound. He then notices that Captain America has sent flying a punch bag that weighs at least 50 kilograms, so hard that has been enough to send it through many meters, flying and with a hole in the middle. If that punch bag was owing to you money, you could have told me. I would help you break it knees. Fury announces his presence. Steve Rogers turns to the newcomer and gives a nod saying sir, before going to get another punch bag to use. The punch bag is not the problem, sir. Steve continues as he hangs up the punch bag. And what would it be? Nick Fury asks. Me, Steve says I shouldn't be here. Today, in this day and age. Steve starts punching. Precise movements, but a pretty old-fashioned kind of boxing, Fury notes. He'll see with some agent to update the captain when possible. 60 years was a long time. And everything evolved, even fighting styles. But some things don't change. And that's why Nick Fury needs Captain America. If Fury wanted to, he could use the loyalty the man has for the country, and for doing what's right, and use his superior position to get Steve Rogers to comply and follow his orders, and do missions. But that's not what Fury wants. He's looking for the long-term benefit. He wants Steve Rogers to join him of his own accord. I don't know, Captain. Fury starts. I think it's pretty normal that you're here. Normal? Freezing in ice and awakening 60 years later is normal? Steve asks with a raised eyebrow. If you caught up with what's happening today, you'd be surprised you are still very normal. But if you want an example of that, you can simply look at me. Fury says dramatically. I myself have been alive since World War II, Captain. I was there in Pearl Harbor, and I was fighting with the Howling Commandos at various times as well. Steve looks puzzled. How? I don't remember you. I'm not surprised, you see. A certain criminal captured me and switched bodies with me. That's why I look like this. I'm Nicholas Joseph Fury. Do you remember the eye patch? The only thing that stayed the same, Fury concludes. This is unbelievable, Lieutenant Fury. How? Steve says shocked. I'll tell you the whole story later. But know that people like Logan and Black Widow are alive too, and young. Others are not so young. Like Peggy Carter. Fury says slowly. Fury sees Steve's expression change, looking sad, frustrated. Several expressions crossed the captain's face in a few seconds. Tell me, Captain, how were your last moments? Nick Fury says, raising an eyebrow. You fought on a plane with a Nazi leader who had no face and has a glowing alien object that could empower weapons. The world was already strange. Now you're just part of the weird side. And things are even stranger these days, Cap. Fury says, returning to calling Steve Rogers familiarly, and maybe the world needs a normal guy like you again. He ends up handing Steve a file and then saying goodbye. Fury knows it's not good to force anything right now. Steve Rogers isn't the type to ignore a bad situation. Even after Nick Fury left, Steve remained silent for a long time before sitting down and looking at the documents. It had a lot of important information that happened over the last few decades. Secret information that Steve hasn't had access to until now. Projects trying to make super soldiers, and other more powerful weapons. Files of people too. His old teammates Howard Stark, Peggy Carter, and more recent ones. With names like Iron Man, Ant-Man, Wasp, Hulk, Fantastic Four, and many others. Steve Rogers was alone with his thoughts for a long time without moving. Hector POV sigh, things escalated again. I think as I use Black Whip just to keep Kitty busy. I wonder if this is some sort of fanservice? Sorry, Shimura-san. I tried. But honestly, this works for me just fine. As long as I don't do any irreversible damage, I don't think I'll become an enemy of the X-Men. I really didn't have the patience to deal with Scott. I could have just ignored him, right? I should have known what Scott is like and predicted his reaction. Am I getting arrogant? Nah, I guess I just have little patience for idiots. I spoke so many times and asked politely, but Scott wouldn't let Jean answer. I saw that the conversation wasn't going to progress, so I provoke him a little. And I want this to be over before Xavier arrives. I don't want to deal with him right now. I wonder if I have any prejudice against Scott. In the movies, he really is almost unbearable. In the comics he did really questionable things. Like that time he has a relationship and impregnated a clone of Jean Grey, and when Jean resurrected, he abandoned Madeline Pryor and the child. What is this strange feeling in my chest? I'm forgetting something? My sixth sense is bothering me. And I use Haki and I'm force sensitive, so I must trust my instincts. It's because Scott was manipulated by Mr. Sinister to like Jean, right? Must be it. That's why he's so emotionally unstable. Poor guy. I will help him in the future. I can help him with the uncontrollable power he has. It's not because I don't like him that I'm going to let the guy suffer. Although there are people in much worse situations than him. So he shouldn't complain so much. Well, let's forget about that for now. And a part of me also wants to teach these guys a lesson. Not to hurt them, but to make them take these super fights more seriously. I don't think these guys have plot armor. A well-placed shot by a sniper can kill even the strongest ones, like Jean or Storm. Let's give these guys some urgency by showing how weak they are. I think I'll do something similar with Spider-Man later. A little wake-up call. No need to worry, I'll be nice, I say, looking at the X-Men, unless you want me not to be. Rough Rogue, I say, giving Rogue a look. Recalling Kitty's comment about the Southern Belle metahuman preferences. Haha. Nice one, I will use this from now on. Kitty laughs as she tries to circle me. And Rogue blushes even more. And tentacles, huh? I have an even more similar power with tentacles. But I think would be weird to use. I say while using Black Whip to separate the X-Men. Hey, no kink shaming. Not cool, dude. She speaks as her face reddens to compare with Rogue. What if kink shaming is my kink? I shot back. Now you got me. She speaks after a few seconds. Ho, I laugh a little. Can ya forget 'bout that? Rogue speaks in her characteristic accent. Nope. I say, popping the P, it would bring shame to my family if I don't tease a cute girl when I can. And that makes her blush even more, almost tripping. This girl is easy to please. Well, business first. I say, getting serious. Approaching quickly, I try to grab Kitty while using Haki, but my hand just goes through her. Too bad. But expected. I know I can hit her if I use an energy attack at a certain frequency, but I don't have the means right now. Well, let's up the game a little. Using the force, I just throw everything around her high in the air. Really high. Enough for her to disappear. This power of yours isn't really intangibility. You separate your own atom to go through intra-atomic spaces, greatly lowering the density of your body. But you still exist. So it can still be manhandled by telekinetic force. I advise using a power to project my voice. An optical beam comes toward me, but I just let it pass me by like it doesn't exist. I have a similar power, By the way, Mirio's old quirk was improved by me. Now it's at Kitty's power level. When I awakened the Machi Machi no Mi, I understood how Logia types work with clothes. I remember reading somewhere that Oda makes devil fruit powers work on clothes just for convenience, so he doesn't have to draw naked characters. But I see that the power of the devil fruit extends to everything the bioelectricity the body produces. This bioelectric aura is very thin, but if the body surpasses human limits. So with that principle, I make most of my powers affect my suit. The fact that it is made of unstable molecules helps very much too. After letting several optical beams of Scott pass through my body, I reach out and use a low-key op power. Larceny, able to steal small objects. But it has a weight and size limit. I use it on his glasses, making Scott useless now. Don't you bring an extra? Very unprepared. I advise. A little force push later and he is thrown away. Speak and Rogue throw themselves at me. I'm not the type to look down on someone because their power is weak. But Speak is really out of his league right now. The projectiles he throws, I just shove to the side and then I punch him in the stomach, making him double over like a shrimp. I thought he could make bone armor. Or is this in the future? All this time Jean is trying to attack me. But the telepathy doesn't work and I'm just ignoring her telekinesis, which tries to restrain me. And the objects she's throwing at me are useless. Watching almost in slow motion Rogue's hand approaching my face under the hood, trying to find some part of my body uncovered. I just step to the side and put her into submission on the floor. God, do you want to touch me that much? Okay, I say and grab her wrist. Rogue is a secondary objective for my visit. First, I want to copy her power, maybe even merge it with my power manipulation, and finally be able to copy physiologies. My power is strong, but it has certain blind spots. Power manipulation works with unnatural powers of individuals, but even better if it's an innate ability. That is, not gained from experiments or accidents. It was difficult to copy Luke's mutate power, possible but hard. I believe I can't copy magic either. And I tried giving the talent for magic I got from Loki to Isabella as a test, but it didn't work. I believe these limitations will decrease or even disappear if I upgrade power manipulation enough. Maybe reach the level of Protégé, the guy who managed to copy the Living Tribunal power set. So I'll try to copy Rogue's metapower. My focus today is Jean Grey's Omega level telepathy, but I won't waste this opportunity. Also, I want Rogue to use her power on me. Okay, sounds stupid. But I have a good reason. My secondary power allows me to adapt to powers mine, and that is used against me. It's a defense mechanism, so I don't self-destruct. It's not at Darwin's level, who can adapt instantly. But it's good enough. Rogue can absorb a lot of things from a person. And she's not the only one here in Marvel that does this. There are people like Selene Gallio, and she is much more problematic than Rogue. So I'll use it as training. And it's better to use it now when I don't have such op powers. From here on I'll only get stronger. Next month Gatcha, I can gain better cards, and would be a problem if Rogue absorbs me at that time. Of course, I will protect my memories and I will be the one who controls the process. If all goes well, I'll gain resistance to all types of absorption. So guiding Rogue's hand lightly under my mantle, I make a hole in my UMF suit and let Rogue's fingers touch me lightly. It's a strange feeling. I feel my stamina and vitality being slightly drained, but this I have in excess. My focus is different. I feel a suction force reaching out to my mind and inner world. My mind is the first thing I defend, and I feel the suction force being held back from invading my memories, but still passing harmlessly through my mindscape. Now to my powers. In my inner world, the stars in the sky represent my powers, and those in the center are the strongest. Of course, I'm going to stop Rogue from gaining access to these. I start to consciously guide my secondary mutation to protect these powers, and it works. I feel the suction force being barred and just absorbing some of the powers outside the central part. After a while and seeing that Rogue's absorption has become ineffective, I let her hand touch my chest freely. The suction force greatly increases in intensity but is still prevented from reaching my most important memories or powers. And in response to that, my resistance also increases. Haha, neat. Unfortunately, a problem arises. I don't know if it's because she's absorbing a lot of my powers, but it looks like it will take me a while to copy her power. It's as if everything merged into one thing. TCH. The rest of the X-Men could show up at any time. If Kurt shows up and takes Jean away, it will all be for nothing. Or maybe she's absorbing my own resistance. Well, I can always come back later, when the effects of the absorption wear off. Hard choices, but I'll give up Rogue's power for now. Time to focus on the main course. I will copy Rogue's power later. I will come back in the future with a solution for the side effect of her power, so I don't think she will mind me copying it. I could steal her power, but I don't want to reveal now that I can take powers permanently. I have a plan for this, and one part of me doesn't want to see her giving up on her powers. I want to give her more options. Looking at Rogue, I see her with a dazed expression. Her mouth hung open in an O shape, and her hand roamed my torso. This is starting to get weird. After a while longer I separate Rogue's hand from my body. She looks like she doesn't want to let go. I think my resistance is high enough now. I also want to see how my powers will interact with her. It will be a good experiment. Awkward, but I knock her unconscious with somnambulism. Midnight's power. After gently lowering her to the ground, I look up and see Kitty, who is finally falling. Using the force, I grab her gently too. "Hello there," I say. "General Kenobi, you're an asshole." She answers very pale, but still gets the reference. I'm really starting to like her. "Sorry, but not sorry," I say, and knock her unconscious too. After placing Kitty on Rogue's side, I turn to Jean, the last one left. "Now I am going to kidnap you just a little bit," I say. Sigh. I guess I don't have much of a choice. "Right," she speaks. "Jean, run." Scott yells and opens his eyes from my overall direction, and then starts aiming more correctly, after seeing me. "Too late," I say, appearing behind Jean and wrapping her in black mist. "Don't worry, sir. I'll bring her back before 10 p.m. and I won't touch below her shoulders." Bye, I say mockingly to Scott. "Here, take your glasses back, Velma," I say, tossing his red glasses towards him. I just can't resist in making fun of him. Using Warp Gate, I choose the coordinates of my destination. I chose the top of Mount Everest as a place to talk. A secluded place, high and cold. You know, flames that can destroy everything. Maybe it's useless, but it's better than nothing. "Huh? Where are we? Can you teleport to?" "Ugh," cold Jean says after appearing at my side. I take a close look at her. Well, she's pretty as expected. Everyone appears to be in this world. Red hair and green eyes, like Mary Jane. But MJ1 is still prettier. Or maybe the right word would be hotter. Jean has a gentle, mature vibe, while MJ1 is damn sexy. Well, the focus is not on appearance. Reaching out my hand, I touch her shoulder, using a power to warm her. "Let's keep the promise to Scott." "Huh. Sorry, Ms. Gray. But hold on for a while," I say, making her look at me. She seems calmer than I expected. "So what do you want?" she says, on guard. Signaling to the side, I tell her to follow me while I keep a hand on her shoulder. "Allow me to keep you warm during our conversation." "Don't worry, I'm a gentleman." Lies. I could protect her from the cold without needing to touch her, but I need contact to copy. And apparently, it will take at least 20 minutes to copy her telepathy, let alone the telekinesis. "Sit here with me." I touch a large rock and use Overhaul to reshape the rock into something similar to a sofa. Then I take off the insulation blanket from under my cloak, which I just created with creation, and cover it. Using Whirlwind, I protect us of the strong and cold winds. "Please, sit. When we're done, I'll take you back safe and sound." "I promise," I say. She looks at me for a while before sitting down. "You seem to have no ill intentions, considering you could have been a lot more violent. But it's hard to trust you since I can't read your mind," she says. "Oh," I gasp exaggeratedly. "You mean without reading my mind? You have to talk and look at me like a normal person to judge my intentions?" "It must be hard," I say, teasing a little. She has the decency to blush a little. "Okay, that's on me. But you understand what I'm talking about." "Huh. Relax, we all have our differences. Advantages and disadvantages. We get used to it and lose a bit of common sense when we have powers, right? Your friend who can teleport would probably climb walls out of boredom if he had to take a 12-hour train ride. And Kitty should only use doors for appearances," I say. "Yeah, just like that," she says, agreeing. "Power corrupts. I don't mean that the person will become evil, but it sure changes the person. That's why I'm careful not to abuse certain powers, like making clones and seeing the future. A lot of problems. These powers can bring if used too much or carelessly, or even make me lazy. Civil War II happened because of a guy who could see the future, I think. Minority Report style. Luxury is the enemy of man, my grandfather once told me. Someone who's always used to having someone cook for them will never learn to cook. Or someone who has a private driver won't know how to take a train. Certain luxuries take us away from common and basic things. Jean looks at me. I think you're right. She says thoughtfully. I get so used to reading minds. It's weird to meet someone for the first time and not know what's on their mind. She says. You don't have to read minds to know what's on my mind. I'm a young man. Obviously, I'm thinking of you, Kitty and Rogue Naked, duh. I say. Seriously. She pauses, before chuckling. Ha 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 ha. What happened to you being a gentleman? She says, almost wiping her tears. Ah, that was unexpected. The first time anyone admits in having perverted thoughts to me. But somehow I can't believe you're having them right now. She says, looking at me. Oh, how do you know? I ask, intrigued. Could her powers be stronger than I thought? Maybe. Empathy. I don't know. Just compare it with past experiences. You don't act like you are thinking of something perverted. She says, suddenly falling silent, probably remembering something. Ugh, I don't even want to imagine what you hear or see. High school. Being a woman. I say sympathetically. Right? Women call me a bitch in their minds, and most boys imagine me in not very nice situations. She says, huffing, damn. Sucks, huh? Yeah, this too. She says and pauses. I pause too. Wait. She looks at me cheekily. It's my turn to laugh. Ha ha ha. Good one. Never thought that you would make that type of joke. Now that she seems to have relaxed a little more with my presence, it's time to get serious. So Ms. Gray, you can call me Jean. She interrupts. No need to be so formal. You don't look much older than I am. How old are you? She asks. Sorry, Jean. Not telling. Secret identity. And you still expect me to trust what you're going to say? Scott is right, she says, testing me. First, I don't need you to trust or believe, just listen to Mayo, will make your own decisions. And second, what's the deal with Scott? I ask. Dude needs to chill, he has a crush on me, if you haven't noticed. She says after hesitating a bit. And you intend to give him a chance? I'm going out with Duncan. A guy from our high school, she replies. I wince. Poor Scott. Damn. The guy can't even hide his crush. Sucks to be him. I thought Mr. Sinister had manipulated both sides, both Jean and Scott. Was it just Scott? I pity him now. Suffering so much. All to create Rachel Summers, I think. Because the Summer and Grey DNA is very strong and compatible. Then after all this, Mr. Sinister creates Madeline Pryor, a clone of Jean. The X-Men storyline is weird. Clones, time travel, damn. Yes. Jean replies, looking down. You don't have to feel bad, you know? It's not your fault. You can't control how you feel. If you accepted Scott's feelings out of pity, then you would be hurting both of you. I say. She looks at me. Do you like this Duncan guy? I ask. The longer we stay here, the better. I will be able to copy her telekinesis at this rate. Not a lot. She answers uncertainly. Are you asking me? It's like our Duncan is a hot guy and popular. He asked me out. Everyone expected me to say yes. And I said yes. She says, but the more she says, the more she sees that logic itself is fucked up. I facepalm. That mind-reading power of yours backfires, Jean. You worry too much about what people think of you. I bet you deduced that if you rejected it, they would think badly of you, right? Or that is only natural to you to accept, right? After all other girls would accept too. Right. I say. And by the way, she cringes. Bullseye. Teenagers. No matter how powerful, they still care too much about their social image. Jean, you can't please everyone. Focus on pleasing the people who are important to you without sacrificing your own happiness, obviously. I say seriously. She lightly bites her lip uncertainly. Sigh, you don't have to take my advice seriously. You don't know me and I don't know you. I'm just a busybody. I don't know anything about your life. Just keep in mind what I say. I say, deciding to drop the subject. Well, let's talk about something more important. I want you to listen to me until the end. And try to stay calm. I'll answer any questions you want later. I say, and she nods. Well, Jean, for starters, as you've probably noticed, I have a lot of powers, she nods. One of my powers allows me to see the future. I start. I'll go the route of seeing the future. I haven't even used foresight on her yet, but I'll talk about the possibility anyway. Honestly, I think hiding it will do more harm than good. Isn't it better that she knows that she is the potential avatar of a universal level threat? I want to end misunderstandings, which are the main cause of conflict between heroes at Marvel. And in this future I saw, you may have caused the destruction of the planet. I continue. And I expect the normal reaction. What? She exclaims in horror. Yes, this one. Listen to me, the future is not written in stone. It can change. I saw this possibility and I came to talk to you about it. Let's work it out, okay? I say, squeezing her shoulder a little, to calm her down. Okay, she says, calming down a bit, but still horrified. I don't know if she believes me, but if she only listens, it will be enough. I don't know how the Phoenix Force is going to act in this universe. Maybe she tries to take Jean's body, tricking her. Maybe she doesn't even have a conscience, act on automatic. Who knows? Far better that Jean knows what she's dealing with. Well, can I ask you a few questions before continuing? Can you tell me how you awakened your powers? When did you move to the institute? How the professor trained you? I say. She looks at me before starting to speak. My mutation awakened when I was 12. My best friend at the time, Annie, was hit by a car. The trauma made me awaken my telepathic and empathic powers. I even felt her death from her perspective. It was horrible, she tells me sadly. I just wait for her to continue. There's not much a stranger like me can say now. I was depressed for days, until the professor came to help me. My powers were very strong. I could hear everything for miles. Then he said he would put up some telepathic barriers to keep me from suffering so much, so that I would slowly get used to my mutation. Oh, red flag. I and Scott were the first students. Obviously Dr. Hank and Aurora were already with the professor, but we were the first kids. Then came others, Bobby, Kurt, Warren, Piotr with his sister. She continues. Names that weren't in X-Men Evolution. Confirming that only the age group must have changed. In the comics the X-Men are a little older than Spider-Man, like 5 years difference. For a long time, we only learned to control our powers and adapt to society. You know, ethics and stuff. Not abusing our powers. She speaks. But a year ago, we started doing rescue missions, which previously only adults did. Obviously, we were trained before. Into the danger room. It's a room that makes simulations, she explains. I just listen. Now I have a good understanding. Nothing too remarkably different. All in my expectations. Now tell me, how am I going to destroy the world? She suddenly speaks quite loudly, looking at me. First, calm down. Nothing is certain. Don't take my visions as absolute truth. I imagine now you understand why I want to talk to you in private. It will be your choice to share our conversation with your friends. I say, and she nods. Thanks for the consideration. She says she is the only one who can judge if this information is shared, although it will all be for nothing if Xavier can read her mind from this conversation. Well, let me ask you another question. What's the weirdest situation you've ever gotten yourself into as an X-Man or X-Woman? I ask before. She starts to explain everything. Well, she thinks. For a time about 3 months ago we were going to stop Magneto from getting a certain chemical component, which we believed would be used as a chemical weapon. It turned out to be actually a version of Captain America's super soldier serum. Magneto used the serum to make himself look much younger. Kurt hesitated to stop the machine, because it could kill Magneto. So he let the procedure be finished. She tells me, remembering. It was a surprise to see a ripped up Magneto coming out of that tube, but he just walked away without hurting anyone else. After that, we didn't hear from him anymore. Only brotherhood in our school. She concludes. Magneto rejuvenating, I think it happened in the comics. Or was it in a cartoon? He's always been in shape, right? I see. Well, it looks like you're a newbie, because there are so much weirder things in this world. Like gods, aliens, magic, parallel universes. I start. You're kidding, right? I wanted to be. But we live in a crazy multiverse. Pantheons like Olympus and Asgard are real. Aliens too. Even the pyramids in Egypt are problematic. Stay away from therefore. Now, by the way, I notice. Although these things haven't happened yet, I know they can happen. So to gain her trust one can talk about it now. When it inevitably proves to be true, everything I say will be more credible. Investment in my relationship with one of the most powerful beings in this universe. Stonks. But what I'm getting at is, you are strong, Jean, stronger than you think. Your telepathic ability is so strong that you are compatible with a cosmic entity made of pure flaming Shinnik energy that rules over rebirth. I say, I'll ask again. You're kidding, right? And I'll say it again, I want it to be. Have you never had any dreams, or visions of flames? Or a bird? A white room? Does the name Phoenix sound familiar? I ask, more interested. Her brows knit together. To think maybe, somehow, I have a strange familiarity with what you're talking about, she says before falling silent. Take your time to think, I say. And finally I decide to use foresight. Foresight isn't very specific. The further I look into the future, the more the images get messy and obscure. Using my power to see the period from this year to December should be enough. For now. And I begin to see Jean Grey's future. As a really fast-forward movie, I watch Jean train, go to school, travel on an X-Men jet, fight some mutants, go to space, get intimate with a man. Yikes, wait, I know that guy. It is me? No. One of the worst love triangles in fiction, Logan Jean Scott. Will it become a love square? Like the fantastic foursome of Susan Reed Namer Doom? Oh no, I command my destiny. This will only happen if I want to. Calm down, Hector. I will stay away from unnecessary drama. Like, Jean isn't all bad. If I were to choose a female from Marvel to be my love partner, she would definitely be at the top 5 of the list. Beautiful, smart, powerful, and already part of the meta community. But I won't chase her, if it happens. It happened. Heya, guys. Interrupting this chapter for a little message. The chapter will continue later. As I said before, not every woman will be a love interest. In fact, I haven't even decided the love interests yet. I can give a spoiler that will likely eventually be Wanda and Rogue for now. I like the two. But even that isn't set in stone yet. I just think that the two have been received a bad hand that Hector could help, you know? Let's see. Kitty I see more as a bro for the MC. But that doesn't stop the MC from having one night stand with some Marvel girls. I just want to say, don't expect serious romantic development for now. And not to get excited every time a female appears, I can say now the requirement to be a true love interest, accept all faces of the MC, good and bad. And believe me, that eliminates a lot of possibilities. Gwen, for example, would never accept Hector as having a criminal empire. By the way, a question for you guys. If you could only choose one Marvel woman to marry, who would you choose? Take everything into account. Well, that's all. Back to the chapter. Taking a deep breath, I start to process the rest of the vision so I see what I wanted, or rather what I didn't want. A Jean Grey engulfed in flames. 2 huge flaming wings behind her. And her speaking the famous Dark Phoenix phrase. I am fire, and life incarnate, now and forever, I am Phoenix. Shit, I have an average time of 6 months to try to avoid this. Okay, you can do it, Hector. There are several contingencies. Is no endgame yet. How are you, Jean? I ask to get my mind off negative thoughts. And hers too. I don't know. It's a lot to receive. Sorry. But I thought it would be better to be upfront with you. I say. No, I appreciate it. Thanks, but now what? You'll kill me? I am a danger to everyone, right? She asks, looking straight at me. Her body language says she won't go down without a fight, but at the same time she's not so averse to the idea of being killed to protect her friends. She is just that nice. No, Jean, I want to avoid the worst case scenario. I want you to prepare and be alert. Who knows, maybe the mere fact that I told you has already altered the future. I say, shrugging my shoulders. Make no mistake. If I run out of options, and you really are going to destroy the world, I will kill you without mercy. I say seriously. She widens her eyes a little. But I'll give you every chance, Jean. I will help you as best I can. I appreciate it. I really don't think about becoming evil, but... She talks, but I interrupt. You're not evil. The problem is that Phoenix Force. It is an entity that represents rebirth, life and death. It has no concept of good or evil. It will likely act by responding to the host's emotions, amplifying your emotions, if they are too negative maybe you'll become the Dark Phoenix, I say. There's also the fact that we don't know what it's like to transcend and have all that power in your hands, right? Maybe you miss the distinction between good and evil. Maybe you wanted to make better planet Earth, but in order for it to have rebirth, death is necessary first. It's a complicated subject, Jean. We have to think about avoiding it. That's why I'm curious about your telepathic training. How do you train? Honestly, I think you're too weak for an Omega level, sorry. I says honestly. Well, the professor usually instructs me with telepathic training. Not all of my mental barriers have been removed yet. I don't like this. I say sincerely. Creating restrictions like that will only bring more bad than good. You have to get used to your real power. And I also don't like the idea of someone else having access to your mind. I trust the professor, she defends. I don't. To be honest, I have the theory that him putting up a barrier to restrict your powers is one of the factors in you becoming Dark Phoenix. He appears to be the controlling type. I speak sincerely. Maybe this will create much pressure in you, till you simply explode. I speak, thinking about the various media of my former world. She only looks at me. I shrug. Again, I'm just talking. Consider it all bullshit. IG you want. You're the only one who knows the guy. I almost finished copying telepathy. Here, take this. I say, delivering a stack of papers. These are mental exercises, for defense, and such. I found it in an old book. Knowing I was going to talk to Jean, and knowing that her mental instability might have been caused by Xavier, I copied the defense and mental training parts from the chakra books. Just the basics. If this can avoid the Dark Phoenix saga, I'll be more than happy. I don't know if it will work for you, but it doesn't hurt to try, right? I say and watch her read the papers. Thanks. All of this makes sense a little, I can say only by looking superficially. She speaks gratefully. Relax, it's just a copy. I didn't lose anything doing it. I say. And Dune. Telepathy acquired. I will keep deactivated for now. I will train later. We can go now. Jean. Your friends must be worried, I say, making a move to stand up. Wait. She says, and I stop. Can we stay here for a while? She asks a little hesitantly. I just look at her. It's so quiet here, you know. Distant. Isolated, relaxing. She confesses after a while. I see. Must be hard. All the time you need, Jean, I say, relaxing back into my seat. And I take advantage of this and start to copy telekinesis too. She also straightens up and takes my hand off her shoulder and places it on her thigh, just above the knee. I will allow. Don't tell, Scott. She says, smiling a little. It feels uncomfortable to keep your hand on my shoulder all the time, right? I laugh. Haha. Okay, if it doesn't bother you. After that, we were silent for a while. Looking around, I relax a little. Whoa, I was really tense, huh? It's only when I feel the tension leave my shoulders that I notice the difference. And I contemplate. I'm on top of Mount Everest, a hard place to go for a normal person, and I came here in seconds. I could have used my powers to enjoy life a little, right? See the world. All I'd done was some super business, not that it's bad. But this is slowly burning me out. I'm so focused on surviving, that I'm not living. Let's work on that in the future. Reaching out my hand, I make a camera lens appear in my palm and I take a picture of the beautiful landscape. Snap. What is that? Jean asks from my side. You know I have various powers, not all of them are for fighting, do you know? I say, pulling out a picture of the opening that appeared in my chest and showing it to her. Whole body lens. It allows me to make camera lenses appear on my body, and it allows me to take pictures of this aperture right here. I say, showing the opening and making several other lenses appear all over my forearm. Neat. Very nice. She says, a little impressed. I move my hand as if taking a selfie and take a picture of the two of us together. Pulling the picture off my chest, I use a pen to write. To Jean Grey, my first fan, my first photo. Idolin, and I put the date and place. Here, an autograph. You're welcome. I say smugly. She receives it and looks at it for a while and laughs. You are famous. I've never heard of you until today. She says. Bitch. I will be. Because I haven't made my debut yet. But this photo will be worth a lot in a few years, believe me. I say, faking outrage. Keep it as compensation for your time, I say, and huff. Hee. Okay, Mr. Idolin. I will make it a family heirloom, she says and bows sarcastically. Do you want an autograph too? Nah. With a stupid name like Marvel Girl, you'll never reach the big leagues anyway, I say mockingly. How dare you? I was 13 when I was asked to decide my code name. She slaps my shoulder lightly as she blushes a little. Well, considering all the usernames I've used in online games, I can't say shit. You know, Jean, it will be boring just staying here. Wants to come with me for a little trip around the world. I stand up and extend my hand to her. Earth is at my fingertips, and I never went beyond America, continent. I remember several places that I wanted to visit before getting my powers. She looks at me and speaks. I would love. And take my hand. With Jean in tow, I start teleporting to various places that I remember being tourist attractions in the world. First is the famous Pink Lake in Australia. Wow, looks like Nesquik. Jean says next to me as we float high. Yeah, there's no definitive explanation for the coloring, but it appears to be because of certain algae and bacteria, I say. After that, we were traveling to places that I remember, and in the meantime, I was talking to Jean. I gained important information from her. She tells me about the X-Men, the day-to-day training. It's not too much for her, but for me, it is very valuable to profile these people of interest. There are many more people than I expected at the Institute. She gossips about the fact that Rogue and Bobby have a crush on Scott. But Rogue crush is slowly fading, and Kitty has the hots for the older Colossus, and more. Scott can't control his power, because of an accident. He received brain damage. Jean says by my side, while we observe some landscapes of New Zealand. Oh, brain damage. That's explain everything, I say exaggeratedly. She slaps my shoulder playfully, but she laughs too. You're the worst. Haha. But this reminds me, Scott has 2 brothers. The younger one is an Omega level that was taken by the Shi'ar Empire, Vulcan. I need to keep an eye on the stars too. On my side, I talk a little bit about the crazy things that are in the world and remain hidden. Obviously, I don't say names, but I talk about secret organizations, some aliens. Skrulls, apparently can shapeshifters, but telepaths like you and Xavier can identify them. If they want to take Earth, they'll have to take care of you. I have the theory that maybe they're out of the shadows and done with the metahuman image, you know, to invade. I talk. I know there's a sentient virus out there, too. Sublime. But is impossible to pinpoint his location, for now. Do all the aliens want to kill us? She asks as we float over the Jurassic coast in England. Nah, just the assholes, but that's what we're most likely to meet, right? By the way, I think throughout our history alien invasions have been stopped several times. I remember reading about prehistoric Avengers one time. There's even a Stone Age Phoenix avatar. Oh, and she is a redhead too. Phoenix Force has good taste. Have you ever encountered any aliens? She asks me. Nope. I answer. I don't count Donald Blake / Thor. What? And how do you know these things? She asks surprised. I read in a certain place. In comics, not that I'm going to say that. Maybe all this stuff I'm talking about doesn't even exist, but I don't think I'm so lucky. Well, you can apparently see the future. I'll believe you for now. She speaks resignedly. I just shrug my shoulders. I'm just saying this because Jean is a very strong potential ally, always good to gain good faith with her. And this thing of metahumans. What is this? I heard you use the term a few times. She asks. Well, then I start to explain the whole philosophy behind it. About disassociating mutants with the names that reduce us and that make us look like narcissistic assholes. Yeah, makes sense. Mutants come from our mutations, so I never really thought about it. But I like metahuman, Jean says after I try to convert her. Whoa, beautiful. She says, mesmerized, looking at the place we've come to now. Keukenhof in Netherlands. The most beautiful flower garden in the world. The fact that the sun is setting also adds to the effect of the image. I will take some pictures too. I leave Jean alone to enjoy the place a little while I make one last stop. Wait for me here. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I say. She just nods her head. Teleporting to Canada, I go to Niagara Falls. Catching a barrel, I'll make a childhood dream come true. Too bad there's no one to cheer for me. Almost a minute later, I come back and Jean asks me why I'm wet. I just replied. I'm an accomplished man now. Okay. She looks at me strangely but doesn't comment further on the matter. Time to go home, Jean. I say, opening the portal to the place of the fight with the X-Men and Brotherhood. We found a completely empty place. Looks like we took more time than I anticipated. Your friends must be worried. I will drop you off at the Institute, I say before opening another portal near the Institute. Looking at the mansion, I feel a large number of people inside. It seems that although the X-Men are not very active, Xavier already has several students. We're here. I really lost track of time. They must be crazy after me, thinking I'm strapped to a lab table in some underground facility somewhere. Jean speaks. Already happened? I ask. Not with me. Do you want to enter? Introduce yourself. I'm sure you can get along with a lot of the people of the Institute if you show up normally, you know, she offers. Nope. In the future, I promise. I want to have a good grip on telepathy before I come face to face with the bald man on wheels. Too bad. Thanks for the ride, Eidolon, Jean says as she holds the mental training papers and the photo. I thank you for your time. One last thing, Jean, I say. She turns and waits for me to speak. I just want you to know that you have options, I say, and she just tilts her head in confusion. About this, you know, metahuman and X-Men stuff, I say, trying to convey my point. Until now you only had two options, Xavier or Magneto. Good or bad. Not much like a choice, right? But I can help you too. And help you if you want to leave this super life behind and follow a normal career too. Nobody said being a heroine has to be for life, right? I finish. And she looks at me. Are you offering me a job or something? Hehe, she asks. Haha. It could be. I just want you to know that you always have a third option. By the way, I will come to visit you periodically. Maybe next month. To see how you're doing. And formally introduce myself to the Institute. Let Xavier know beforehand. I speak. I want to ensure good mental health for Jean. Too much pressure can be a catalyst to the Dark Phoenix. And she is nice enough to be part of my group. Okay. I'm sure the professor will welcome you with open arms, she says as she drops to the Institute's gate and waves. Goodbye, Eidolon. See you later. I disappear from the spot, but I still watch her until she enters the mansion. Jean Grey POV entering the mansion. I brace myself for the barrage of questions I'm likely to receive. Well, it's partly my fault. I'm the one who asked to extend the time for Eidolon. And when we noticed, hours had already passed. Using my password, I pass through the gate and walk through the garden to the front porch. The systems will alert the people of my arrival. And as expected, in the entrance hall there are already several people waiting for me. I come face to face with most of the X-Men, with Ororo, Mr. McCoy, Logan, and the Professor. I think only the youngest are not here. They must be sleeping. And where's Rogue? I ask before anyone can say anything. Did she get hurt in the confrontation with Eidolon? It didn't seem to be the case. She's sleeping. There was a little problem. Kitty says a little uncertainly. Problem. She is dazed after absorbing Eidolon. A few minutes after you were kidnapped. Kitty says invited. I interrupt and correct her. I have to cut the misunderstandings from the root. Invited. The professor and the others arrived, and the professor went to check her mind to see if everything was okay, and Kitty continues. But it is Jubilee that finishes. She just flipped and attacked the professor. Damn, you should have seen her moves. She did a double backflip and throw her hand. And then a high concentrate mass of air went straight to the professor. If Colossus didn't get in the front, Jubilee speaks excitedly, as is her custom. She realized later and calmed down. It seems like it was some reflex. It must be something she got from Eidolon. Eidolon has a great aversion to mind probing. It must have been instinct, I say, remembering my conversation as we traveled the world. Although he's not wrong to be against having his mind read. It worries me how this Eidolon resorts to violence so quickly. The professor speaks from his wheelchair. I don't think he's that belligerent. He seems like a very calm guy. It must be because Rogue hasn't gotten used to it yet. I can't help and defend Eidolon. Scott speaks right after. Jean, are you okay? Did that guy do something to you? No. We just talked. I decide to clarify. Actually, the delay was my fault. Sorry for worrying you guys. Your fault. Ororo asks. In the past, I called her Ms. Monroe. But we've grown very close to each other over the years. And I already see her as a big sister. And she asked to call her by her first name. Yes, he was teleporting me around the world while we were talking. I got a little excited seeing several interesting places. Sorry. I say a little sheepishly. I look like a kid at Disneyland that way. Fufu. It's all right, dear. You should have called. Cerebro had trouble locating you. Ororo speaks. It's just that we move around a lot. And what did you guys talk about? Or did he just want to take you on a date around the world like Aladdin? Kitty asks, grinning a little. Oh, romantic. Yukio talks to the side and I see Ellie rolling her eyes. I hesitate. He wanted to tell me about a threat that would affect everyone. Me mostly. I decide not to say everything. I'm afraid of what they'll think if they know I'm a potential threat. Threat? Logan asks. Yes. Global level threat. I speak. Wow. So it was really important. Kitty speaks. Yeah. He also told me some interesting things, but you won't believe it. Oh? He said he will visit in the future. I say. Will that guy still have the guts to come after everything he did? Scott asks, incensed. Calm down, he didn't even do much. Well, just kicking your asses. Ellie, Negasonic T Anger Warhead speaks. That's a name worse than Marvel Girl. I will introduce her to Idolin next time. I want to see his reaction. Fufu. He is welcome to visit anytime. As long as he comes in peace. The professor speaks. I wonder if he's the mutant Cerebro detected yesterday. Kurt ponders. Metahuman, I correct without thinking. Meta what? Logan asks. It's complicated, I'll talk later. And I should have asked if it was him, but he seems too experienced to have awakened his powers just yesterday. I say. He may be a mutant for longer, but Cerebro only found him yesterday. Because he used his powers in excess for some reason. Some mutants are resistant to having their brainwaves read. I've been told you couldn't read his mind, right? Dr. McCoy speaks. I nod. Well. Let's let Jean rest. Tomorrow we can continue this conversation. Ororo speaks, clapping his hands together to disperse the students. I give her a grateful smile and start walking to my room. The room I share with Rogue, Kitty and Jubilee. Rogue is sleeping in her bed. I wonder what she absorbs from Idolin. But we'll have to wait until tomorrow to see the effects. So did your guys kiss? Kitty asks, smiling while phasing through the wall. Looks like the night isn't over yet. New York, third-person POV. In a New York apartment, a man rests in bed with his beloved. That man is Donald Blake, Thor's alter ego. At the moment he is together with Jane Foster, but different from his partner. He is wide awake. Months ago he finally remembered who he was, Thor, the god of thunder. At first, it was confusing. A few months ago he had the urge to go visit Norway as if something was calling him. He resisted for a long time in making this pointless trip, but finally gave in. It was then all changed. In a cave he found the Mjolnir, and he turned into Thor. At first, he thought that hammer that had the inscription, "Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor," is the one that allow him to gain the powers of the Norse god of thunder. But over time the memories started to come back, visions and dreams. He doesn't have Thor powers. He's Thor, and for some reason, he was in Midgard. Many theories popped up in his mind, like reincarnation or trickery of a sorcerer. A name floated in his mind when he thought of tricks. A few days ago he remembered almost everything. Thor, son of Odin. Banished to Midgard for his arrogance and for almost starting a war. He doesn't remember everything from his childhood, but now his memories are clearer. And it's also clear that with his identity as Thor, one day he's going to have to return to Asgard. Leaving life like Donald Blake, leaving Jane. Donald sighs. He hid the fact that he had powers for a long time from Jane. But when she returned from New Mexico, he decided to tell her everything. And it was complicated. She didn't believe it at first. He had to transform in front of her to prove it. And when he brought up the fact that as Prince of Asgard, one day he would have to come back, well, they have a huge fight. Only 2 days ago they reconciled. After all, it's nobody's fault. One day he will have to come back, but until that day he and Jane have agreed to try to make this relationship work. No, even if he comes back, he will make this relationship work. He loves Jane. He's lived 2 lives, and now they're blending together. Donald/Thor just hopes that the day he has to make a final decision will take a long time to come. Annandale-on-Hudson, New York. Hector POV. Going down in the neighborhood. I use illusion to make me look like a regular guy. This place is where the Grey's residence is located. Jean told me a lot about her childhood. Seriously, she has. to be more careful with what she reveals. She lived here until she was 12, before her friend's accident and awakening from her powers. Looking around, I see a house with the surname Richardson and I walk over to it. Ringing the doorbell, I wait until I'm answered by a young woman. "Oh, good night. Sorry to bother. My name is Bruce Wayne. I'm looking for the Gray's residence. I'm friends with their daughter," I say to the teenager in front of me. Then she speaks. "The Grays have no daughter." My eyes harden. But on the outside, I look only a little surprised. "Is that so? Am I at the wrong address?" "Oh, excuse me, what's your name again?" I ask with a smile. And she shocks me again. One of my fears proves true. "Annie. Annie Richardson, a pleasure," she says, reaching out for a handshake. Annie. Jean's dead childhood friend. I don't know if I showed anything on my face, but Annie took a step back, a little startled. "Oh, I'm sorry, I remembered something. I'll have to look for the right residence, otherwise I'll be late," I say, turning around. "Xavier," I growl under my breath after taking a good distance. And then I take off the illusions and soar to the sky. Hello, my dear readers. I just can't help myself, can I? 10K words. I really worked in developing Jean. Well, she is an important character in the universe, so characters like her, Thor, and Peter have to receive special attention. Well, as I said before, don't go thinking that she is a future love interest, only because she has a little screen time, in the vision that Hector sees. Could be a clone, an illusion. I can change. I just have that feeling, you know? I don't know if you guys have too. That feeling that doesn't want to let Jean, that is a very special character, ended up with someone else like Scott. I feel like would be a waste. Maybe is a male possessive thing. But Jean is overused in fanfics. Ugh. Let's leave her in open for now. Who knows? Well, let me say something. The MCU works because they made movies of the characters before the Avengers of 2012. I'm trying to imitate, showing the characters highlighting the differences between them and the movie's counterparts. Because of this, the progression of the story is going slow, sorry. But I predict that in 3/4 chapters must start the events of Avengers. By the way, I notice that I don't describe the characters that showed up. I'm assuming everyone knows them. Most of them are famous. Should I start putting images in the paragraphs? Or maybe make a Discord server? Give me suggestions. Thanks for reading. Stay safe, you all. Till next time. There's a fine line between manipulating people and motivating them. Brad Turnbull. There's a reason I keep these smart Marvel guys at arm's length. They always think they know best, and end up fucking up something. Civil War, Ultron, World War, Hulk, Secret Invasion, and much more. All caused by these smart guys. Obviously, not everyone is that bad. Hank McCoy, the Beast, is pretty chill. But with examples like Hank Pym, the wife-beater who created Ultron, we see that we are one step away from being fucked by a mistake of these guys. And the worst one is the Smart Guys Club. The Illuminati always think they have all the answers. And if someone who doesn't have an IQ on the same level as they offer another option, they don't even consider the idea. Brightest minds, my ass, they're arrogant and thoughtless. They work with absolutes and only talk after bullying the other party in submission. They try to manipulate the true strong guys like the Sentry, and if they can't, they say the person is too dangerous and make them an enemy. Like Hulk, or Thor when he didn't want to sign the Super Registration Act. I have to be careful, I'm smart too. I hope I don't become like these guys. I try don't make mistakes, and I don't think that I have all the answers. I always prepare myself before making a move. And I have the example of these guys of what not to do. I'll keep an eye on my actions as collateral. Self-awareness is always a good thing. I will try to surround myself with people down to earth too, to give me other perspectives, maybe even keep myself in check. I remember that Batman doesn't even trust himself, only Alfred. I think that is one of the motives that he doesn't pursue superpowers. Would be hard to stop the guy if he goes rogue and be on the same level as the heavy hitters. He wants his own humanity as a weakness. Anyway, getting arrogant is the beginning of one downfall. But with so many bad examples, I just need to do the opposite of what these guys did. Because of that, I'm trying to be reasonable and try to resolve things on the basis of conversation. So, I talked to Jean and went up front with her. And I feel it was a good step taken. Let's see how it develops in the future. Even if Dark Phoenix is inevitable because of Xavier's fuck-up, now I know Jean can trust and listen to me in the future. And with that common cliché route of trying to bring her back to their senses. She wouldn't listen to me if I were a total stranger. Now I have a chance. But seriously, if someone sent Scarlet Witch to a psychiatrist, many catastrophes might be avoided. But no one takes the initiative. It seems that Marvel's heroes prefer to punch problems when they arise rather than trying to do a steady job of making things better. Half measures, huh? Descending from the sky to an isolated area of Africa, I think again about the problem at hand. Xavier altered the memory of Jean and those involved with her. Did he feel the Phoenix? I didn't feel the Phoenix. Using power manipulation, I didn't find any traces of the Phoenix in Jean. Either Phoenix isn't in Jean at the moment, or she's too above me to feel it. Did Xavier sense because a telepath would have an easier time detecting a Chinook entity? There's much I don't know. Jean thinks that her parents didn't care about her and that her childhood friend is dead. In reality, her parents don't even remember that she exists, and her childhood friend is alive and doesn't remember either. Did Xavier do this to gain control over Jean? To be the only pillar for her? Ugh. I remember Xavier had romantic feelings for Jean when she was 15 in the comics. Ugh, I'm worried. These actions by Xavier will likely be what makes Jean snaps. Should I tell her the truth now? TCH. I can't. The damage is already done. It's best to wait for Jean to study the papers I've given her, and for me to get stronger, before doing something that might trigger the Dark Phoenix saga. I will apologize to Jean later. But I also need to have a good grasp of telepathy. And that's what I'm going to do now. That's why I'm in Africa now. I'm going to train with an Omega level power. I won't do this at my house. And also I'm taking advantage and making a shot in the dark. I'm on the border of Kenya and Ethiopia, and you know what else is close to where I am? Wakanda. I will not invade the place. I will not underestimate the most advanced nation in the world. But I want to see if I can learn something about Wakanda while I'm here. There must be some people from Wakanda around, so if I train telepathy, I might get lucky and find a secret passage. Who knows? Contrary to what is shown in the fanfics, it is not easy to locate Ulysses Claw. The guy is not running away from the best technology on the planet for decades for nothing. So, if while I'm training my telepathy I happen to find the mind of some Wakandan soldier at an outpost, lucky me. I don't think they can detect people with power, and even if they find me I can run away. The only concern would be Bast, but I'm not doing anything magical. And if I still get her attention, sort of actuation as a last resort. I'm willing to take the risk right now. Hiding under some trees to avoid being spotted by a satellite, I enter the famous lotus position for meditation and activate my newly acquired telepathic power. I have the ability to turn on/off all my powers, so I don't have any change in appearance of heteromorphic powers. But when I activate it, it's up to me to control the powers. Taking Jean's telepathy as an example, she can't turn off her ability to read minds. If I turn it on, I also can't turn it off without turning the power off completely. Until I train, obviously. Let's see what it's like to be a telepath. I release my new power and start to feel my mind expanding into my surroundings. I feel the minds of some animals since there are no humans around. But my mind doesn't stop with just a few meters. 100 meters. 1,000 meters. 10,000 meters. 100,000 meters. 1,000,000 meters. 10,000,000 meters. Arg? Stoop. I begin to suppress my power, causing it to recede. It's too much information. The circumference of space that my telepathic powers reach begins to slowly decrease. Ugh. So this is an Omega level power. With me at the center, my mind can make a circle 10,000 kilometers in diameter. That's 25% of the Earth's circumference. With this power, Jean can sense people's minds on a continental scale. And I don't think it's the limit. Omega level. I remember seeing it on the Marvel wiki. That means when someone has a power with no upper limit, or the person is at the apex of that power. There is a lot of discussion about the power level itself. But I think it's somewhere between continental level to planet level. Magneto can affect the whole world, even the Earth's rotation, with his control over electromagnetism. Storm and Iceman can affect continents too. Iceman is so underrated. I remember a comic where Emma Frost possessed Bobby Drake's body, and since she doesn't put limits on herself, she affected entire countries with the Omega-level cryokinesis, as well as becoming untouchable, because it became ice itself. Like a Loki. There's a ridiculous feat of Magneto, he pulls the break-world bullet, that Kitty is trapped inside, from at least galaxies away. No wonder it has less than 20 Omega-level powerhouses on Earth. Come to think of it, my power is not all that great in the beginning, it has the greatest potential. But without resources, other people with power, I would be a normal human. Well, my power manipulation does much more than just copying and stealing powers. And I will still invest in breaking the barrier to beyond Omega level. After an hour of concentration, I finally managed to retract my psychic power to just a few feet away again. I groan, and bring my hand to my face. She comes back red and wet. Blood. I bled from the nose and eyes. Instead of worrying about any damage to my body, I wonder what it's going to be like for Jean when her psychic powers explode to full potential. I think Phoenix should heal her. Or maybe she will adapt. But my body is adapting to this new power too. I watch my blood evaporate, thanks to my Titan powers. So I have an idea. One of my favorite manga was Hunter x Hunter. And one of Nan's techniques, the power of the HXH world, was the N. N consisted of releasing your aura into your surroundings so that you could feel the world around you as if it were touching your skin. When I let my psychic power run amok, it was very similar. Then, I start to extend my psychic power in one direction, like a tendril. Kilometers pass without problems. I feel the minds of some animals. And even some people. Since I'm not specifically delving into their minds, I just listen to and feel their surface thoughts. This is easier than I thought. Maybe it's because I'm already used to force. Retracting my psychic tendril, I begin to shrink the circle my power can reach, to be smaller than my head. And I leave it there. And done. No more reading minds by accident. It's so simple. Why can't Jean do it? The MC is very good with powers, and certain characters' assimilations helped too. It must be because she can't get used to it. Xavier should have let things take their natural course. You'll never learn to ride a bike if you don't take the training wheels off. By the way, I also managed to copy Jean telekinesis. Despite not being Omega level, it is already a boost. And it's even easier to use. I will try to combine with the Force later. I take a deep breath and exhale. Thanks to my super advanced brain, I was able to process all the words and sensations that came to my mind. Disappearing from my position, I move quickly and stand above a range of mountains. Below me, Wakanda. Hidden under a hologram, very advanced. I can't see this place even. With various powers like infrared. I felt the minds of several guards in huts surrounding the country in the center. Tucking my chin between my fingers, I contemplate for a while. Nah, let's leave them alone for a while. I thought I'd steal one of those guards and see if I could create vibranium with creation, but it has too many variables. Like the fact that vibranium only works if it's exposed to a specific type of radiation. I remember that I have vibranium in Savage Land, and the vibranium there acts completely different from Wakanda. It's not worth drawing attention to these guys, probably destroying any future good relationship I may have with Wakanda for a thing that is not certain. Disappearing again from my position, I appear above a small village nearby. During my training, I felt the minds of the villagers. Fear, hunger, despair. Reality just slaps me in the face. Everyone knows that Africa is poor, but seeing and feeling it firsthand certainly gives you a new perspective. I felt many villages like this too, and other places even worse. Dropping fast to the ground, I touch the ground. The earth begins to be manipulated by me and makes way for a river not too close to here, diverting the waters closer to the village. The process took about 30 minutes. Is not optimal. I'm doing this more for my own satisfaction. After all, I'm not helping all the other villages. Clenching my fist, I remember myself that I really need all types of power. Also, why doesn't Wakanda help? Seriously. Wakanda is the richest country in fiction. From all fiction, they've already ignored slaves being carried from their homes 500 years ago. I don't know what to think anymore. People have their own circumstances. I understand that revealing that you have vibranium would be the same as attracting the greed of certain people. They will be attacked. Then they would have to fight back. But they could give a little more support, right? Arg. Whatever. I will go home. Time, Hector, you only need time. New York, Carvalho's residence. I go down the stairs to the dining room dressed now in casual clothes. Before returning home I placed cameras at points of importance. And I made a little tour of New York, finally found what I was looking for in the sewers. Haha. I will go there tomorrow. Now I have an eye on the Stark Tower, Baxter Building, Oscorp, and many other companies. Obviously, I didn't put it in the places themselves. Just around so I can get a good view of the buildings, knowing who goes in and who goes out, and if the place is attacked. I also working on making some drones. I already have the blueprints, but I don't have anyone to keep an eye on 24/7. I need an AI. I have some versions that I got in the world of BNHA. I think I'll program later. A VI should suffice. I don't need an AI with personality and self-awareness. I really need allies. I don't think there's any reason to delay further. I spot Isabella sitting on the couch reading a book with Cathalhu in her lap. The TV is on and shows how Spider-Man saved a building on fire. Good job, Peter. Welcome back, Master Hector. I hope that your trip has been worthwhile. Isabella says, meanwhile gets up and gives me a little bow. Yes, it was. And you? Did you deliver the documents to the lawyers? I ask. Yes. The 2 lawyers and a woman were in the office. They said that your emancipation will be ready as soon as possible. She reports. Good. And woman, huh? Is that a blonde named Karen Page? I ask. She looks at me. Yes. Ms. Page was in charge of attendance, she answers. I see. Karen Page is not very important. The love interest of the Daredevil, and she didn't die like Gwen, I think. But it reminds me of Elektra. Street-level people aren't a problem, but I think Elektra died at some point in the comics. Maybe I can avoid that. And maybe even recruit her. I can give people powers. If someone already knows how to fight, even better. I will bring in more allies now. Isabella, do you want to watch? I ask, after deciding not to delay further. Her eyes show surprise. If you allow, she says. Okay, we move to one of the rooms in Infinity Castle. I sit on my chair with a couch in front of me. Cathalhu comes to sit on my lap. And Isabella stands behind me. Summon. I will summon the 2 together. Shago and Huntress. Do you want to use a background customization card? 03. This message appears twice, side by side. Yes and yes, then 2 windows for customizing the background appear. On my left is Shago's and on my right is Huntress's. I read what is by default. Helena's background is very similar to her story in the comics. She is an Italian, an orphan very early in her life. But it doesn't speak of her becoming a vigilante in this world. So she will not have a history in the Marvel world as a hero. Shago is a little more unusual. It's saying that she was a mercenary and assassin who has already accepted jobs from various criminal organizations like Hydra, Hellfire Club, and others. Do I leave this? It has advantages and disadvantages. I think for several minutes about this. I make my decision after thinking hard. It's best that Shago doesn't have a criminal history, even if she loses the contacts she would have with such a background. I plan for Shago to be my right-hand woman. I don't want her to be in the SHIELD database so early. I start to edit the background of the 2, but I don't change Helen as much. I decide to add that she has some properties. I test to see if I can add that she has an Italian restaurant. To my surprise, a prompt appears, charging me money. Do you want to part with money, or equivalent, to add a property to this character's background? Note will cost 300% of the actual market price. Now, this looks like Gatcha. It means that if I have enough money, I can give houses, businesses, or even private islands to my summons. Makes sense. These's reality warping powers of the background customization card need a price. I remember that Isabella came with just the basics. But where will the money be taken from? From my bank account? It's not in my name yet. I don't have access to everything my parents left me. I'm delaying the inheritance process until I have my emancipation in hand. I have a lot of gold bars. Removing a ton of gold from my inventory. I think a ton of gold is somewhere around $40 million these days. On second thought, I take out another ton. Living in New York is not cheap. Come to think of it, this can be a waste of money. After all, if a tragedy happens here in New York, and I'm sure it will, destroyed properties will have their prices lowered greatly. But I don't want to wait. And I have gold to spare. Better to spend on Gatcha than to destroy the country's economy. I start writing that Helena has a penthouse and an upscale restaurant here in New York. And with Shago, I write that she also has a penthouse and a bar. I find cool something like a villain pub. I wonder if these establishments will have any reputations. When I write that places have capable employees, the text turns red. Not allowing it. I see. She'll have to open the place now and work from scratch. No more creating a multi-million-dollar company out of thin air. Too bad. I may have a building, but not a business with an excellent reputation. Reputation is priceless. Whatever. Making Shago and Helena have a life that can't be related to Hector is enough. I put in specs for a really good location, then another one pops up for me to customize the houses and establishments. I end up getting excited. I always get excited about these games of creating things. Who never took 3HRS to create their own character? Shago's nightclub ends up being similar to Lucifer's nightclub in the series. Luxury Shago's house is on the top floor of the building as well. For Helena, the restaurant is quite fancy. And Helena has a house nearby. I will hope to have capable workers to open these establishments. Who knows? Maybe I will get someone from Toriko or Shokyuji no Suma to work at the restaurant. I wait for the next Gatcha. Master Hector. I hear Isabella's voice behind me. You've been moving your hands for 2 hours. I thought you were concentrating and didn't want to interrupt. But is everything all right? She asks, displaying a little concern. 2 hours. Damn. Wait. Isabella. Can you see this? I ask, pointing to the screens around me. This what? She responds, confused. Oh, I thought since she was a summon, she could see. Interesting. Sorry for the delay. It's time, I say. After finishing everything, I press OK. About 60% of the gold disappears and the screens turn into motes of lights and go in 2 different directions to form 2 silhouettes. I and Isabella focus on these 2 new appearances. Helena Bertinelli, the huntress, appears in her vigilante outfit, in purple colors, white and a little of black. Do you really need to leave your abdomen exposed like that? Looking now, her suit is very similar to the Hawkeye one. I should make some changes. Helena is obviously a beautiful woman, with a fit and slender build, long dark hair and slight tan skin. As expected. In addition to the usual suit, she has a crossbow in her back. So the summons brings their weapons. Or is it just because of the background card? Shifting my focus to the other newcomer, I notice, damn. Mary Jane has just lost her place as the sexiest woman I know. Shago has a slender and curvaceous build with waist-length black hair, piercing green eyes, pale skin, gray-like with a little shade of green and black lips. Obviously, I don't show anything to my face. The 2 look around a little. I notice Isabella curiously watching the 2 as well. Reading their body language, I notice that Huntress appears to be on guard. Her body is tense and ready to move, legs wide enough to go into any position, center of gravity a little lower and her left hand tucked behind her body, probably going for some concealed weapon or to quickly withdraw her crossbow. Shago, on the other hand, despite looking around carefully, seems much more relaxed. But I don't doubt she can react as fast as Huntress if she needs to. The 2 then turn their eyes towards me. And just like Isabella, I'll just watch the 2 of them react. Huntress, don't move. She just watches me, but she also doesn't draw any weapons to defend or attack. Looks like she's going for the wait-and-see tactic. Shago, on the other hand, she blatantly gives me an up-down look and smirks before she just starts walking confidently towards me with a sway of her hips. I just keep looking into her eyes, curious about what she's going to do. Cathalhua raises her head that was lazily on my thigh and starts to face Shago. To stop him from attacking, I start caressing his neck. Shago continues to approach and, as if it were the most normal thing in the world, she sits on the arm of my chair and starts polishing her nails. So you're my boss now? She hums a little while, giving me another look up and down. I have to say it is an improvement compared to my other employer. Well, someone is taking this all pretty well. Even Isabella is staring at her with a little frown, probably because she's acting too familiar. Huntress seems happy to let Shago test the waters. A power play, huh? I remember that Shago doesn't respect Draken very much in the cartoon. Don't act overfamiliar, Shago, I say, and telekinetically pick her up and sit her on the couch across from me. Let's know each other first. No need to worry. In time you'll notice that I'm a pretty chill guy. I smile a little at the shocked Shago. Then I wave my hand for Huntress to sit down too. Please. Not wanting to be manhandled too, Huntress sits on Shago's left side. Well, you two seem to know a little bit about what's going on. But I will ask you some questions anyway, I say calmly. But first I'm going to start talking a little about myself anyway. Let's gain some of their trust. My name is Hector Bellucci de Carvalho. My power is what allowed me to bring you all here, to a different world. This world is similar to yours but incredibly dangerous. Dangerous on the level of your world, Huntress, I say, looking at the woman in purple. She looks surprised but doesn't seem to take my words to heart. I will prove her wrong in time. Before I explain further, I would like to ask about you. Who are you and how were your last moments in your former world? I say. Now I will have more than one example to know how the essence works. Shago starts. I'm Shago, get bored. Out of my mind in my cell, you know. Life sentences grow tedious fast. I felt something giving me an opportunity and bam. Here I am. She talks while supporting her cheek with one hand. So, what's the plan? World domination. Please tell me it's world domination. Nope. World domination brings too much paperwork. Next, please. I say, turning to Huntress as I ignore Shago pouting for now. Every summons has its preferences, huh? Keep that in mind in the future. Shago is not a problem to control. And my activities in the future align with what she does too. But I will be careful with whom I summon. The right person for the right job. Huntress looks at me and speaks. Helena Bertinelli, my universe. My universe has been destroyed, so here I am. She says simply. Well, things went from 0 to 100 pretty fast. Do you want to talk about this? I ask sympathetically. Not really, she responds flatly. I shrug. Okay, I won't force you. It must be a difficult subject. It must have been a crisis, where in her universe the heroes failed. Endless possibilities, huh? Just one wrong step and everything goes to shit. And it looks like the essence really takes the versions in a tight spot. Shago imprisoned and Huntress dead like Isabella. There's a pattern here. It's good that all the summons agreed to come here. But that doesn't mean they're super happy. I look at Huntress, who still maintains an unfriendly expression. Very different from Shago. I'm going to tell you a little bit about how I got you here and how my power works. I start. Obviously, I will leave things out. But it's hard to hide the power of essence from people who literally came from the essence. Everyone seems interested, even Isabella, who only knows the basics. My power allows me to connect with the omniverse. I begin dramatically. I can reach all universes, even those you would consider fictional, and bring things from there, including people, I say, pointing to the two in front of me. It's like a well. I put my hand there and pull something. I can't control what I pull, but I can use everything. In the case of people, I have two options, I say to my interested audience. Or I summon, as I did with you, or I assimilate the person, gaining their powers, experiences, traits, and so on. I can imbue someone what I pull in someone other than myself too. I explain. And I stay silent, letting them digest the information. I think this is a good cover for Gatcha. That's some bullshit power. Does that mean you can absorb anyone from the multiverse? Helena speaks in disbelief. Omniverse, I correct. And I wouldn't say I absolve, I assimilate, because I don't absorb the person. I assimilate the person template. It's not like I'm killing someone to absorb that person's powers. Only when I wish to summon, that is when the option for you all appears. You guys were kind of invited, right? I conclude. Shago asks. So there are more people besides us? Are you trying to make an organization? I just summoned the three of you. This cat here. Meet Cathalhu. I say, hold out Catulhu, Lion King style. Cathalhu? Seriously? Shago asks in disbelief. Cathalhu opens his mouth, releasing several tentacles and stealing some gold bars. Shago and Huntress get into a battle stance. They relax only after Cathalhu has eaten the gold and retracted his tentacles. He looks smug, like, go on, offend me, and you will see what happens. Cats. I think I understand now. Shago speaks with her eyes still wide. And also take a good look at the gold and my reaction. Cathalhu. I already told you to eat only what I say. I don't really care for him to eat gold. I can easily create it in a few minutes. But I have to create a habit for the pet. Meowth. He says. Whatever. I'll let it go this time. It seems he has a taste for precious metals. The little bastard is picky. Moving on. I have this power for less than a month. You all are the first ones I summon. I say. So we are, Cat? Your little harem. Huntress speaks, raising an eyebrow as she looks at her companions. I shrug. Me believe it or not, it was a coincidence that you were all women. As I've said before, I can absorb people's templates, right? I have already absorbed the strongest options. You are all people who would have not added anything to my personal strength, but you can be useful as a person. I say. They need to know that they are not special. They're alive because of me, and they should be grateful for that. A little necessary manipulation. Looking at the expressions of the three, I can see that they arrive at the conclusion I want. After all, they could have been absorbed instead of being here right now. By the way, Helena, I absorbed a person from your universe. You must know. I say, and she looks at me with interest. The Batman, Bruce Wayne. She widens her eyes. Oh God. Where are the eavesdropping devices and trackers? She gets up and starts looking through her clothes. What, I'm not that bad. I'm offended. Calm down. Even though I'm influenced a little bit by the people I absorb, I'm me. I am different from Batman. I say, making her stop looking for some microchip or whatever on her own body. Wait, Batman is Bruce Wayne, she says after a while, shocked. You do not know? I ask, a little puzzled. I'm not that close to the inner circle of the Justice League because of my preferences in not letting loose ends. I met him several times, but apart from him trying to convince me to stop using lethal force, we didn't interact much, she says. I see. Batman can be pretty strict with his code. He probably didn't arrest you because of your similar past. I say. She shows an expression of realization, remembering that Bruce Wayne's parents also died because of crime, similar to her own parents. Do you know about me? She asks me. And there we go. Let's rip off the band-aid. If there's anyone who can take this easy, it's Helena. Yes. I know a little about who I summon. Let's say, due to special circumstances, my other life, but I will not reveal that. Your world was fictional to me. I reveal. She widens her eyes but doesn't look too surprised. You don't look very surprised? I see. Superboy Prime. I ask. For those who know DC, you know that Superboy Prime is an alternate version of Superman, very op. BTW, which is from an Earth in which DC is comics. Like my last life. You even know about this. Huh. She speaks. I'm a fan, I say simply. Let me say one last thing before we go take a look at the house I've prepared for you all, I say, gaining attention from both of them. You've all made your choice to come into this world and serve me. But relax, I'm not a heartless bastard. I don't plan on making you do anything you don't want to. You can even be independent and pursue your dreams and hobbies. I'll ask you to help me when I need it. Take this as a job. If you guys want to quit, just say so. Don't betray me. I say this and seriously. Just trust me for a while, I conclude. Better clear the air soon. They just look at me. I don't need an answer. Without waiting for them, I open a portal to the location of the nightclub I prepared for Shago. Come. I say. Shago POV. Well, isn't that interesting? One moment I'm trapped with no prospect of escape, and the next I'm in an entirely different universe. When I felt something reaching out and offering me my freedom in exchange for my loyalty, I thought I'd finally gone mad. But look who's done well now. The multiverse is real. Draken had told me about the possibility, but I'd always brushed it off, thinking it was just another one of the gibberish talks of him. I just passed through the portal to a very fancy building. And apparently, this place is going to be mine. I'm already liking my new employer. Good looking, rich, and apparently smart, and he only getting started. Apparently that Helena is still brooding about her universe being destroyed. Girl, put yourself together. I'd be having a party if everyone in my universe died and only me was left. It was going to be a lonely party, but at least everyone there would be great. Because of would be only me. Unlike the woman wearing that hideous purple, I see it as an opportunity. My young employer has a lot of potentials, and I'm one of the first people to join his group, which is sure to be a big one. I need to secure my position, make him see that the evil side is much more fun, and convince him to take over the world. So I, Shago, will be at the top right beside him. Hehe. Ugh. Does he plan to go hero? Isn't it easier to just take the reins of the situation and have everyone obeying you? Well, apparently not, because he's talking about how dangerous this world is. Gods, demons, aliens, cosmic entities. I will need to work hard, to make my life easy. Oh, nothing comes easy to Shago. Can't I catch a break? I just want to be at the top of the world, like is my natural position, duh. It doesn't seem to have a lot of furniture, besides the basics. Hector notices as we walk through my penthouse. I can agree with him, the layout and location are excellent. But I will need to decorate the place. Make better, more like me. Although you work for me, it is completely unnecessary for you to live with me. My normal identity has to be disassociated from the super world as much as possible. Only Isabella will live with me. Hector talks as he opens all the rooms and checks all the windows. What a methodic guy. That said, you will live with me for the time being, until you settle down. Your background appears that you have just arrived in New York from overseas and you have just moved into your respective homes. Meanwhile, you will be using the portals to live with me. He continues. Although I have prepared a business for each one, they don't have to open them right away. Let's take it easy. After all, we don't have reliable people to work with. These places will be a good cover for any shady activity and will be a good source of income too. I think that's all. Hector says as we walk through Helena's empty restaurant. I prefer my nightclub and it looks like he's not a total goody two-shoes. Nice. He is looking at me. He smiles and says, you know, Shago, trying to manipulate me into the path you want is not going to work, he says, shocking me. He can read mind, I can read minds. He answers before I even finish the thought. But I'm not reading anyone's mind at the moment. I'm a hypocrite, but not that much. It's written all over your face, your thoughts, he says as he approaches me. I know that each of you is your own person. I will never force you to do something you don't want to. You don't want to be a hero, you won't be. I will ask you to help me in my endeavors that you have an affinity for. He says, then take a look at the three of us. Each of you all isn't good people, but you aren't evil either. That's good because I can't be considered good or bad either. I will do bad things and do good things in the future. But what I do will come from my own decisions. Any attempt at subtle manipulation will not work. Like you girls, I am my own person too. He finishes looking at me with a calm smile. I can only nod. But that doesn't stop you from giving me suggestions. He shrugs his shoulders. Feel free to speak your mind and act however you want, as long as you don't hurt innocents. I'm just letting you know, so our relationship doesn't go down a bad path, because you would overstep your own boundaries or whatever. Well, Isabella, open a portal to a training room into the Infinity Castle. Let's see how strong your guys are, he concludes, smiling at us. I see the maid making a white and black double door appear in the middle of a fog. When the door opens, I can see a large space on the other side. Hector enters the portal without hesitation. Well, he is young, not dumb. Point to him. Ouch, and strong too. Another point. I think as I'm thrown to the ground for the 100th time since we started sparring an hour ago. At first, Helena and I alternated one by one to fight Hector. Let's just say we didn't have much of a chance. Now we are teaming up against him. Without much luck either. Very good, above normal humans in the physical aspects. Hector comments quietly. The bastard hasn't moved from his spot since this started. I hear Helena mutter under her breath, fucking Batman, as she catches her breath on the floor. Now for the last round, you can use your weapon powers on anything. Come. He says, but doesn't even put himself in a battle position. All right, I will kick his ass. And wipe that condescending look off his face. Hector has no condescending look on his eyes from him, but for Shago is pretty much like that. Unreliable narrator, you know. I see Helena going to get her crossbow. Meanwhile, I get up, igniting my hands with my green energy. I go on the attack. First I launch towards him. He simply steps aside. Interesting, but you'd better set your hands on fire, revealing your powers, middle motion, to catch the enemy unsuspecting. He speaks calmly. Ugh. Annoying. I jump and go to close quarters. But I can't hit the bastard. Gah, he gives me a punch in the stomach. You don't know how to treat a fragile lady. I asked, catching my breath. I see no fragile girl and these fists are rated E, to everyone. He responds while leaning back a little, dodging an arrow that was going to hit his shoulder. Too straightforward, he says. Looking at Helena, who makes multiple shots, none hitting the target. Later we will work on a wider type of arrows. I take advantage and attempt another attack, swiping with my hand in his face. He just catches it. I see, it's no fire. is like a corrosive energy. Can it explode too? Neat. He says, intertwining his fingers with mine. What? That shocks me. My power can melt steel, and he is just holding it? I try to take my hand off, but he doesn't seem to budge. Calm down, this won't hurt me. He speaks, withdrawing his unscathed hand from mine. Unbelievable. Then he turns his face quickly and catches an arrow shot by Helena, with his teeth, and then start munching the whole thing and eating it. I have a power that allows me to eat anything, without problems. He says. A quirk of one of the Chisaki guys. This guy is full of bullshit. Well, I have a good idea of what you can do now, he says, and pulls telekinetically Helena, causing her to collide with me. Ugh. Get off me, you fat bitch, I say, gently pushing the woman above me, giving a revenge slap in her fat ass in the meantime. It's bigger than mine. Just a little. But mine is perkier. She glares at me, and I glare back. Okay, ladies. No infighting. I will give you all a gift, Hector says, approaching. Oh, I like gifts. I can give powers too. To me, no matter how strong you are, I can make you stronger, he says. I understand the hidden message. We are not so important. We can help him, but he doesn't really need us. It has a double side too. Will not be much of a loss to him if we go away, so we can leave him without guilt. His hands touch my forehead and Helena's, and I feel power coursing through my body. Oh, I see. I hit the jackpot. Baxter Building. Bruce Banner, the Hulk, paces furiously while waiting in a corridor outside a room in the Baxter Building. He wants to be inside the room, helping, but he can't. And it wouldn't do anyone any good if he lost his cool right now. It's too personal for to him involve himself. Inside the room is the last family that he has in the world, Jennifer Walters, his cousin. She is sick with a terminal illness, and she needs a transfusion from him. But he knows how dangerous that can be. So he sought the help of the Fantastic Four to look for a solution. Reed assured that there was a way to get the blood transfused without causing any harm to the patient. While Bruce Banner is having pessimistic thoughts, the door to the room where Jennifer is receiving surgery or procedure opens, and a blue-eyed blonde woman leaves the room. She is using the Fantastic Four's blue uniform. This woman is obviously Susan Storm. Dr. Banner, she begins. I'm happy to say everything was smooth, but what? What's the problem? Interrumps Banner. Jennifer will be unconscious for weeks, maybe even a month. What? Why is this happening? Your blood is very strong and harmful. Susan talks kindly. She receives it without any problems, but to her body adapts without any problem, even if we use a special chamber. It will take time. Susan concludes. The Fantastic Four are using a chamber that was first developed to try to make them normal again. When they wanted to be normal again, well, the thing still wants to go back to being less rocky. But it's not a priority anymore. It is now being used so that Jennifer Walters does not suffer from gamma radiation. I see, that's good. We need to be very careful with this. Bruce speaks. He's at a big risk being in New York. Memories of Harlem come to his mind. He doesn't want to put anyone at risk anymore. But he needs to stay here for Jennifer, in case anything goes wrong. Well, hello there. This chapter should be bigger, but I cut him in half. So, only 7K worlds for now. In the next, we will see the MC creating his foothold in the world. And more development for Shago and Helena. Nothing personal, it's just revenge. Afro Samurai, manipulations easily more fun. A little guilt, a lot of force, of course you have to lie. Remind them that without you, they'd shrivel up and die. Tough love, in the Villain's Lair, EP 2, a Disney Villains musical. Sorry for the delay. I'm busy. Here is a 12K word chapter as compensation. Fun fact, I'm taking more time researching than writing. Enjoy. Jotunheim, 9 realms. Loki walks through the halls of Jotunheim's palace like he owns the place. If asked, Loki wouldn't be calling this giant huddle of ice a palace. Having grown up and lived in the Golden Palace of Asgard, Loki has high standards. But the look of the place isn't what matters now. Loki has a big goal in being here. Arriving at a large hall, he finds himself facing a giant throne at the top of a staircase, where an equally gigantic person with blue skin and a bald head is sitting. Father, Loki says as he kneels and adopts a respectful expression on his face. You have no right to call me father, yet. The frost giant, who can now be identified as La Fey, responds. My king Loki, if correct, I bring good news. I have the means to invade and dominate Midgard, prevent Odin from interfering, and capture Thor. That would be the first step towards conquering the 9 realms. Loki speaks. Laufey doesn't show any reaction. If you have the means, why aren't you doing it already? The giant on the throne asks. To ensure the highest success rate, I'd like to order a small army of frost giants. Before Loki could finish, he was interrupted by Laufey laughing. Har har har. Then he suddenly got serious. You think I'm going to spend even 1 soldier on your silly plans, boy? He asks contemptuously. You have a lot to prove to be one of us, to earn even an inch of respect from my people. Laufey says dismissively. I have proof that I'm taking this very seriously. Loki doesn't let himself be shaken and removes the casket of ancient winters from a pocket space. Seeing this artifact, Laufey's eyes show eagerness and surprise for the first time since the beginning of the encounter. It is important to remember that the casket of ancient winters can be considered the most important and powerful artifact of the frost giants. In the last battle, before Odin finally unified the 9 realms, he took the casket as the spoils of war after defeating the forces of the frost giants. Unknown to the world, he also took a baby frost giant as well. That baby was none other than Loki, a frost giant who was born strangely smaller than the rest. And to make matters worse, he was the son of the king of the frost giants. How could Laufey keep this embarrassment alive? For the frost giants, strength is everything. In truth, most are brutes, not nearly as magically or technologically advanced as the Aesir. Loki is really a oddity. That's why Loki was abandoned until Odin found him. And he was raised as an Asgardian until he discovered the truth recently. Yes, my king. At great risk, I managed to retrieve the artifact of our race for you, to prove my worth and loyalty. Loki says, and Laufey was so fixated on the casket, he didn't notice the strange glint that flashed across Loki's eyes for a moment. Laufey rises from his throne and moves towards the still kneeling Loki. You did well. With this our people will not be bullied in submission anymore. But when Laufey goes to take the casket from Loki's hands, he groans and drops the casket to the ground. The casket flickers green and reveals that it was, in fact, a fang disguised with illusion magic. Laufey starts to drop to his knees. He tries to speak, trying to keep himself upright but failing miserably to gather even an ounce of strength in his body. I what? Poisoned my bastard of a father with the fang of my dear son Hormingond? Together with a special concoction made personally by me? Yes, I did it. You and Odin are the same. Strong people like you act so high and mighty, but they fall for such simple tricks. Loki says mockingly, the mask of obedience and subservience he previously wore completely removed from his face. Loki approaches and strokes his father's head mockingly. Sleep well, father. When you wake up, I will be king of the 9 realms. Loki finished while Laufey in his last vestiges of consciousness. After Laufey is helpless in a deep sleep, Loki begins waving his hands in a certain pattern, summoning runes and glyphs that glow green, and boom, a massive explosion engulfs the throne room, reverberating through all the ice palace, alerting all the inhabitants. After a few minutes, the throne room starts to be flooded with newly arrived frost giants. Loki appears among the smoke, bruised and dirty, dramatically climbing the throne stairs, dragging each step with great effort, holding the side of his abdomen. At his feet is the giant form of Laufey, unconscious and with injuries even worse than Loki's. When Loki reaches the top of the stairs, he turns to the crowd that has gathered. He takes a deep breath and speaks in a loud voice. Frost giants? I am Loki Laufeyson, and I have just defeated my father, your king, in fair and honest combat, proving myself superior and capable of leading our great race to their rightful place, the top of the 9 realms. At that moment Loki pulls out the true casket of ancient winters and unleashes its power to the skies. Loki's skin color turns blue and his eyes red, proving his heritage. Follow me and help me become the absolute ruler of the 9 realms, and I give what you all crave. Battle! Battle! The whole crowd screams together. Revenge! Revenge! All frost giants repeat and start cheering. The excitement is so much that some frost giants even start some ruckus, fights, and dancing. Bunch of retards, brutes. Loki mutters in a low tone. After a while, the crowd disperses, to spread the news that there is a new king for Jotunheim and to prepare for the great battle that will take place. After Loki is alone, his body flicker with a green light and all his injuries disappear. On Loki's side, space shifts, and Amora appears with a green light. Well, well. You never fail to amaze me with how much of a bastard you can be, she says, apparently amused with the whole situation. Now what? We expect the other army of your master, she asks. The first part of Amora's speech doesn't shake Loki, but the ending makes Loki's face turn ugly. Don't have a master, Loki exclaims, punctuating each word. Loki's deal was an exchange, he was not sworn to servitude. Amora only smirk furthers. All right, call me when you're ready for the big moment, she says, disappearing, leaving Loki alone in the empty throne room. Hector POV, day after summoning Shago and Helena. I've done my daily jog and now I'm going to have my breakfast to go to school. Arriving in the kitchen, I see Helena and Isabella preparing the breakfast table. After exchanging good mornings, I ask, where is Shago? She hasn't gotten up yet, even though I already called. Isabella answers me. Okay, I'll wake her up, I say, heading towards the room she is in, the Infinity Castle. Until she was acclimatized to this world, both Shago and Helena will live with me. After that, they will have more freedom. There is no reason for all summons to be so close to me all the time. I even plan to put some future summons in other important countries like Russia, Japan, Greece, and China. They'll be a portal away anyway. I knock on the door of Shago's room. After not getting a response for the third time, I just enter. I sigh. I should have expected this. But calm down, Hector. Act natural. In bed is a Shago sleeping like a rock, with the worst posture possible. Lucky for her, she's flexible. How can she bend like that? Problem is, she's only in lingerie, a black set that contrasts nicely with her pale skin. Okay, Hector. Take a deep breath. Impassive face, let's go. Shago, wake up, I say, removing the blanket that was wrapped around her body, looking like a snake. While the world is ending. Shago straightens up quickly and looks around alertly. Breakfast, I deadpan. What time is it? She asks, rubbing her eyes. Her hair is a mess. It's 7:02. Let's eat, I reply, and she looks at me like I've shot her in the back. What? No one is psycho enough to wake up at 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is not even a new day yet, she says, and starts to lie down again. First, apologize to all minimum wage workers who wake up much early than that. And second, I woke up at 5 a.m., exercise, tinker a little, and I'm going to school. So you can wake up just to stay home. Let's go, I say. You're the true evil one in this house. Ruthless with himself. A true madman. Let me sleep. When I wake up by myself, you won't even be here, she says as she starts to snuggle with the pillows, completely unconcerned with the level of nudity she finds herself in. Nope, I say, and telekinetically wrap her in the blanket like a cocoon, leaving only her head out and making her levitate. In this house, everyone eats together whenever possible. That's one of the few rules my parents had. They were busy people, so times like breakfast, lunch, and dinner were good opportunities to chat and catch up. I will try to keep that rule. I'm green and I can make you high, but I'm no weed for you to roll me up like that. Shago protests as she tries to resist. It's useless. I bring her to the breakfast table and drop her in a chair. There aren't many rules here, but let's try to eat together. From here you can go back to bed if you like, Shago. But don't forget that you have to see the world if you want the freedom to go out. Just don't go lazy all day, I say as I sit in my seat, at the head of the table. Shago frees her arms from the cocoon of covers and steals one of the jam buns Helena had already made for himself, completely ignoring the glare she receives from the Italian vigilante. Fine, don't worry. I will learn in the team, Shago says while eating. After that, we started eating while watching the news. Oh, apparently Spider-Man had his ass handed to himself in a fight against Kraven. But Spider-Man won the day in the end. But that just proves how unprepared Peter is. All it took was Kraven studying Spider-Man a little and he dominated the fight almost the entire time. Spider-Man managed to get the upper hand by taking the fight to the rooftops, where he managed to trap Kraven in an absurd amount of webs and leave him there. And I bet Spider-Sense saved Peter's ass from getting a tranquilizer long before this fight started. In the worst case, Peter would already be ahead decorating Kraven's wall. Eventually, Kraven was arrested because of the damage he did to people and public property, but damn, Peter was a mess. All bloodied. It's a shame he got so beaten up even with all the power advantage he has. I know he has a little healing factor, but I don't see him healing from last night to today. I'm a little worried about all this. In real life, it's easy for things to go wrong. An unlucky moment and everything goes to shit. We have several examples of what-if scenarios. But at the same time, I can't control everything. This is tiring. A friend of yours? I hear Helena ask, gesturing to the TV as an image of Spider-Man appears. Not really. I know him, know his secret identity too. But I'm no friend of his, I say. Know his identity, huh? Typical Batman. I hear Helena muttering. I roll my eyes. I'm not Batman, I think a little about how to continue, consider that I learned from him. So you're a Robin, she says, making me sigh. And I give up. Let's ignore her. Seeing her smiling a little makes me realize she's just trying to get under my skin. Testing my patience, huh? Expected. It's only natural you want to know the limits of the person you work for. This proves that summons are not super obedient to the level of going crazy for me and not admitting any disrespect to me, like the Nazarick NPCs. It's a healthier relationship, where you can have little teasing, flirting, fighting. And there's no problem with that. Much better this way. I don't want puppets that don't just do what I say. For example, in a certain situation, Shago or Helena can take a completely different approach than I would. Maybe better. I'm not arrogant enough to think I have all the answers. I leave that to the Illuminati. Don't forget your appointment with the lawyer Darrow today, Master Hector. Isabella talks as she sets aside some food for herself and lazy Shago. Yeah, I haven't forgotten. I answer as I go looking for any news from the world of supers. Master Hector. Do we need to call you that too? Helena asks, her brows slightly furrowed. She doesn't seem to like the idea very much. Modern ideals, huh? And it looks like she's a lot more talkative today. Good, she looks like she's getting over whatever tragedy has occurred in her world. Nah, call me whatever you want. Just be mindful of the place. I say nonchalantly. And you too, I say, taking my eyes off the TV and looking towards the newly summoned duo. Stay out of sight of everyone, okay? Hector can't be related to any of you girls. And study about this world. I have a big job for you two this week, I say. I am pleased to see the two of them nod. After that, we just talked for a bit until it was time for me to leave. I notice that Shago is fully awake now. My goal of getting her out of bed is complete. The worst thing is getting out of bed, then the day can go on smoothly. Shago POV this food is good. I think to myself as I quickly collect what Isabella puts on my plate, and retract my arm under the blanket that wraps around my entire body, leaving only my head exposed. Isabella, I'll remember you when I'm at the top. You're a good woman. Now that I'm awake, it doesn't hurt to research this world sooner than later. Hector told us to have a minimal sense of history and geography, because they are probably the most different from our previous world. Since our worlds are also of a modern level, other things must be similar. Oh, art is also important to check. After all, if someone doesn't know a famous singer or actor, it can be a problem to socialize. I look at Helena out of the corner of my eye. She is my rival. In truth, everyone is my rival, but Helena is my real adversary for now. Isabella already has her place next to Hector. Ciathulhu is a cat. But Helena is the real danger. Look at her. Acting like don't care. I know that she must be plotting to take the place of a right-hand woman. I can see through you, bitch. Shago delusions. I need to solidify my place as soon as possible because in the future things will only get more complicated. If Hector can bring people from all over the Omniverse or whatever, that means he's not going to just hang out with us. The competition will increase. And even though I'm super awesome, the Infinity Omniverse must have much stronger and more capable people out there. Right? Endless possibilities. I have the first come, first serve advantage. I will not waste it. So I'm going to make an effort to get used to this world and pass whatever test Hector puts me with flying colors. He said he plans a task for us. It will be the opportunity to stand out. I smile at Helena. She raises an eyebrow at me. You can act innocent as much as you want, but I will win in the end. Hector POV. Some hours later. After the end of school. Grabbing my things from my locker, I prepare to head home. The school was uneventful. I honestly expected to be ambushed by Flash and his lapdogs at some point. But I just got distant looks. Not just theirs. Pretty much everyone keeps giving me looks of all kinds. Cautious, fearful, judgmental, even lustful. High school girls are thirsty. Peter didn't come to school today. It seems he has no excuse for his injuries from the night before. School is tedious, but it's something I can't avoid. I thought about using clones. But there is a big problem. The clones I can make, either by clones of ectoplasm or twice, are incredibly more fragile than I am. Seriously, even if they attack with 20% of my strength, the backslash from the attack itself will destroy them. That's the biggest problem. When I imagine the scenario that a villain invades Midtown High, and the clone gets hit and falls apart, all my cover will blow off. Just because I'm too lazy to go to school. It's simply not worth it. Not to mention this isn't a shadow clone jutsu. I won't receive the clone's memories. It can cause problems in the future in the case of social interactions. And as I said, I'm afraid of abusing certain powers. Clones see the future and now read minds. These powers can make a bad habit. I won't hesitate to use it when necessary or on someone who deserves it, but it's good to put certain limits on yourself. Although I consider my rules to be very flexible, nothing like the Batman or Superman code, which basically has crippling moral anchors on themselves. I have to say it was hard not to give into temptation and read certain people's minds. To make sure these people aren't a threat, like Ned or Harry. See, this power corrupt is too easy. I was already arguing with myself. Like is not like I will reveal their secrets anyway, or is just to make sure. But this is how it starts. If I'm not careful, I can start saying things like I did this for your own good, or I'm the only one that can do this. Ugh, well, time to go home. Too much to do. Ned leads POV. Was Peter really alright? Gwen asks after approaching. Yeah. He said that he has been hit by a motorcycle, but he wasn't hurt too much. He got lucky. But his head is killing him, so he doesn't come. I reply. Is a little awkward to talk to her like that without our mutual friend Peter. I see, that's good, she says, looking relieved but still a little dazed. Apparently learning that Peter was hit by a car shocked her. Peter, she is so into you. I don't know why he doesn't ask her out already. Okay, this is really awkward. We have nothing to talk about. We start walking to the exit, but damn, the silence is killing me. As I try to think of something to make the situation bearable, I hit a wall and nearly fall over. Apparently, the wall held me down, so it wasn't a wall I bumped into. Are you okay? Brilliant blue eyes ask me. Hector? He is holding me with only one hand. He is strong. I'm alright, thank you. Sorry to bump into you, I say. Damn, he's really huge now, huh? Edward, Gwendolyn. Hector nods to both of us in greeting. Arg? Gwendolyn? Serious? Can you call me Gwen, please? Gwen says she doesn't like her full name. And you can call me Ned, no problem. I speak next. Her parents chose you names so carefully, it would be a shame to shorten them, Ms. Gwendolyn. Hector speaks calmly without changing his expression. This guy is always like that. Keeping his distance. I think I have never seen him smiling. He is really quiet and gives that calm vibe. So it was a surprise how he reacted to Flash yesterday. Did something happen to Peter? It's unusual for him to miss school, Hector says, looking interested. He had an accident. But it's fine. He said he should come tomorrow. I answer. Oh, an accident, huh? I hope that he will heal soon. Hector speaks, but there's something about his tone that's strange to me. Speaking of heal, Gwendolyn, are you still an intern at Oscorp? With Dr. Connors? I remember you being our guide on our last trip there last year. Hector speaks, turning to Gwen. Yeah, I'm still with Dr. Connors. Why the sudden interest? Gwen asks. Nothing much. He shrugs. I just plan on graduating early. And the research of Dr. Connors interests me. And Hector is interrupted by Gwen. Are you going to graduate early? She asks. Yeah. If all goes well, I'll only stay this semester in high school. And you? You and Peter are smart. You guys can already be accepted in college, right? He asks. I'm feeling like the third wheel here. I can't. Gwen spoke slowly. My parents won't let me. Same with Peter. His uncles wanted him to have a full high school experience, you know. Yes, socialize and stuff. My grandparents are the same. But they supported my decision. And it's not like I miss anything in socializing, right? He says, self-mocking, making Gwen laugh. Oh no, Peter. He is going to steal your girl. Do you plan to go into the biology area? Gwen asks. Medicine in truth. I remember the work of Dr. Connors in regenerative medicine. I was interested. And I also had to make sure his research wouldn't make my family go bankrupt. He says. Gwen laughs again. Ah yeah, your family owns hospitals. I forgot. She says. Me too. Hector is rich, but he does not flaunt his wealth, like Harry. His clothes are very casual, no expensive accessories or anything. He is pretty laid back. Yeah. He spoke softly, looking down for a moment. Oh, his parents died recently. Gwen seems to notice it too, by her hand-to-mouth reaction. Hector scans our reactions and speaks. I see. You guys know. Hector, I don't mean to intrude. Gwen starts but is interrupted. But your father is a police captain, and you recognized my parents' last name. Hector deduces. Bullseye. Yeah. I'm sorry for your loss, Hector. Gwen speaks empathically. Me too, man. I know that can be hard. I mean, I don't know. But it happened recently with Peter, and, you know, I try to speak not very successfully. Arg, this is hard. I understand, relax. And don't worry, I'm okay. You get used to it, do you know? The best thing to overcome is to act normally and move on. That's why I want to graduate soon. Time waits for no one, he says as he caresses the wrist that contains a nice watch there. He hadn't noticed because of the long sleeve. Very simple and tasteful. I deduce it must have been a gift. After all, Hector doesn't wear accessories. It's good that you're okay, man. If you need anything, you can ask. I speak. I was never very close with Hector. But I think it was more for lack of opportunity. I feel like we could be good friends. I am grateful. He speaks. Well, I have an appointment now, I have to go. Send my best wishes to your boyfriend Gwendolyn. Hector says, looking at his watch and turning to Gwen, making the girl blush hard. What? Peter is not my boyfriend. She responds quickly. Oh no, such fast negation. Hector raises an eyebrow. Really? I swore you two were together. Hector says, looking interested. Peter, be careful. I was mistaken, this guy is bad news. No, is that? Peter never asks. I mean, we are not like that. Gwen stutters. Oh, so if Peter asks, would you go out with him? Are you just waiting for him to take the initiative? Hector asks with a hint of teasing in his voice. Something like that. I mean, if he asks. Gwen stutters a little and starts looking around as if she wants to escape the situation. Hector gives me a look while Gwen isn't looking at us. I see. This guy is a real one. He don't care and asked her directly so I could tell Peter the answer. Peter has always been skeptical about whether he should go ahead with this relationship with Gwen. Although it seems obvious to anyone watching from afar. But he's always been unsure, don't want to risk the friendship or something like that. Now I know it's enough for Peter to ask. Sorry for doubting you, Hector. You're a true bro in my heart now. I see. Well, sometimes you have to go after what you want, Gwendolyn. Being passive is not a solution, believe me. I know. Hector speaks meaningfully. Hector refers to his mother letting her brother do whatever he wants. She never took action toward her brother, wanting to avoid conflict. In the end, her brother became brave enough to plot her death. I see. Gwen says and falls into deep thought. Anyway, is my time now. Bye to you too. Hector says and starts walking towards the exit. I watch Hector walk away and then look at Gwen, still lost in thought. First thing I will call Peter. Hector POV is really hard to resist the urge to just read someone's mind. I plan to give the task of invading Oscorp to Shago and Helena. It will be a good way to access their abilities. Also, stealing any research from there will be very beneficial to me. It won't be much of a risk, after all the two are currently stronger than the Green Goblin, and I can rescue them at any time. For a moment I thought about getting into Gwen's mind and knowing the layout of the building or any password or whatever, but I gave up. I feel like I would miss something if I gave into temptation. It would be easy. But the easy way is not always the best way. Let's go through the right path. I tested my telepathy when I got to school. I let my power go a little rampant. Only a few meters. I read the surface thoughts of the people passing. I couldn't and didn't want to identify who had each thought. It was just training. My conclusion is that people have very different minds. Some think with words, others with images. Some are in a constant monologue in their own heads, and others think of nothing. And porn. Lots of porn. I should choose better. A high school, really Hector? And the amount of false people is impressive, damn. I thought my trust issues are unfounded. As an example, there's a girl cheating on her boyfriend with his best friend. People are assholes. Arriving home I greet all the girls and Cathalhu and head to a separate room in Infinity Castle to wait for the lawyer. Call me when Darrow arrives, Isabella. I say and Isabella nods. While sitting on the floor of an empty room, various stones and precious metals around me. I have an emerald floating above my palm as I try to imbue magic properties into the gem. The Chakra books has the basics of magic enchantments, which he read while on the trip to the grandparents' house. There is a mention of this in the opening chapters. Shago is laying lazily next to me, back on the ground with her hair scattered wildly, and moving her legs, playing with discarded jewelry. Wow, so you can make this stuff that easy? She asks, holding up a diamond the size of a human's skull, in the shape of a human's skull. I did it just for shit and giggles as a reference to the Indiana Jones movie. A diamond is just atoms of carbon arranged tetrahedrally. For me there is no difference between making a diamond or making a lump of coal. I answer. And it's true, that's the thing about powers. They disconnect you from common sense. These things, diamonds, gold, priceless things to other people. To me, they are just a little more than garbage. Obviously, I spent my energy and biomass, time, and concentration to do it. But it's so easy for me, barely worth mentioning. More complicated things are electronic devices like smartphones. That thing is really hard. Honestly, I love creation so much that when I come back to the world of BNHA I will give Yayo Rozo a kiss. It's not that simple to use this power of creation, but it's no problem to produce giant diamonds. I can make a diamond statue of myself if I feel self-centered. Oh, I want one diamond statue of myself. She talks, still focused on the diamond skull. Making the final touches, my hands glow green as magic is poured into the emerald. Creating a ring, I place the nail-sized emerald on the ring and offer it to Shago. Here, try this, I say, realizing my mistake. Almost immediately. Oh, she brings both hands to her cheeks, acting surprised and thrilled. So early? I accept, obviously. We will make a happy family. I will be a good wife. Our children will the future leaders of the world. Every day I will give morning blowoy dash. I interrupt her, taking the ring back. I will make this into a necklace. I say, going to pull out the yoke. No, I like this ring. Sorry. She comes over and I let her take the ring from my hands. She places it on the middle finger of her right hand. Good. When she does, a green light begins to expand from the ring, enveloping her body. The result is that her skin has a more normal tone. Shago has gray pale skin, with a tonality a little green, which would be a problem for her in everyday life. I simply imbue Loki's illusion spell in the emerald. Gemcraft or jewelcraft is a real concept apparently, but really expensive. It's not a problem for me, so whatever. Even normal gems can carry magic, obviously more special gems like Monster Core of Anime Worlds would be better. But you have to work with what you have on hand. I used the emerald because it suits Shago. I didn't see much difference in testing with various types of gemstones, although diamonds seem to store magic better. Oh neat, she says, looking at herself. I prefer your normal color. But this will do, I say, making her give me a smile. Remember to wear it whenever you leave the house. Yes, boss. She responds with a mocking salute. Isabella then comes to warn that Darrow has arrived. I dump Shago and go meet the lawyer. From the corner of my eye I see Shago taking the diamond skull. I let her do what she wants. Just don't sell it, I say before walking through the door. I sir, she says with her fake salute again. Sitting in front of me is Mr. Darrow, the lawyer. I'm in another situation where I'm tempted to read a person's mind. I'm pretty sure this guy is in cahoots with my uncle. I just don't know the level of involvement that Darrow has in the death of my parents. My conversation with him is more of the same. He talks about my fortune, properties. But then he hits the spot I've been waiting for. Yes, Mr. Carvalho. Due to the fact that you are a minor, you will need a legal representative until you become an adult. Mr. Darrow speaks as he wipes his eyes. Oh, I say simply and keep silent. So, he says, seeing that you're back, I have an idea of your decision. But I have to ask, do you plan on living here in New York? Yes. I plan to finish my studies here, I say, looking at him without blinking. Then I advise you to contact a relative. I believe your older uncle would be the best option. He has children of similar age to you. He speaks casually. To an ordinary person, this would seem like an innocent suggestion. But for me, that I can see even the small changes in his body and aura. I don't even need to read his mind to know he has ulterior motives to suggest my uncle. Let's get these guys out of their comfort zone. You know, Mr. Darrow, I was thinking of seeking my emancipation. What do you think? I speak. My emancipation is almost ready. I will speak as if I was still thinking about acquiring it. Let's see how he will react. Will he try to stop the inevitable? A lawyer doesn't have that authority. He would have to use someone else. My uncle. And why would my uncle stop me from getting emancipation? This will make any judge, who hasn't been bought, see that my uncle is a greedy bastard. They are in a nice checkmate. There's nothing they can do. So my uncle will probably use force. The force of his friend, the Kingpin. And that's what I'm waiting for. There's no way these guys can beat me in a direct confrontation. I would destroy them. They would just give me more clues to the whereabouts of Kingpin. I can kill my uncle anytime. I can fly to his house, walk through walls invisible and crush his heart. Telekinetically, making him into a vegetable with telepathy. So many ways to kill him, it's not even funny. But my uncle is the line that will guide me to find the Kingpin, and I can't destroy the Kingpin now without doing some preparation first. I don't think it's necessary. Only 2 more years and you will be of legal age. So much paperwork, bureaucracy. It's not like you will miss anything going to live with your uncle. He could even teach you a lot about the administration of hospitals. He starts to speak as if he were a salesman. I just stare at him silently, and I let the silence linger until he got uncomfortable as I narrowed my eyes to him. When I let him sweat a little with my penetrating gaze, I finally speak. Mr. Darrow. Yes. You're the lawyer of the family, right? You in your office, I say. Yes. The law firm has been working with you family since your grandfather's time, he replies, bragging a little. Probably wants to show how reliable he is. Yeah. Your office has always helped the owner of the hospitals and the head of the family. I say slowly, yes. He speaks without understanding what I'm getting at. Mr. Darrow, who is the de facto owner of the hospitals and the real head of the family? I ask, looking into his eyes. I notice he starts to sweat a little, but he responds. Well, you are, obviously. But it's a big responsibility. A young boy like you has a long way to go. It would be better to be under the tutelage of someone more he starts to ramble, but I cut him off. Then, if I'm the biggest shareholder of the hospital network and the heir of the family, you and your colleagues should be treating me and my interests as the highest priority, right? I ask casually. Yes, but I interrupt again. Then, if I say I want to emancipate myself, you should help me to emancipate myself, Mr. Darrow, I say slowly. He's sweating bullets now, Mr. Darrow. Sometimes in life, we have to choose sides. And that choice can drastically decide our future. I say, putting pressure on him. Choose wisely, Mr. Darrow. This guy doesn't stand a chance. With these last words, I say goodbye to the lawyer. Now, this guy has 2 options. Or he comes to my side, abandoning my uncle. He will no longer pass on my information and will help me take effective control of my inheritance. Or he stays with my uncle. He will pass on my information, which will make my uncle despair and do something drastic. And I'll turn the tables, because there's no chance of me losing to whatever Kingpin does. They still think I'm a normal teenager. It's a win-win situation. I'm giving this last chance to Darrow and his office. They worked for a long time with my family. He can make things run smoothly for me. After I return to my couch, Helena appears beside me seemingly out of nowhere. One of the powers I gave her was invisibility. I don't even need to ask as she's already talking. I bugged his car, as you asked. She says. I remove a device from my inventory. Strange, huh? Reading minds is amoral, but putting hearing devices in someone's car doesn't, huh, Hector? Why? Why is it a power? There is a limit for invasion of privacy? Well, whatever. My morals are flexible. I hear Darrow drive around town for a bit until he makes a call. Leopold Darrow POV. What was that? Hector didn't speak like someone his age. Does he have an idea about the deal I made with Alexander? He at least suspects, I think. And now, what do? I have to choose a side. My law firm works with the Bellucci for a long time. A member of the Howling Commandos, like the founder Bellucci, has a son that becomes a lawyer, and he is the first to represent the Bellucci family, when it was just a single hospital. So this partnership between the law firm and the hospital network began. Can he really risk 50+ years of partnership for a dozen of grands? The best choice would be to remain passive. No matter who wins in this dispute between Hector and Alexander, nothing would affect me. But now, I already made the deal with Alexander. If I back down now and Alexander ends up winning in the end, obviously, I know of Alexander's ambition to become Hector's guardian. In 2 years he could become the true owner of the hospital network. This is the business world. Hector's mother never bothered with the administrative part. Alexander has been taking care of everything since the death of Hector's grandfather. Alexander probably wants to buy the hospitals at a low price. Hector would live a quiet life, and Alexander would fulfill his ambition. But it seems that Hector is not so simple. Dialing Alexander's number, I contemplate my options. Darrow, I assume you called me to let me know how the meeting went. I hear Alexander's grating voice on the other end of the line. Yes. Mr. Bellucci, I have good news. I reply. He always liked being called Mr. Bellucci, to feel like the head of the family. I maintain my voice impassive. Hector intends to continue living in New York and he hasn't shown much resistance to living with a relative. I say, I choose to side with Hector. That is what my gut feeling is telling me to do. And I always trusted my gut feeling. I'm a pragmatic person, but sometimes you have to make a bet. A year ago when I first met Hector's mother, I saw right away that she wasn't an ambitious person. And so I accepted Alexander's proposal to help him control hospitals legally at that time. The bet paid. Even with Alexander not being the legal owner, he never had any interference from his sister. Everything went well. I profited a lot. That was a gamble. Pragmatically I should have sided with the legal heiress, but I felt it wouldn't give me the best results. And now I'm feeling the same in this conflict between Alexander and Hector. Taking Hector's side is the right choice. The emancipation plan is plausible and a smart move. He'll have to act fast. I'll work on it. I have some dirt of Alexander too, like embezzlement, which if it turns into a dispute in the court can be used against him. Hector is young. I can become a person he can trust if I help him now. And the main reason I hate Alexander. That man is truly unpalatable, ungrateful, petty, condescending. He was a profitable partner while he lasted. But now, I have a better option. I did not mention your name, Mr. Bellucci, to not scare the boy, but in time he will see for himself that you are the best option. Have patience. I say to placate the poor guy, who doesn't know that his little sand castle will be destroyed by the new waves. Yes, yes, I keep replying slavishly. Give me time. We still have 2 years. The kid has no interest in hospitals, just like his mother. I keep talking. After a few minutes of listening to his annoying voice and a rant about how when he gets what is rightfully his I will be rewarded, the call finally ends. Focusing now on driving, I sigh. I'm sorry, Alexander. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I sigh without feeling even an ounce of guilt. Helena POV. I'm sorry, Alexander. It was a pleasure doing business with you. I hear the lawyer's voice on the device Hector is holding. Oh, it looks like he's on your side. Shago speaks from my right to Hector. Everyone is listening to the talk. But what's the story between you and your uncle? She asks. Hector just commented that he had a score to settle with his family, which was one of his goals. Well, about Darrow, I don't trust him, but I can use him. And about my uncle, he killed my parents. Hector says seriously. This surprised me. He looks into my eyes before looking away to the listening device in his hands. Well, he didn't perform the act himself, but he colluded with a big shot of the criminal world, the Kingpin. So basically I have 2 targets, my uncle and the Kingpin. Hector speaks normally as if he were commenting on the weather. These guys are problematic. They have powers. Isabella asks. Hector is strong. If he knows who the culprits are, I don't understand why he hasn't already taken matters into his own hands. No, normal humans. Kill them will be easy. Although I still don't know the whereabouts of the Kingpin. But I'm not looking too hard either. Hector says as he rolls the device between his fingers. Why? I can't help but ask. My relatives are taken from me too. Well, my family is part of the mafia, and a part of me feels I have no right to complain that they died for the line of business my parents lived in. But anyway, these things cannot be rationed. I wanted revenge. I want to kill all responsible and all connected with them. How can Hector resist simply teleporting to where his uncle lives and ripping his head off his shoulders? Hector looks at me with a look full of deep meaning, as if he understands everything just because I said the word why. Ho ho, he chuckles humorlessly. Well, I thought long and hard about my vengeance. Hector begins. As I would even weigh the consequences. Killing my uncle is easier than eating a piece of cake. I can use my telepathy to sense his mind from here to his house and simply lobotomize the bastard. Hector speaks in a tone that causes a shiver in my scalp. My dear uncle is so insignificant that he doesn't even know he's already a dead man. I will kill him, but it will be at the right time. Whether or not the bastard's death can bring attention to my person. Even if it's only a 1% chance that people will start to distrust me. My uncle is just not worthy of even that small percentage. Hector speaks nonchalantly. Kingpin on the other hand is a little more complicated. Just a tiny bit more complicated. I would first have to find the fat bald bastard that looks like it came out of a NTR hentai. Oh, this almost gives my ideas. Ho ho, Hector speaks with a dark chuckle. Anyway, I'm new to dealing with criminal syndicates, I admit, but even I know that if a big shot like Kingpin just disappeared, the power vacuum would cause chaos and eventually affect innocent people. I want to know everything I can about Kingpin, so I can get his criminal empire to myself. Hector announces. From the corner of my eyes, I can see Shago's eyes practically glowing. And my last reason. My parents are good people. Better than me. They wouldn't want me chasing revenge. That's why I'm careful not to affect ordinary people. By the way, regarding the memory of my relatives. He says if I'm going to walk this dark path, which I know would be scolded if they are alive, I'll at least be careful. There is no need to be haste and hurt others who are not the target of my vengeance. Hector concludes. Or not, because it continues almost as an afterthought. You know, a while ago I thought about giving up on killing my uncle and Kingpin and just handing them over to the authorities. He mutters with a dazed look on his face. It would be what my parents would want, I'm sure of it. He speaks so low that I can barely hear him. But I eliminate this thought as fast as it appears in my mind. Hector says suddenly, his face morphing slightly. I know very well that justice is flawed to the ones with money and power. They will be free in no time. And this disgusts me in a way I didn't think was possible. Hector leans forward a little and puts his hand on his face. Haha. I often hear that it's good to abandon revenge. That no good comes from it. That you would only self-destruct. You would become like the people you want revenge on. That living happily is the best form of revenge. Hua. Hector starts to laugh. Ha ha ha, what a load of bullshit. The ones that talks this flowery shit are people who never lost anyone by the hand of another person. Ha ha, Hector suddenly exclaims. His eyes are dangerous. Did you know? I stay awake thinking not about my relatives. Not about the happy moments. I stay awake thinking about they killers. The mere thought that those responsible for their deaths are out there, living leisurely, happy, sleeping, eating, drinking, fucking, that they are enjoying the things that have been denied to my parents so easily, feeling safe, taking everything for granted. Hector's face is distorted now, veins spread through his neck and temples. Make me want to puke. Hector spat with all disdain of the world. I never thought that feeling hate for someone could affect my body like this. My stomach churns, my ear buzz, like an itch that I can't scratch off. Ho ho, ho ho, Hector says with his hand still in his face, clawing like he wants to peel his skin off. Between the spaces of his fingers, I see his eyes glow dangerously red as if reflecting his mood. I never thought I could hate someone so much, that I want to shred them with my own hands. I want to end them, and everything that they love. And I want them to know that is me and the reason that why they are gonna die. Not only me, I see that even Shago and Isabella are looking at Hector in silence. Petrified. Even Cathalhua has the hairs on his neck standing up. And so fast that it almost looked like it was all a hallucination. Hector is back to normal with an impassive face. Sorry for scary your guys. I was just venting. He speaks calmly. Cathalhua goes to sit on his lap and Hector strokes the cat's back leisurely, a small smile on his face. Humph. Shago snorts. Scare me? You need more than that to scare this bad girl here. I confess. I'm almost called you daddy and asked to choke me. But you don't scare me, she says, crossing her arms and leaning back on the couch. I roll my eyes. This girl is too horny. But Hector just gave a light laugh. Well, everything in it due time. There's no need to rush. When I need it, I hope you can help me, Helena. You're more experienced than I am with this criminal underworld stuff, Hector says, turning to me. I just nod. I'll go out for a bit. Don't wait up for me. You can eat dinner without me, Hector speaks, getting up and opening a portal to an unknown location. Huff. I release a breath that I don't know that I was holding. Hector is dangerous. He's different from the other heroes I've met in that they have a strict moral code. No one fears Superman. That guy doesn't operate like that. He wants to give people hope. Even Batman has his bottom line. But Hector, his moral code is too fickle. He has no moral chains or restraints. He is unpredictable. And that kind of person is the most dangerous. A poor comparison would be the Joker. I know Hector is not monstrous like that fucker. But the fact that you don't know what's going through his mind, and that he can change so fast makes the two of them a bit similar. Anyone sane feels the Joker. I have personally seen what he is capable of. I've also personally seen what a Batman without restraints is capable of. I sigh again. It's too early to try to judge Hector. I will tread on thin ice meanwhile. I know from my jokes that he's not an arrogant bastard who doesn't admit even an iota of disrespect, so I don't think he's that bad. But he's young. He can change. Especially on the path he's on. I will try to help him, with the experience I have. It's the least I can do to repay for the second chance I got. Isabella and I get up to continue with our assignments, but Shago remains seated. Are you going to stay there, Shago? Isabella asks curiously. I'm a little wet. Hector is so hot, full of righteous anger. I think I just marked this couch. You guys can go ahead. Shago speaks without looking at us. I just sigh. This group is gonna be okay? Hector POV sigh. Sometimes I lose control, huh? Oh, better. I want to lose control. I was holding back too much. I tell Jean to loosen up more, not to hold back too much, not to get to the point of exploding. And here I am doing the same. I need to punch something. Just let it go for a few minutes. The idea that someone always has eyes on me restricts my actions. Well, I'm going to beat up some criminals while I'm walking around New York. I won't break anyone's bones at least. Self-control is important. Ha, I feel better now. I blitz in some mugs. These guys didn't even see what hit them. I don't want my debut to happen yet. If I exist, people will have countermeasures to me. Heroes are always at a disadvantage because they are in the light, while villains can be in the dark. Plotting, knowing everything about the hero, choosing the better time for the confrontation. I don't want to give a free advantage like that. And I'm not a fame seeker. In the future, I will need a good image to fight against prejudice against mutants, metahumans, but it can wait. I have to make my debut at a good time, when they really need me, to increase my reputation. Sell the image that I appear when the world needs me the most, or some bullslow it like that. Receiving a cool breeze of the night while on top of a skyscraper, I continue to observe the building in front of me, Oscorp. I try to keep my prejudice against people in the Marvel world to a minimum. Not judging before knowing. But Norman Osborn. He's on my kill list. There are people that anyone who knows the world of comics would kill in the first chance they got in case they were transported to this fictional world. And neither are the super powerful guys. They are those normal psycho guys. Like the Joker, Lex Luthor, Norman Osborn. These guys are the ones that can cause the most damage. Well, this world could have a different Norman than I'm used to. Maybe he's a saint. But I'm 99% sure he is the Green Goblin. Just that 1% that's holding me back from nuking his home. I really hope it doesn't have resurrection bullshit in this world. But I'm not very optimistic. I need some power that gives me the ability to true death or something. Like the mystic eyes of death. Perception, or other soul destroyer bullshit. I've been watching Oscorp for 2 hours, looking for a target for the little unconventional interrogation that I planned. And I think I just find the guy. Using various eye powers I can see people coming in and out of the building very well. And even see a little inside the building. Middle age, lab coat, no wedding ring, signal of stress, his shoe is a little dirt with mud. The rain happens 2 days ago. He must live alone. Shouldn't have a wife or girlfriend doing chores for him. And I saw him talking in whispers with Norman Osborn. And he uses the elevator a lot going to some secret facility, my friend. By the way, Norman Osborn looks nothing like Willem Dafoe, thanks Jack Kirby. I would feel bad if I had to punch Willem Dafoe in the face. I hope Xavier doesn't look like Patrick Stewart too. I can't slap Patrick Stewart in his bald head. Well, anyway, our dear Dr. Strom. Mendel Strom, I see it on his badge. Ho, is he a geneticist? I will be lucky if he is. I follow his car. Now I'm waiting in a dark corner of Dr. Strom house. I barged in while he parked the car. Watching him open the car, I look at him go through a routine of taking off his shoes, hanging up his lab coat, getting a drink from the fridge, and sitting on the couch and relaxing. Well, if you're so tired, let me help you. Using somnambulism imperceptibly, I watch the doctor fall asleep. Time to learn a little about Oscorp. As I said before, I don't want to trivially invade people's minds. But I also won't hold back too much when I know the benefits will be great and can help a lot of people. Green Goblin is already a thing. And he was certainly born at Oscorp. Don't worry, Doc, I won't tell anyone your fetishes or something. Approaching the unconscious scientist, I place my fingers on his temples, to make it easier, and delve into his mind. An unknown amount of time passes. I'm being very careful not to mind break him. I will only mind break girls through the power of D and jackpot. This guy works in the secret Oz serum project, developed to the military. Oh, damage in the lab last year and no one knows who is responsible? The birth of the Green Goblin. This guy even knows the formula. I see. The Oz serum is another ripoff of the super soldier serum of Dr. Eskren. Using my genius intellect and my meta-knowledge, I can see where they are going wrong. If I'm not mistaken, Eskren used Vita rays to empower his machine. Because to create muscle mass, energy is needed. That's why Red Skull is a Red Skull. He didn't use Vita rays. Oscorp is using another form of radiation, which is what probably connects the user with the Goblin Force or whatever. By the way, the Hulk was also another project. To create a super soldier, but they wanted to empower the machine with gamma radiation. Well, everyone knows the consequences now. I also focused on the layout of the building and passwords. Well, looks like I have everything I need. As a thank you, I will cure some of this guy's problems, like his back, his bad blood circulation and others. I will use this information for Shago and Helena to break into Oscorp. I could do it, and maybe it would be more efficient. But I need to test them and they need to be put to use. Even if they fail, it won't be a big loss. And if it's a success, I'll have access to several more kinds of research. Oscorp is the birthplace of various Spider-Man villains. Oh, in some media, Norman worked with Kingpin, right? To create these villains. Another thing for the girls to try to figure out. Well, let's go back to training. Next day is more of the same. Peter returned to school. I at least say hello to Gwen and Ned now, but they were more focused on Peter. So I didn't interfere and just got alone again. Not that I care, obviously. Well, the fanboy part of me wants to befriend Spider-Man, but I won't force it. And Flash still hasn't tried any revenge. Boring school day. Arriving home, after greeting the girls and Kat, Isabella comes to talk to me. Master Hector, the food that you ordered has come this morning. Is it so? Excellent. Show me. A huge amount of food is stored in the back of the house. Now I can make a little progress. With a wave of my hand, I keep everything in my storage. I'm leaving today. Don't wait for me. I say wait. Take me with you. I'm bored of my mind here. Shago speaks. I think for a bit but decide against it. Not today. But relax. Still this week I will give you something to do. I say to the pouting Shago. Better go before she convinces me that dark upper lip is one of my weaknesses. Sewers of New York. One of the good things about having meta-knowledge is that you know about secrets. When I merge with my eye of this universe, it was already a little late in the storyline and I missed some good opportunities. Arc reactor, radioactive spiders, and others. And Captain America was probably retrieved from Iceland already. But I know a lot of things that people can't even imagine. I know about secret locations. I know about Wakanda. I know there are the savage lands in Antarctica, of the underwater kingdom of Atlantis, New Rome on Amazon, Titan, homeworld of Thanos, is a moon of Saturn, and I think some Olympians live on Venus. I know about Sanctum, Kunlun, and the gateways to other dimensions. Less important and not so secret. I know that the Morlocks live in the sewers below New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. I found them while doing my recon. The Morlocks, forgotten and shunned. They rarely appear. No one cares for them, whether it's the people of this world or the writers. Let's change that a little bit. And it looks like it's my lucky day, looking at the big space underground. Damn, this place is trash. I see the community of about 200. There are men, women, children, and the elderly. Almost all have strange appearances. But it doesn't affect me at all. I spent a month in the world of BNHA. I saw all kinds of people. A person who has thorns is not so creepy. People of the Marvel world. Chill out. And there are some who just have different skin color. Really? It's so cool, different skin colors. Really? People are lame. Propaganda really took away people's ability to think for themselves. I'm sure that if people weren't manipulated, people would find these differences very nice and attractive. That woman with rainbow skin, for example. I'm sure many men would simp for her. And there are some that don't have any difference from other humans externally. But I understand why they are here. The powers are activated at some inopportune moment where they're discovered by the community they lived in and persecuted. At the moment everyone is gathered watching two people fight. The two have not unusual in appearance. A man and a woman. From the feelings I'm getting from my empathic feedback, this fight is not for entertainment. Like a coliseum. The woman is having her ass handed to her. And I recognize her. Is Callisto, the leader of these people. Until she is defeated by Storm. Sometime in the future. I see. They are deciding who will be the next leader. And it looks like the giant, muscular guy is going to win. I don't recognize him. My Marvel knowledge is lacking. But he is strong. Alpha level. Spatial power. He is fading, merging with the space and attacking the woman mercilessly from blind spots. Callisto is weak. She's like Captain America without the training, but with a weak healing factor. She is gonna lose this. And it seems no one wants her to lose. Time to be the hero. Or villain. Ho, watching Callisto take a hit she won't recover from, I resolve to make my big entrance. Third-person POV. The Morlocks. As Hector said, they are mutants in which circumstances prevent them from living normally in society. The most common factor is their appearance. They usually have weak powers and live by raiding the surface for supplies. Unfortunately, there are far more than just over 200 that Hector is seeing here. There are other places like these. The sewers extend for many miles. That's why life underground is difficult. There's competition even here. Too many mouths to feed. No income. There are few people who can help. Like Xavier or Magneto. But for unknown reasons they don't extend an olive branch to their fellow mutants. Due to harsh living conditions, it was decided that the strongest would lead the Morlocks, and there is currently a battle going on to decide the next leader. The two combatants are Callisto, as Hector rightly points out, a woman with short black hair and a slim build. She uses an eye patch on her right eye. She just has reflexes, strength, and regeneration a little above normal. Her opponent is different. His is strong. Mikhail Rasputin, the elder brother of Colossus and Magic. He's an obscure character who hasn't appeared much, so it's not strange that Hector doesn't know. He is alpha level with the power of spatial warping. He, like his younger sibling, is very tall and with a strong build. He has black hair tied in one ponytail and some ugly scars on his face. He is destroying Callisto, but nobody wants to see him as a leader. The reason for everyone's unease is that Mikhail is a radical, maybe worse than Magneto, and the Morlocks don't have the strength to go along with him in his crazy ideas of attacking the surface population. That's why Callisto is resisting with everything she has, to prevent the new leader from driving the Morlocks to extinction. Many Morlocks are watching the fight, but they are powerless to intervene. Mask, Caliban, Bliss, Marrow, Striker, Madden, and even heavy hitters like Brute and Hump. Chug. Callisto is beaten to the ground. Mikhail is simply in a league above her. It can disappear into space and attack from any direction. It even has energy beam attacks. Amazing, woman. I appreciate your bravery. It would be a waste to have to queue. Mikhail speaks with a Russian accent. Callisto wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth and tries to get up. Mikhail, do you even understand your role as a leader? I won't let you use us as tools. Callisto responds by gritting her teeth. And what? Are you content to live here like rats? Cowards. Mikhail spat. The humans are the ones that need to hide from us. He speaks with an insane gaze. Callisto knows that arguing with Mikhail is pointless, but she has no other option. She tries again to get up, but Mikhail puts his huge foot in her back. I win, woman. The Morlocks belong to me now. Callisto doesn't want to accept it, but there's nothing she can do. She can barely move. At that moment she hears a deep voice that seems to echo throughout the underground. Oh, so that's how you guys decide your leaders? Very convenient for me. Can I participate? The speech attracts everyone's attention. A man in a black cloak slowly descends to the ground from where he was floating. Identify yourself, stranger. Mikhail shouts. When the stranger touches the ground he speaks. The name is Eidolon. Nice to meet you all. I'm the next leader. Eidolon speaks as a matter of fact. Preposterous, Mikhail growls as he sets out to attack Eidolon. You are very strong for someone unknown. Eidolon speaks while making a barrier defending himself from Mikhail's fist. Do you recognize the names Natalia Romanova, Mikhail Ursus, Dmitry, Valentin, Pyotr, Hector? Begins listing Russian character names. Mikhail is an enigma to him. He wants to know if he has anything to do with something he knows. This guy has a strong power. He knows how to use it. He can't be a nobody. Do you know my foolish brother? Mikhail speaks as he disappears into the void. Oh, brother? Who? Eidolon asks interestedly as he stands still. Eidolon moves his head to the side an instant before a fist comes out of nowhere trying to hit him. Everyone is shocked, even Mikhail. Mikhail tries again and again. Punches, kicks, blows from all angles. Mikhail starts attacking faster and faster, showing a speed and mastery of his powers that he didn't need to show against Callisto. But nothing touches Eidolon. Come on. Answer please. I need to decide how much strength I will use against you. Eidolon speaks casually as he jumps up, dodging two arms that emerged from the floor and tried to grab Eidolon's legs. Arg. Pyotr is my brother. Mikhail unconsciously responds because Eidolon used truth on him. I really didn't know. I can't kill you now, huh? Hector decides to capture Mikhail and take him to the Xavier mansion as a gift on his next visit. Knowing a little about Colossus' personality, he should care about his brother. Even if Mikhail is a villain, Eidolon also has a keen interest in Mikhail's power. Callisto looks at the battle with wide eyes. She has been brought into the crowd by other Morlocks. Well, battle would be an exaggeration. The new guy, Eidolon, is toying with Mikhail. When Eidolon gets the answer he wanted, he settles into the ground and waits. Mikhail again disappears and goes on the attack. And when he reappears, is Eidolon's turn to disappear. Faster than the eye can see, Eidolon appears behind Mikhail with his hand outstretched. Back to back, he doesn't even turn to watch Mikhail turn into a cloud of blood and gore. Everyone's eyes widen at the scene, but like magic, or as if time is turning back, the cloud of blood coalesces and becomes Mikhail again as if he had never been attacked. Eidolon used overhaul, just for the shock factor. Mikhail falls to his knees on the floor with a dazed expression. It is possible to notice that he no longer has the scars on his face. Eidolon took advantage and healed Mikhail just to sow some good faith with the X-Men in the future. Tap tap, walking slowly. Eidolon goes behind Mikhail and grabs the top of his head. Mikhail appears to suffer some shock before passing out. Hector wasn't kind enough to take his power away gently. Silence prevails on the place. Hector lets people get a little more nervous, to have the biggest effect on his next performance. He turns and faces each one by one. Many shy away from his gaze, others stare. When Eidolon feels the mood is ideal, he speaks up. Utilizing various powers, Eidolon increases the dramatic factor. His voice reverberates throughout, calm and soothing. Look at your guys, he says as he walks, occasionally patting a child's head. Ostracized and forgotten just because you are different. Living in these atrocious conditions. Eidolon gestures around. Are you guys satisfied? He exclaims. All flinch. Soon after, he again uses a calm tone. He approaches Callisto. A golden light extends from his hand, healing all her injuries. Hector also releases bubbles that clean the place, creating a pleasant smell, and some plants that probably are kept by someone with sunlight power that barely managed to survive also start to grow healthy. The place looks brighter. The water now runs clean. Even people start to feel comfortable. Eidolon dramatically waves his hand. His mantle flutters and a large amount of food appears. I want to change this. You guys don't deserve this. Eidolon says, looking at the ceiling in melancholy. I want to give your guys your own spot under the sun too. Everyone here is human too. We don't bleed like the people above. We don't cry if we are hurt. We don't become scared of them when they come to beat us. Be who you are not your choice. Eidolon exclaims, each word making the listener's blood boil and hearts beat faster. There's nothing wrong with you all. In my eyes, you're all are beautiful people. Eidolon speaks softly as he stretches a kid's cheek. Callisto is still on the floor in shock. She looks at Eidolon as if she is seeing her savior. Eidolon turns to her again. Believe in me when I say that better days are coming, my friend, Eidolon says as he extends his hand to Callisto. She unconsciously holds. Everything is gonna be alright, he continues, saying in a tone of voice that reaches the deepest parts of everyone's hearts. Do you know why? He asks softly, looking at Callisto's hopeful eyes. Because now, Eidolon allows himself to smile, but no one sees. I'm here. The first step is taken. Oh boy, all for one would be proud. Hello, my dear readers. I hope everyone likes the chapter. You know, the concept of fanfic where the MC tries to change the prejudice against mutants isn't new. But I never see anyone approach the Morlocks. Only because they are weak? Because there's no waifu? Because there is nothing to gain? Meh. Is easy to save Jean, right? Many benefits. But take almost 1,000 people under his wing, and gain nothing. Protect and feed them. Give them hope. Now I want to see someone do this. Let's talk about some things, bear with me a little. First of all, maybe I should apologize. In the previous chapter, there were some comments about my statements about Africa. You know, that talk about hunger, despair. I mean, I wasn't generalizing. Only idiots generalize. I like to think of myself a little better than an idiot. But the MC was commenting on the bad things he noticed. And he has hunger, ethnic and other conflicts in Africa. But it's obvious that not all of Africa is like that. Anyway, my knowledge about Africa comes from movies and documentaries. Forgive me if I offended someone. Bo's head moving on, about the fact that Hector didn't go talk to Jean about his discovery. Well, there's a reason. Hear me out. The damage is already done. All Hector will do if he's going to reveal the truth is increase Jean Snap's earnings. Hector is not ready. Jean is not ready. Hector plans to reveal the truth, make no mistake, but in maybe 2 months. 2 months is enough time for Jean to train and for maybe Hector to gain something useful in the Gatcha that can help Jean. You don't like it, Hector doesn't like it, and I don't like it. I would also like the Hector-Jean relationship to run smoothly, but things don't happen that way, right? You have to make choices. And if you put the small relationship between the two versus the lives of millions of people, you know what Hector chose. He's prepared for Jean to hate him, but he won't risk it now. Human relationships are complicated, my friends. Not everything is black and white. Now one last thing. You may have noticed in this chapter that I paid special attention to Hector's moral dilemma and the power of telepathy. In my opinion, the power of telepathy is the most corruptible of all. Seriously, doing things without consequence. It changes people. In truth, Hector is very afraid of becoming crazy or developing a god complex. The bad thing about going crazy is that you don't notice it yourself, right? Hector will avoid using it as much as possible, but will use it if the situation requires it. I hope I managed to convey Hector's moral stance on this issue. Oh, I almost forgot. I hope I'm getting the personality of the characters right. I am very concerned about this. Give me your opinions. Shago is a little too horny. I would imagine her this way if she wasn't from a public free cartoon. That's all. Stay good, my dear readers. Till next time. I will try to write faster. I can't promise anything. When a woman wants to dig up a man's secrets, she normally ends up sinking into an abyss before she can even notice. Chihuahua, ATG. Xavier Institute, day after Eidolon meeting the X-Men. Subtitle, Rogue woes early in the morning. Rogue gets out of bed. In fact, she has been awake for a while. She feels full of energy. The absorption of that Eidolon guy, she concludes. One of the things that Eidolon is definitely not lacking is stamina and vitality. Rogue removes the covers and sits, lights the lamp at the head of the bed, and starts looking for some workout clothes. You, Rogue? Did something happen? A sleepy kitty asks as she rubs her sleepy eyes. She at first thought she was late because Rogue never wakes up early, but a quick look at the window confirmed that it was still dark. So something must have happened. Is the mansion under attack again? Kitty asks, already starting to get up. No. You can sleep, Kitty. I just feel like jogging. Rogue responds quickly and in a low voice so as not to wake up Jean and Jubilee, who is still sleeping. Kitty's bed is next to her, so she was the only one who noticed Rogue's movements. Kitty stares at Rogue for a while, and she takes the smartphone. 5:03 a.m. Are you Mystique? Kitty asks in disbelief and already starting to become intangible to escape. Rogue sighs. How do I prove myself to you? Do you want me to talk about that 6 number codes on your PC? She asks. Okay, you are Rogue. Kitty responds, blushing. Rogue notes. Rogue seems to have no problem seeing in the dark. It seems that turning on the light was unnecessary. 2M just full of energy. Kitty. Feel like spending a little. Rogue says. Oh, Eidolon. Kitty asks, realizing the reason for the change in Rogue. She should have realized it sooner, but her brain isn't fully awake yet. Yep. I think so too. I'm leaving. Wanna come? Rogue asks after she already changed out of her clothes and put on running shoes. No way. No one deserves to wake up so early. Kitty says with finality as she covers herself fully with her sheets. There are minimum wage workers and farmers waking earlier, do you know? Rogue says and pauses a bit. Where did that answer come from? I never thought or cared about these things. Rogue resolves to put the thought aside as she leaves the mansion to do something she's never done in her life. Exercise while still dark. Later, after more than an hour of exercise, Rogue is finally back at the mansion. Seeing that the garage is open, she decides to go through it to enter, to avoid having to keep putting the password in the main entrance. Hey, Logan. Rogue greets the older mutant who is working on his motorcycle. Sup, kid? You're early. Fell out of bed. Logan responds from his position on the floor as he fiddles with the underside of the motorbike. Just feels like jogging. Rogue replies. Simply. Logan only grunts in acknowledgement. Can you help me a little? Get the star key in the box. Is the one dash before Logan finished. Rogue raised her hand and pulled the right tool to her hand and expertly used it on the motorcycle's brakes. Since when do you know how to handle motorcycles? Logan asks curiously. Since this morning, I think. And I don't know. Eidolon knows. Rogue speaks as she looks at the tool in her hand. Not only did she identify the tool right off the bat, but she also used it correctly before Logan gave the instructions. With one look she saw what the problem was with the motorcycle and knew what Logan wanted. Logan looks serious for a moment before climbing out from under the bike and standing up. All right. Did you absorb his memories? Logan asks worriedly. No, I couldn't. This was the first time this had happened. I don't have his memories, but sometimes thoughts float to the front of my mind. Thoughts that aren't mine. Like what Eidolon would think if he were in my shoes. Rogue responds by trying to put her thoughts into words. Due to the great mental defenses and the careful preparations Hector took when it came to increasing his own resistance against Rogue's power, Rogue did not absorb a clear memory. But that didn't stop Rogue's power from passing through Hector's mind. Even if she couldn't absorb memories, she can absorb other things. Tastes, ideals, habits, talents, lines of thoughts. It's like Rogue absorbing Hector template. In terms of powers, she didn't get anything overpowered like power, manipulation, new order, decay, overhaul, or the force. But she managed to absorb several minor powers, many powers. Some are even reasonably strong. I see. You should go see Chuck. Logan advises. These metals things are beyond his understanding. It's okay. It's not hurting me or anything. And we know it will pass with time. It's just a little confusing to have a person's habits without memories. Rogue speaks before saying goodbye to go get ready for school. Logan watches Rogue retreating back with a critical eye. The way she is carrying herself, the way she moves. She looks like a trained fighter. Way superior to her norm really is. Logan is the X-Men's main trainer in the physical aspects. Exercises, combat. He has an excellent understanding of the abilities of all students. And he can tell for sure that Rogue is moving instinctively and subconsciously much better than her normal abilities. She is dangerous now. That means that Eidolon guy or whatever is dangerous too. He's not just a guy with a lot of powers. He is a trained fighter. That wasn't in the kids' report. Logan isn't sure before testing. but he can say he ranks this Eidolon guy pretty high on the list of fighters of his long life. Rogue just now had the same feeling as many dangerous opponents. Like a certain redhead spy, a war hero with a shield, a woman who uses a purple Chinook sword, Logan's own brother, and many others. Rogue POV. This is strange. When I caught myself and realized I had absorbed someone again, I was expecting the worst part of the absorption. The relentless stream of memories always floods my mind. But they didn't come. I thought my powers had failed. Until I used a burst of air that came out of my palm by reflex. Well, I consoled myself by thinking that at least I wouldn't be influenced by memories. But here I am. These habits aren't mine, this rapid thinking is not mine, and all this analysis of my surroundings isn't either. I'm seeing the world in a very different way now. The flow of fair, infrared, ultraviolet, hearing distant sounds, smells of things out of my sight. Ugh. I crouch down with my hand over my ears. Keeping my eyes very shut, I try to filter all this information. Arg, too much. After a while, which shouldn't have been more than a couple of minutes, I got used to it. Things are more normal now. Super senses. I mutter. It seems that I managed to control it. I try to focus a little on the sounds outside the mansion and... a mistake. I hear too much again. Arg. So hard. How does one live like that? Deciding to go take a shower to cool down, I realize I'm not even sweaty. Even after running for miles. I let the cold water run through my body. I relax. Showers always make me relax. No, that's not right. It's not me that always relaxes with showers. Is Eidolon. Losing control a little, I punch the wall, making a hole. My punch went through the concrete like is cardboard. Relax, Rogue. Deep breaths. In the next second, I'm calm again. Having your own sense of I suddenly changed is not a good feeling. It's even worse when you don't know when the ions end. The other begins. Just by looking at old experiences, I can judge if I am acting strange. At least Eidolon isn't a maniac. And these changes are not forever. All will fade with time. Even though the time she absorbed Eidolon was her personal record. More than 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 56 seconds. Her own mind whispered to her. That guy is fucking meticulous. The absorption area was also extremely large this time. My 2 hands. Most of the time I usually just play with my fingertips. I can already see that it will take time to get rid of Eidolon. Before going to school, I head to the institute's cafeteria, where all the students eat together. Sometimes the teachers come too, as I notice teacher Aurora at the table where I intend to sit with the girls, carrying the trail. With my food, I nod to everyone before sitting down. And I close my eyes to stop thinking about how to defeat everyone present with just the things on the table. I never thought I'd imagine a spoon as a weapon before. I take back what I said, that Eidolon guy must be a lunatic. Wow, Rogue? That's a lot of food. Jubilee exclaims beside me, her eyes wide from the amount of food in front of me. It was at least 5 times more than normal. Yeah, I thinking I'm being influenced by Eidolon. I say while eating a piece of melon. I never ate fruit in the morning. Oh, is that why you got up early to run? Jean asks, but already knowing the answer. Yeah, I say simply. Teacher Aurora raises an eyebrow and speaks. If absorbing this guy got you into healthy habits, that's a good thing. Rogue. Sigh maybe, and I haven't gained any memory either. It's just that I don't feel comfortable knowing I'm not completely me, you know. I talk trying to explain myself. Why am I explaining myself? It's not like they would understand. I see from the corner of my vision that Jean is staring at me. Now what? Ms. Perfect is pitying me? Ugh. Did you notice anything else different today? Aurora asks. Still chewing on the food, I answer. I'm thinking faster, and even though I don't have the usual flash of memories, I feel like I have some experience or instinctive memory or whatever. I say, eating everything quickly and efficiently. Do you want to go check with the professor? Aurora asks again. I freeze. I try not to show how uncomfortable the idea makes me, but I can't seem to hide my wince from them. Okay. Eventually, you'll get back to normal anyway. Aurora speaks kindly. I don't want to seem ungrateful. I know the professor wouldn't do anything wrong with me, but disgust flowed through all my body with the thought of someone entering my mind. I don't think that would be easy to. I hear Jean's voice. I look at her and see her frowning. I can't read your mind, she says. Oh, so you now have to ask me what I'm thinking like everyone else? Must be horrible, I reply sarcastically with a roll of my eyes. A little bitcha, but I can't avoid it. Something about her always bothered me. To my surprise, she doesn't feel offended and actually laughs. Ha ha ha. Idolin said something similar to me, she says and takes a deep breath. Before continuing, I'm sorry, Rogue. It's not that I want to read your mind or invade your privacy. Sometimes I can't control myself. And when I realized I wasn't passively receiving your thoughts, I couldn't help but instinctively check in. Sorry. She speaks. And the worst part, I know she means it. All these powers, skills maybe. It makes me have a good idea that she's being real and doesn't feel above me. Ugh. Looks like she's not the stuck-up bitch I thought. Why did I think that anyway? It's okay, I speak lightly, a little embarrassed that I've been so aggressive towards her for so long and just now. So this Idolin guy is a telepath too? I hear Bobby Drake ask. Everyone who wasn't in the battle is curious about the guy who beat us up. I don't think so. I mean, he can be. But I don't think his mental defenses come from telepathy. His mind is just absurdly robust. Jean replies to Bobby, but I also got these mental training notes from him, so maybe he's a telepath too. She shows some pictures on her smartphone. Photos of the papers she received from Idolin to train. Are you sure he didn't do anything subtle to you, Jean? You didn't notice that he's a telepath. And he has a lot of powers that we don't know about. You should let the professor and Dr. McCoy examine you. Scott joins the conversation. That's it. One of the reasons I'm so combative against Jean. Scott. The guy only has eyes for her. And she just sees him as a friend. I always thought she had it easy. Strong power, looks, smart, boys falling on her feet. I don't know why, but I'm starting to see that I was quite childish. Self-awareness is always a good thing, I mutter to myself very quietly. It's okay, Scott. I trust Idolin. Jean responds calmly. But he might have been putting some mental cue on you. Scott tries to argue. Ugh. Is this the guy I have a crush on? He sounds a little pathetic to me now. The way he looks at Jean too. Heartbeat racing, perspiration, muscles tensing, dilated pupils. It's like he can't control himself. His crush for Jean looks almost unnatural. My own mind whispers to me again. I shake my head. Stop fucking messing with my mind. Gu, rogue, wadash. I'm floating. And my arms changed. Fingers spread, and scales appeared on my forearm. Wings on my back. What the fuck, blue flames shot from my arms to my shoulders and destroyed the ceiling. Calm down, rogue. Muscle memory. Instinct. You receive these things from that guy. If he can control, you can too. After a few breaths, I land lightly on the floor. Ugh. Sorry, everyone. I say, embarrassed. Rogue, are you okay? You have burns? Quick to the medbay. Huh. Kitty talks from my side in a panic until she stops. With a surprised expression. What now? Am I very disfigured? The burns are gone. Regenerated. Jean speaks beside me too. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Bobby putting out the flames. Feelings of guilty wash over me. Is everyone okay? The professor speaks after entering the cafeteria. I heard him arriving before I saw him. Kitty lends me her jacket to cover myself. The situation left my outfit in a precarious situation, and if it happened again, I would probably flash everyone here. So Rogue has absorbed many unknown powers from Idolin. The professor concludes after a quick conversation with Aurora. Do we have any idea how many powers he has? The professor asks no one in particular. Well, I casually asked how many powers he had when I saw him using several. Jean says. But his only response was, yes. She finishes smiling wryly. Can you tell, Rogue? The professor turns to me and asks. I don't know. I say as I stare at my hand. I felt something strange. Professor. I growl. The professor just used telepathy on me. I'm sorry, Rogue. I just wanted to calm you down. In a calm state of mind, you could have an easier time. He responds. Apologetically. Okay, I will forgive him. The professor has good intentions, I think. After nodding my head, I return my attention to myself. But I don't have much progress, even after a minute. Jean bends down to be at eye level with me as I'm sitting on the floor. Rogue. When I talked to Idolin, he said powers are like stars that you can light up with your will like a switch. Try to Visualize that. Jean says with a smile on her face to me. As I close my eyes to try it, I lightly hear her commenting to the others that it was advice for her to try to turn off her passive telepathy. With my eyes closed, I take a deep breath and focus. And I feel something like an extra limb, which I can activate. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100. I open my eyes. I'm not sure. But over 100 powers I have at the moment, I say to the focused gazes. More than 100 powers? Can a mutation generate that much? He must be an anomaly. Dr. McCoy comments. I hear them talking in the background as I test all the powers with my hand. I was shifting my hand every moment, making it made of metal, hardening, nails growing, fire, ice, wind, explosions. Damn, that's cool. Jubilee comments. I stop testing and get up. I'm not going to school today, I announce. Everyone turns to me, initially shocked, but after thinking about it for a second they realize it's the best choice. That's a sensible choice, Rogue. I will call the school and tell you that you are sick, the professor says before moving his wheelchair out of the cafeteria. Are you okay, Rogue? Are you feeling tired because did you use a lot of powers? Kitty and Jean ask me respectively. Both genuinely worried. Jean is a nice girl. I was a jealous bitch for so long. TCH, I'm okay. I just don't want to risk having another crisis at school. Just in case. I'm not tired or anything. Better to be careful with these things. I answer both. The two nod their heads. Are you getting any more feedback from Eidolon? Feeling something strange? Anything you can tell us about him? Kitty asks me curiously after a little. I look around and spot the retreating back of the teachers. Well, either I woke up bisexual, or Eidolon likes mature women. And I reply while looking at the swaying booty of Ororo. I notice Jean and Kitty blush, making me want to tease the two. Maybe Eidolon is Brazilian or something, Kitty says as she blushes. I roll my eyes. Stop with your stereotypes, Kitty. Go to school, I say. After a while, all the students at Bayville High School leave the institute. Younger children stay to receive education from teachers here. The main reason we go to a normal school is to socialize and learn how to mix, to shorten the bridges between the two races. Or so the professor said. After changing clothes I head to the danger room. Even if I'm only going to have the Eidolon powers for a day or two, I'd better learn to control them. Jean POV Rogue is more mature, calm, receptive? I don't know, but even without my telepathic powers, I still have empathic powers, and I can feel her vibe, even without invading her mind. She is nowhere near Eidolon in hiding her emotions. I can't feel anything from him. If it weren't for the pleasant, friendly tone of his voice, I would have thought I was talking to a robot. Grabbing my smartphone, I'm going to check the notes he left me. I practiced a little before bed, and I feel like I've made some progress. Small, but I had. Eidolon's sense of self must be pretty strong, to influence Rogue that way, even though she doesn't get any memories. People's personalities are often formed by memories. It's intriguing the influence Eidolon has on Rogue. Perhaps Rogue's powers absorb something much deeper, from the subconscious. Anyway, it's not like I could find out. I won't invade her mind. Coming to the school, I feel that she is a little more bearable to all the minds around me. I think I managed to at least turn the volume down. After the first class, I'm in the hallway heading to the next class, and I run into my boyfriend Duncan. I can't help but think about the conversation I had with Eidolon yesterday. Stop doing the things people expect you to do, and do what you want to do, Jean Eidolon told me. Hey, baby. I miss you. Duncan speaks, coming for a kiss. I turn away. I'm confused. Do I even like Duncan? I accepted going out with him on a whim. Now I'm rethinking. But would it be fair to break up with him like this? Out of nowhere. So complicated. What happened? He asks after seeing my dodge. I'm sorry, Duncan. I'm not feeling very well today. I have to go to class. We talk later. I say as I head quickly to my next class. I need to sort my feelings and mind. Kitty POV. This day has been weird. I knew it was a signal when Rogue woke up at 5 a.m. At least the world didn't end. Returning to the mansion, I wonder how Rogue is doing. I'm worried, but also curious. I want to know more about Eidolon, and Rogue is the only way at the moment. The day was weird at school too. Jean and Duncan had a fight. And Jean moved farther away from the popular girl cheerleaders and sat with us at lunch. After arriving at the institute I see Rogue reading. Okay, Idolin is really influencing her. She just said that she's thinking a lot faster. And since she is learning things more easily it has become fun to read. Idolin is a nerd, huh? Rogue said that she even helped Dr. McCoy with some projects. Okay, Idolin is a Vaig nerd. Not just anyone can keep up with all that scientific mumbo-jumbo of Dr. McCoy. After some rest, it's time for X-Men training? Today will be a simulated group battle in the danger room. All the girls are in the change room changing into the X-Men suits when someone exclaims in surprise, "Wow Rogue, you're shredded." Jubilee speaks as she admires Rogue's body. And I have to agree. She has a six-pack and looks like a sexy Amazon. All the X-Men are very fit, but Rogue is a notch above at the moment, I have to admit. Another Idolin perk. I ask as I walk around her. I can't resist and spank her butt. I didn't see Idolin under the mantle, but he must have a very good ass. If you inherited it from him. Rogue doesn't react as expected to my slap. She just holds her chin between her fingers and speaks. I think it was because I absorbed a lot. There are usually no changes in appearance. I didn't get hairy when I absorbed Logan that time, remember? Thank God. She jokes a little, making everyone laugh from the mental image. I notice out of the corner of my eye that Ellie and Yukio are blatantly staring. Well, I can't blame the two. Even I'm starting to think I've absorbed Idolin because I'm starting to have bisexual tendencies too. Jokes aside, I also notice that Rogue doesn't have the moral high ground to be mad at us staring. Because she's staring too. Jean's breasts to be exact. My eyes are up here, Rogue. Jean teases, making Rogue blush a little. Essery, you know. Rogue tries to explain himself. Haha, relax, and it looks like Idolin is a breast man too. She speaks to another burst of laughter. A man of culture. I sigh. Such a cool guy. Third person POV. The X-Men prepare for the mock battle. Logan decided on the groups. Group A, Kitty, Kurt, Yukio, Ellie, Jubilee, Speak, and Warren, Angel. Group B, Jean, Scott, Bobby, Colossus, and finally Group C, Rogue. The groups don't look balanced, but that's on purpose. One group has numbers and variety in attacks, while the other has a lot of raw power. One group will have to be creative in overcoming the difference in power, while the other will have to deal with being outnumbered and with all sorts of attacks. And finally, Rogue. The wild card is in a special situation. She probably is the strongest X-Men at the moment. Logan wants to see how well she will fare against everyone. Today's training is to cover everyone's weaknesses. Not all X-Men are present. There are others a little younger like Sunspot and Banshee, who will train at another time. Because they are not as advanced as this group. Begin. Logan's voice reverberates from the speakers. The danger room changes and presents the location of a city block. Knowing how to use the environment is part of the training as well. In a corner of the battlefield, Scott's team gathers to discuss the strategy. We are the strongest, but we have few people. Losing even one of us would put us at a tremendous disadvantage. We also have little mobility compared to Kurt, Kitty, Warren, and Rogue. Now, we will fight defensively and defeat enemies one by one. Scott speaks to his group. Scott plans to use his advantage to the fullest and calmly get the victory for his team. I can scout from above, Jean suggests. Denied. Too risky. Scott shuts down the idea instantly. But if we don't locate the enemy, we'll be at a disadvantage if they take the initiative. Jean tries to argue. Usually, the X-Men follow Scott's lead. Scott is a good leader, but today Jean is questioning openly. In a pinch, one cannot hesitate to follow orders, but in a calm meeting like the one they are having now is the time to discuss. But Scott doesn't change his mind. We have the best defense. Scott speaks and no one can argue. With Iceman, Colossus, and Jean, hardly anyone can defeat them. We will focus on counter-attacking when the enemies reveal themselves. Scott finishes. Everyone can just nod. In another part of the battlefield. Okay, guys. I don't do this much. But listen to me. Kitty talks, getting everyone's attention. We're fucked. Haha, she lights the mood, making everyone laugh. Scott's group is very consistent and strong. And Rogue? Well, only Speak here also knows how scary Idolin is. And if Rogue has 10% of that guy's skills, we're still fucked. Kitty says with a smile, even when they are at a disadvantage. He is really that strong. Warren asks I don't know. Kitty responds instantly. Wadash, the guy beat us so easily, it felt like we were 3-year-olds. We don't know the bastard's upper limit. So don't underestimate Rogue. Kitty concludes seriously before smiling again. That said, we have numbers. We'll try to use the element of surprise and our strengths to take out the fragile ones like Jean and Scott. I'll try to sink Colossus into the ground. Look for openings. Warren and Kurt, scout, go. Kitty finishes, making the two mentioned go looking for the enemies. High in the air, Rogue watches it all silently and calmly, her eyes gleaming. The mantis stalks. The cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Her mind whispers. Jean is concentrating. As expected, they have been ambushed. And being ambushed by someone that can blink is very frightening, she could tell. Jean is trying to pinpoint Nightcrawler's mind and stop him to end the battle by herself. But, is not easy. Bamf 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 bamf. Nightcrawler appears and disappears several times, trying to take her down. She has to keep the Chinook shield close to her body as she tries to push him at the right moment, but it's proving too difficult. Jean and Cyclops are the only targets Nightcrawler has. Nightcrawler doesn't have the physical strength to defeat Colossus, and Iceman is too dangerous to get close. And if he focuses on Jean, Jayon, it leaves Scott flustered. Is common knowledge already. Ugh. Scott receives Negasonics' charged attack and is sent flying. Bobby's fast thinking allowed him to deflect Cyclops' trajectory, preventing him from hitting a wall. Bamf. Nightcrawler appears again, but this time the target it's not Jean but Colossus. It's not an attack, he grabs Colossus and, Bamf disappears with him, appearing above, and drops the metal Russian at the floor. Boom. Obviously, it's futile, a fall of that level wouldn't hurt Colossus, but arms emerge from the ground and begin to sink the metal man. Nightcrawler drops Colossus right where Shadowcat was, for she easily trapped one of the combatants in Scott's group. Now Scott's team is at a disadvantage. Many things happen at the same time. Negasonic and Kitty attempt to incapacitate Iceman. And Nightcrawler continues to harass Jean but is sent away by an omnidirectional blast. Warren tries to take Scott out of combat indefinitely. But, at this point, Rogue makes her appearance. When Nightcrawler is thrown away, it was the moment Rogue had been waiting for. The most dangerous of the X-Men is not Jean or Iceman in her opinion. Rogue judged Nightcrawler to be the most problematic. Intercepting the trajectory into which Nightcrawler is launched, the air distorts and looks like a very elastic plastic for Kurt. Gentle criminal power elasticity. Rogue made the air in that place have elastic properties and launched Kurt directly at Kitty at high speed. Kitty stops running and tries to grab Nightcrawler, and when she was going to make contact with the blue mutant, she realizes that a thread is connecting Kurt somewhere. Bzzzt. The two are electrocuted and fall to the ground. At the end of the thread, Rogue becomes visible again and begins to stretch. Now I can begin. Rogue starts running towards Jean. Her speed surprises everyone. Bobby, stop her. Scott shouts the order, even though he's outnumbered. Iceman grits his teeth and breaks free from the battle he was in and slides towards Rogue. Rogue doesn't even seem to care about Iceman and remains 100% focused on getting Jean out of the battle. Iceman releases a large torrent of ice to immobilize Rogue. Rogue ducks and makes a move that she will lunge towards Jean to attack. And, boom, she completely changes direction and launches herself into Iceman's attack. Wadash. Before everyone can even process what happened, Rogue emerges from the large wall of ice created by Bobby completely unharmed. She didn't force her way through the ice wall, she phased through it. Kitty power, intangibility. In truth, Mirio's power after being upgraded by Eidolon. Rogue spins in the air and kicks Bobby's shoulder with her leg surrounded by flames. Crack. A crack appears in Bobby's ice body and he is sent flying away. Rogue doesn't stop. She flies and appears above Angel and spits out a substance like glue in Warren's wings. After this, she just blitzes through everyone. Speak, Negasonic, Yukio, Scott. Everyone can't stand a good attack on the stomach. In the end, she turns and flies towards Jean. With a wave of Rogue's hand, Jean is forced to the ground like the gravity has been increased by many times. When Rogue is going to finish off Jean, Colossus breaks free from where he is trapped and comes between the two. Rogue smirks, she reaches out and air cannon is released from her palm, throwing Colossus like a bullet toward Jean. Jean manages to stop Colossus from colliding with her at the last moment, but then A punch comes through the body of Colossus and hits Jean in the solar plexus. Rogue had made herself intangible to cross Colossus, but by the time she touched Jean, she had become tangible again. To Rogue's surprise, Jean put both arms forward, and she wasn't immediately knocked up. Rogue opens his mouth and scream. The loud noise completely left Jean dizzy and knocked her to the floor unconscious. Rogue straightens up and looks around. Complete victory. Can you guys say where you all make mistakes? Logan's gruff voice echoes in the danger room. He is facing the defeated. Nobody answers. Rogue is overpowered. Speak comments still holding his stomach. Does not matter. Victory or defeat doesn't matter. I want you to identify your mistakes so you don't make them again. Logan replies. Well, even though we knew Rogue was a wild card, we totally ignored her in the end. Kitty replies wryly. She even said to be careful, but unconsciously no one cared about Rogue. First, because she was harder to locate, so no one looked for her. And second, that no one thought she was actually going to clean up the battlefield that easy. Logan nods. This is true. Is stupid to disregard an enemy. It doesn't matter if he's weak. Don't forget that. But that's not all. Does anyone have anything else to add? Logan asks. Everyone is silent. But Rogue slowly raises her hand. Rogue. Logan nods and allows her to speak. Well, it may sound arrogant what I'm going to say, but I don't think I personally made too many mistakes. But in hindsight, I should have sniped from afar a little before going into close combat, due to the numerical disadvantage. It was lucky that Jean managed to knock Kurt out. I was passive for a long time. Rogue speaks and Logan nods. And if I can talk about the others, Rogue tucks her chin between her fingers. I think Kitty's team was going too early for an all or nothing. They could have used some guerrilla tactics. It's not like the training has a time limit. She speaks and Logan nods again. That's right. You guys have the best scouts and mobility. And the environment helps. I'm disappointed that you guys don't use it. Logan adds, making Kitty's team look down. Rogue continues, and I think Team Scott, like me, was very passive. Lost the initiative. They probably wanted to use a counterattack, but everyone here knows each other. Rogue speaks as she spreads her arms. Everyone knows each other's powers. So hoping to catch the other team unprepared. Unless they had a trump card, it would just be a pipe dream. In the end, they just received a beatdown without being able to react much. Rogue speaks. And Scott prioritized Jean above the rest. Everyone explored that particular weakness. Scott clenches his fists. Rogue notices but doesn't care. Well, that's the gist of the things. Logan says appreciatively. Wow, Eidolon. Kitty asks. Eidolon. Rogue responds. Everyone is getting an idea of what kind of person Eidolon is now. Even if Rogue doesn't know the name, face, or anything. Rogue actions are allowing the X-Men to profile Eidolon. This was beyond Hector's expectations. But it's not a big deal. The most they know is that Hector is a very capable individual. And like Butts, Ryubov.com, that guy is more than just a conglomeration of powers, apparently. Logan says as he scratches his chin. Rogue. Yes. This is a good opportunity. While you're with this guy's experiences, let's spar. No powers. Let's make these skills yours. Muscle memory and everything. The rest is dispensed. Rogue groans. In her mind. Spar with Logan, only CQC. Ugh, receiving sympathetic looks from his fellow X-Men, Rogue puts a stance and prepares to train. Just for your information. I know Kung Fu, she says. Kitty POV. Today was really a strange day. And a little fun, I confess. Seeing Rogue act like Eidolon is interesting. And it made me curious to meet the guy in the flesh even more. At least you can see that Eidolon is not an asshole. After all, Rogue is pretty chill now. After finishing brushing my hair, I get ready for bed. Jubilee is listening to music in her bed and Jean is in some sort of meditation pose while reading Eidolon notes, frowning from time to time. Just then Rogue enters the room as she rolls her shoulder. So was it fun? I ask cheekily. She rolls her eyes. Actually, a little. Logan is a good punchbag because of his healing factor. Rogue smirks. Did you win? I ask, Jubilee and Jean also paying attention to the conversation. Obviously. The problem is that Logan just doesn't quit. So the whole fight grew boring with time. Rogue talks nonchalantly as she grabs her nightwear from a towel to go shower. Even though I don't use powers, I'm very strong. And it seems like there are some passive things I can't turn off. Like Logan's super senses. Rogue finishes before entering the bathroom. Wow. Wasn't Logan supposed to be like a guy with nearly a century of fighting experience? I asked the two, who are also a little shocked. Well, in order to get a grip on your powers, we've learned that it's good to have a good grip on our bodies. So we learned the basics of fighting. Eidolon has Maiaeani powers. So he must have to go beyond the basic. Jean shares her thoughts. If I had so many powers I would be spoiled and never train. Jubilee talks from her bed. Someone comes at me, bam is sent flying. Ah, the world is so unfair. I just do fireworks. Jubilee does a little drama. Right? I can phase through things. And now, Rogue can too. I feel like my character has been diminished. These Omega level bastards. I support Jubilee and throw Jean a pillow. She stops with her telekinesis. We have our problems too, do you know? Jean speaks. Yeah. That's what the 1% billionaires say too. It must be so bad to be powerful. Jubilee talks, also throwing a pillow at Jean. Obviously, we're kidding. There's no point in being jealous. And stronger powers really do have their problems. Anyone with powers knows how difficult it is to control your own power. I myself sank to the ground almost every night in the past. And I have only really weak power. Imagine someone with strong power. I see how Jean suffers from migraines constantly. And Eidolon then, who has more than 100, I can't even imagine the training he had to control everything. What's the matter? I hear Rogue's voice asking as we continue our pillow fight. She just got out of the shower and still has a towel around her shoulders. Can I participate? She smirks and holds a pillow too. Wait. That pillow got stiff all of a sudden. Can she harden objects too? No. You're banned till you take Eidolon from inside of you. Jubilee speaks with all the sexual innuendo she can. Rogue blushes and makes a motion that she will throw that pillow that looks more like a rock now. Wait. I'm kidding. Sorry. Jubilee says as she throws herself under her bed for cover. Everyone laughs at her antics. After a while, everyone calmed down and we started talking about more normal things. So you and Duncan have a fight, Jean? I ask a little curiously. Something like that. I'm just trying to set my priorities straight, you know. Jean speaks looking down. No. Haha. Explain. I reply. I realized it's been a while since I did something for myself, you know? Train, study, date. I know these things are good for me, but I've realized that I've been doing more of what others expected me to do. As if I was just going with the flow. In the autopilot. I don't know how to explain it. Like, let me ask you, what do you intend to do in the future? Jean speaks a little flustered. No one can answer. We are here training, maybe to live in society normally, maybe to become X-Men. We are the first of the institute. We do not have a reference. After here, are we going to abandon everything about powers and just live normally? Shall we embrace this crazy life? Become teachers here? Leave it all behind? I finish high school this year. And only now have I realized that I have nothing planned. Jean speaks in frustration. Well, she has a point. Sorry guys. I'm just a little frustrated. Jean speaks looking down. It's okay. You have all the right to be angry. And to my surprise, it was Rogue who said that. 3 think I have to apologize, Jean. I had the wrong impression of you and I think I was a little bitchy with you. Rogue stammered a little. Wow. Character development. Oh, really? Jean asks, smiling gently. Yeah. I always thought you were Ms. Perfect, stuck-up spoiled bitch brat. Jean asks, raising an eyebrow and smiling. Rogue winces a little. Something along these lines, yeah. Pfft, haha. I can read minds, Rogue. Even if it's by accident, I still knew what you thought of me. And I'm sure there were times when you talk in your mind to me to hear, right? Jean speaks teasingly. Rogue doesn't look in her direction. She seems very interested in the ceiling for some reason. It must be the Baroque finishes. Well, Rogue, I'm glad that you don't think like that anymore. But why this change of heart? Jean asks. Rogue looks at her hands and speaks. It's thanks to these new abilities. Or skills. I, at the moment, can see and feel even the smallest details of a person. Spasm of muscles, blood flow, perspiration, pupil movement. I think I feel too much. When I was drinking water earlier I tasted the detergent that was used to wash the cup. Idolin has it rough. She speaks and closes her eyes as if concentrating before continuing. So I can see that now that Jean is genuinely nice. I thought you looking down on me or something like that. Rogue says, scratching her cheek and looking away. I think I was also a little jealous of you, like you have everything or something like that. Ugh. Now I see how childish I was. Sorry. Jean gives a small smile. Huh. It's okay, Rogue. I'm not mad. I'm used to this. You have to hear what other girls in the school think about me. Haha. Jean just shrugs it off. Rogue smiles too. And silence prevails. Okay. Now it's starting to get awkward. Oh, that's good. Better late than never. I scream and hug Rogue and Jean, taking care not to touch Rogue's skin. I want to disperse this strange mood. So Rogue, what can you tell us about our mysterious friend? I ask after that. We spent over half an hour on girl talk. Rogue talking about the changes in Rogue and Jean opening up to us. Damn, Jean has it rough. You know, I never thought about what I was going to do after graduating from the institute. I always thought that I would graduate not only from the institute but from this strange world of mutants. Maybe I was naive. I said while lying on the bed, Jean upside down. I imagined myself becoming a professor at the institute. Jubilee says, I like it here. My life before arriving at the mansion was not the best. Yeah, I have parents who didn't disown me even when my mutant status was revealed. They even support me. Many are not so lucky. Rogue scoffs a little and says, you guys will always have options. What about me? Kurt, Dr. McCoy, and others? We don't have much chance to live normally. I wince a little. Having destructive powers like Rogue's or a drastic change in appearance. I'm an optimistic person, but I can only imagine how difficult it must be. Rogue continues. People who have apparent mutations will only have a chance to live fully if some drastic change happens. Honestly, I don't see this change happening. I'm sorry, Professor, but the dream of coexistence will probably stay a dream for a long time. Rogue finishes and I notice something different in her gaze, but before I can ask, Jean speaks. Idolin thoughts. Rogue's eyes widen. He talked to me a bit about the mutant situation, or, as he calls it, metahuman situation. He said that both Magneto and the Professor will not be able to accomplish their goals with their current methods. One is very aggressive and the other is very passive. Jean speaks while looking out the window in thought. Metahuman? I like it. Jubilee says, but did he propose anything? He said he will act as a middle ground in the future. But I have no idea what he intends. He doesn't share his plans with me. Jean speaks. A middle ground between a supremacist terrorist and pacificist preacher. My thoughts are interrupted by Rogue again. This guy's ego is very strong, she says absently. Jean says as if correcting her. Jean looks a little nervous. It's not like I want to brag, but the correct term would be Idolin ID. That's influencing you, Jean says, getting our attention before continuing. In Freud's structural model of the human psyche, ID, ego, and superego. In short, ID would be our deepest personality, governed by instinctual desires and what we would be like if we had nothing restricting us. Superego is something more external. It's the morals, laws, and social conventions that dictate our behavior. Even the forming feelings of guilt if we misbehave is something we learn. And ego would be the middle ground between ID and superego, our deepest desires being constrained by the world and society. This forms the us. How we act in everyday life is our ego. Jean explains. I believe Rogue is being influenced by Idolin ID. His ID and Rogue ID merged to form her current ego. You are acting differently from your normal ego because of Idolin ID. She speaks and sighs. That's my problem, by the way. My ego was dictated by my superego. I always acted as people wanted and expected me to act. I have no identity. Jean confesses, a little frustrated. And honestly, Rogue, Jean says, smiling and turning to Rogue, I think you unconsciously are allowing yourself to be influenced. Rogue's eyes widen. I have empathic powers, you know. I have a little idea of how you're feeling right now. Rogue, when you absorbed other people, even when you gained their memories, you didn't change that much. I think you're enjoying being this confident, strong Rogue, and you're letting Idolin ID take the wheel a little, right? Jean asks. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe you're right. Rogue says, looking down. The truth is, I don't like myself very much, sometimes I even hate myself. The way I act, my power, my life. I really hate. Rogue talks through clenched teeth and I notice her eyes become moist. Rogue. It's okay. Jean walks over and places a hand on Rogue's covered shoulder soothingly. In hindsight, I hate the way I acted. Previously too. I didn't lie for myself, it seems I never made a decision for myself. But I want to change. You can also change, Rogue, and improve the parts you don't like about yourself too. Jean speaks. I also approach to comfort my friend. You're too hard on yourself, Rogue, you're great. I say no, I'm not. When my Eidolon absorption wears off, I'll go back to being boring. I can already feel it. I think we'll last for 2 days. Rogue speaks. You can take this opportunity and improve yourself. Jean speaks. Logan advised you to train to gain muscle memory. Maybe you should learn from these 2 days' experiences. Change is not easy. Only I know the courage it took to act differently today. Jean advises. You're truly a nice girl. No wonder everyone takes advantage of this. Rogue talks smiling and make us smile too. Yeah, and who knows about Freud? Nerd. Jubilee says after approaching. Beautiful, smart, great legs, powerful. God likes you too much, Jean. Now that you have this new direction in life, nobody can stop you. I speak teasingly. Jean blushes. Stop, you guys. Group hug. Carefully for Rogue's sake, Jubilee yells and we hug each other laughing. I can't believe we've never had a girl talk like that. It's great. I say. Thanks to Rogue for absorbing Eidolon. Jubilee speaks. I raise my hand high. Cheers. To Eidolon? Bonsai. I say. Maybe we should reward him with a fivesome, you know? Is he hot? Jubilee speaks, teasing us. Rogue and Jean blushes. Yes, he is. I answer without hesitation. How do you know? We didn't even see his face or body. Properly, Rogue asks. He acts hot. And he has a hot guy voice too. I reply. How is a hot guy voice? Jean asks with the corners of her mouth turned up. Exactly like Eidolon, I can't explain it. I speak, making everyone give a nod of understanding and laughing afterward. And a fivesome is out of the question with my powers. Rogue says. Instead of letting the mood get depressed again, I decide to tease her. Oh, you take that seriously? Naughty, naughty. Rogue blushes and attacks me with a pillow. Unlucky to her, I can face. Next day, still kitty POV. It's almost the end of the afternoon. There was no X-Men training today. Although it is recommended that everyone follow a routine of physical activities and hit the gym. Jean and I are heading back to our shared room. So did you really break up with Duncan today? I heard it was a scandal. I ask what I was dying to know. Jean sighs before answer. He cheating on me with Cindy, what dash yeah. I heard his stray thought. Jean speaks. Wow, have you never noticed before? Jean is a telepath. How can Duncan hide something from her? That was the first time he cheated. Apparently, if he doesn't get a little attention, he easily succumbs to temptation. When he came to talk to me today and I told him I was still sorting my feelings, I heard him thinking, whatever. I will just bend Cindy again, like yesterday after the training. Jean says, my mouth is hanging open. That cold shoulder was a good thing. I found out I can get booty anytime. Jean continues to speak Duncan's thoughts. Damn. Girl, are you alright? I ask, although she doesn't seem too affected. I have to be sure. She might be hurt inside. Nah. She shrugs her shoulders. It was good for me to know what kind of person he is. Or rather confirm. Couldn't wait a day. And Cindy had been eyeing Duncan for a while. To compete with me, by the way. That's why she's that easy. Jean smirks, haha. Tell me, do you? With Duncan? I try to ask, unsure if I'm overstepping. Nope, she says, popping the pea. We went to second base a little bit. He seemed nice to wait for me. But apparently, he just wanted the conquest. A trophy. Jean speaks. Thank God, you didn't go with him until the end. You would regret so much right now. I talk and Jean just nods. Before she starts frowning. What? I ask. I'm getting negative emotional feedback with my empathic abilities. In our room. Rogue? Jean says before starting to walk faster. Arriving at the door, Jean hesitates. You've known Rogue for a while, maybe she'll feel more comfortable venting to you. She speaks before walking away. Okay. I do not hesitate and barge in. I'm greeted with the sight of Rogue sitting on her bed. With your hands on your face. Crying. Rogue, what's happening? I say, approaching and placing my hand on Rogue's back. Rogue doesn't respond. You can tell me something to do with Eidolon? I ask. Yes and no, she answers. I'm a lowly person. Rogue speaks. Oh, depressive Rogue is coming back? Rogue has always been prone to these depressive outbursts. It usually happens at that time of the month. No, you are not. And I say kindly, do you want to talk about that? I ask. If she wants to talk, I'll listen. If not, I'll just stay here with her until she comes down. I hear her mutter under her breath. I masturbate to Eidolon. She talks fast and hides her face with her hands. What? I mean, Rogue, that's not a big deal. I say. I didn't expect to hear this, but is it such a big deal? You don't understand, Kitty, she says. I touch myself for a guy that I exchange 5 sentences and a little of skin contact. I'm a perverted, a creepy. Rogue says. Okay, now I see why it looks bad. Ugh. Rogue never has contact with anyone. Things I take for granted are luxuries for other people. I understand this breakdown a little. Rogue, relax. No one has the right to judge you for your actions. Not even you. You have special circumstances. Don't be too hard on yourself. I try to comfort. Till yesterday I had a crush on Scott. He is cool, he was nice to me, and he also has a problem with powers. Now I fantasized about a person I have never seen or known what he looked like and talked to me for 2 minutes. I am this easy. Rogue has an outburst. I can only stay in silence. I'm fucked person. This power fucked up my mind too. I hate this. How can someone like me, even if I don't have this problem of touching people, I'm already screwed up. No return. Rogue speaks. Calm down, Rogue. You are thinking too much. Please. Who never got horny and after the act had clarity with heavy feelings of guilt? I speak. And I can relate. And anyone would be lucky to have you. Even Eidolon, hee. I bet he'd feel flattered knowing you used him, I say. Rogue goes on the defensive. I don't like him like that. It was a moment of weakness. She speaks fast. If it was a moment of weakness, why are you beating yourself up so much? I ask. Rogue hard blushes. Okay, Rogue. You have a good impression of Eidolon, maybe a crush. Believe in me when I say that you can make heads turn too. Stop with the inferiority complex. I say, cheering her up. Men want one thing, Rogue. A big titty goth girlfriend. I say, and I stand up with righteous energy flowing through my being. Looking up, I clench my fist and talk. I know that Eidolon is a man of culture too. He will not pass you. Believe in me. I close my eyes, putting on a serious face. I managed to cheer her up. Oh, are you doubting? I have some cosplays for you to try out. You'll use them for Eidolon next time, I say, attacking her. Stop. And I said I don't like him like that. Rogue got better after that conversation. It's good that she's facing her problems, Eidolon. I will thank you next time. Oscorp, Thursday night, 3rd peso. POV subtitle, Spy and Arrow vs Spy and Arrow. Infiltration successful, Huntress. Infiltration successful, Lady Jade. Already done my part. Lady Jade. I like it, Shago thinks as she walks the halls of the deserted Oscorp. 30 minutes ago Hector used EMP and other electrical powers to remove energy from the entire block where Oscorp is located. Chaos facilitated infiltration and made the workers go home early. Shago knows that this mission is just a test, it's not that difficult and it's not that important. Hector says he's busy with the Morlocks and doesn't have time, but Shago knows it's just an excuse. This will be the first impression Shago will leave on Hector about her abilities. She can't make a mistake. Helena has already broken into the security room and uploaded the virus to loop the footage. Shago can now move freely. Walking sneakily, Shago caught sight of herself. Her suit looks the same, despite being made with better materials. The only difference is the mascara that covers almost the entire face with the exception of the lips. Hector wanted the mask to cover the entire face, but Shago has a preference for it. Hector didn't let her use the domino mask either. Fucking stupid thing, he says. Then each gave up a little. Shago's skin color will be her natural one when she is in her Lady Jade persona. And she will only wear the ring with the illusion when she is Shago. Shago finally arrives at the secret lab. If approaching the central computer, she takes a small black box and approaches the USB input. The little black box morphs and changes to attach the input. Invading the system. This box is made of nanotech, created by Hector specifically for this mission. Due to reading the memory of Dr. Strom, Hector has a pretty good idea of what this mission will take. Everything proceeds smoothly. Every lab has its information stolen. Shago even steals some samples and gadgets. And she leaves to specific places in the building. Everything is already programmed for Isabella to open portals at the right time and in specific locations to retrieve these objects. Shago remains unimpeded, starting from the underground labs to the highest part, which is the CEO's office. When Shago finally sets up the black box to steal information from Norman Osborn's personal computer, she gets a warning. Lady Jade, we have company. Heading to your location, Huntress says. Shago gets serious and starts to leave the room to buy time. How many? She asks. 2. Only 2. Don't underestimate these guys. They're one of the boss talks about. Huntress speaks without mentioning the name Hector or Eidolon. Oh, I will intercept the man. The spy woman will find you in less than 30 seconds. Huntress speaks before hanging up. As long as they buy time, the mission will be accomplished. Shago turns invisible and waits patiently. Black Widow turns cautiously at the end of the hall, but even cautiously she couldn't defend herself from the kick she received in the stomach. She rolls over and gets into a crouched position, looking in the direction the kick came from. A woman in a black and green suit and mask appears out of nowhere. She groans. Ugh, serious? A redhead secret agent? Even here? Is this karma? Lady Jade speaks to herself, but Black Widow still hears her. What are you? Black Widow asks, eyeing Shago carefully. Lady Jade. Is too much to ask to you just go away and come back tomorrow. Black Widow is on the no-kill list. Such a bother. Shago thinks. Sorry, no can do. The redhead spy replicates by putting a stance. Shago smiles widely. Well, I can always vent my frustrations on you. Wannabe possibly. Shago attacks. Hey, I'm Clint. Do you always come here? Clint Barton, A.K. Hawkeye jokes while using the bow to defend against a high kick. First time. And you? Huntress responds while dodging a right hook. Oh, is that so? If you want, I can take you to some nice places. Just accompany me to see my boss. Hawkeye talks, moving away a little to get an arrow. This proves to be a mistake because Huntress uses a crossbow. She doesn't need to do too much of a movement to shoot. The shot that was going to Hawkeye's shoulder is deflected at the last second, but when the arrow hits the sea, it shows that it was a non-lethal electric arrow. Hawkeye to side glance the arrow. You look nice. Are you sure you don't want to go with me to see my boss? He might offer you a job. He speaks. Not interested in SHIELD. Huntress speaks. Hawkeye frowns. Does this woman know? Before he can say anything, Huntress takes out a smoke pellet and throws it on the ground. From here on, the Hawkeye vs Huntress fight will be very boring for those watching from the outside. A sniper fight. The two sides split up and whoever finds the other first wins. Black Widow tried everything but nothing works. The woman in black and green is simply her better. What's the problem? Too used to fight against goons? Haven't had a real opponent in a while. Shago speaks as she sweeps her hand to Natasha's face. Natasha uses acrobatics to throw herself backward and kick Shago. Shago lowers her head and doesn't back down. She continues her onslaught and pursues. She is not letting Black Widow catch a breath. Invading Black Widow space, Shago grabs her arm and spins, hitting Natasha on the wall. I like this strength. Shago thinks. But when she goes to slam Natasha to the ground like a rag doll, Natasha's legs wrap around her head and Natasha uses all her weight to throw Shago to the ground. Before Shago can recover, she uses her Widow bites and electrocutes Shago. Ugh. Shago groans and kicks Natasha away. Gah. Now you've done it, bitch. I'm taking it easy, but now I'm gonna take at least one limb of yours. Shago talks, getting up and igniting her hands in green flames. Just because I can't kill you doesn't mean I can't cripple you. The boss will repair you later if you beg. Shago speaks and advances with glowing hands. Natasha became wary of Shago hands, but when Shago approaches she spins and kicks her. Practicing with Hector, Shago is fighting smarter. Hector had previously pointed out that she always activated her powers as a warning. It was better to activate at the last second to catch the enemy unprepared. Now Shago used the powers as a distraction. Natasha is sent away because of Shago's strength, which she received from Hector. But when she hit the wall, the flames in Shago hand disappear and are replaced by another green energy. This green energy morphs into a Glock and Shago fires it. Bang, miss militia power. Hector gave it to Shago. But Shago has not lost all reason. The bullets are no better than rubber bullets. Will hurt, will bruise, but will not kill Natasha. Bang. Bang 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 bang, but Shago fires several times. She is petty like that. With the other duo, Hawkeye is already unconscious. Huntress did not play with prey like Shago. Huntress is an experienced hero too, even more than Hawkeye at the moment, and with the powers she received. Speaking of the powers that Shago and Helena were given, each one received few powers. Hector doesn't dare give too many powers before giving his serum to the girls, because can damage their body. The serum that Hector created in BNHA world allows one to receive more powers, their body becomes highly adaptable. But it's not perfect. Hector wants the super soldier serum, to make a serum a better version. Hence the invasion of Oscorp. It's not essential. Hector can get the serum in other ways, but the research at Oscorp helps. Shago and Helena at the moment have few powers because of this, just a few that increase strength. Shago received Miss Militia power. Helena received several powers that help her to be a better sniper, and both were given invisibility. But Hector can withdraw the powers. He gave invisibility just because it's an infiltration mission. Hector can change his subordinates' builds depending on the situation. Helena won so easily from Hawkeye because she has multiple detection powers, like May had some power and infrared. I'm done here, Lady Jade. Huntress speaks. Bang bang asterisk almost. Huntress decide to not ask. Shago is feeling better. The black box has finally ended its job. Shago is heading back to the fallen Natasha on the floor to give a few more shots when Gurk. Black liquid started to come out of her mouth. Wadash, I thought Isabella was going to open a portal on the rooftop. Shago thinks. Black liquid surrounds her and begins to teleport her. Lucky to you I have no gag reflex. Shago says before disappearing. Helena disappears too. Later, SHIELD helicarrier, so you two are telling me that my two best agents were beaten like 9-year-old children by two unknown women. Nick Fury speaks in disbelief to people in the office. Besides him, Natasha and Clint are there groaning. Maria Hill is present too. Ugh, they're enhanced. And I said we should have reported that there were at least 50. Clint talks to Natasha. Natasha pays no attention, putting ice on her face. That green bitch don't ever spare my face. But considering that she could have killed me, I accept some bruises. It will disappear tomorrow anyway. Natasha thinks. They had it all figured out. They probably infiltrated Oscorp with the same goal as us. Natasha speaks. So the blackout must have been them. Maria Hill says, they took advantage of the situation to fast forward their investigation. Who would have thought that another group would do the same? Who would think there is another group? Enhanced? And we don't know any of this? To this day these two unknown women were not in our database. Nick Fury says, and can they be part of an organization too? This is a major flaw in our intelligence. Everyone is silent. We don't know anything about them. But we can consider that there is at least one other person. The boss. Natasha says, so they're at least a group. Better to consider that they are many. She advises. This is a disaster for them. And now Norman will be even more alert. It will be difficult to infiltrate in the future. Fury speaks. Before he can continue, a ping arrives on Maria Hill's communicator. Sir, the installation of the dodecahedron is having problems. She says. Right away. I'm going there. Clint, you come with me. Fury says Natasha is still pretty hurt. Looks like Clint's opponent took it easy with him. Yes, sir. Clint responds. Nobody noticed now, but this is a prelude to an unprecedented catastrophe for the world. An, hello there. Sorry for the delay. I was sick. This chapter is different. A test. You guys must have noticed. There is no Eidolon. Why? Well, I realized that in a story with so many characters it might be nice to change the focus a bit to have character development and world building. Many authors also do this to create suspense. Like Saitama, who went more than 50 chapters without appearing in One Punch Man. Chapters like this won't always appear. But what do you think? Give me your opinions. I work